how we got to where we are today. So I don't know if any of you is logged into my YouTube channel. You'll probably be able to see. Um, are you logged in, Kwasi? Kwasi?
No, I'm moving at the moment now.
Oh, okay, okay. But basically, if you click my YouTube channel up there, you see a map of the world, and I'm going to be using the map to kind of like explain what I'm talking about. So yeah, here we go. So yeah, sorry, one sec. So basically, this human story of ours, it all starts at least 2.6 million years ago with the beginning of the last ice age known as the Pleistocene epoch. And this, like I said, the last ice age began 2.6 million years ago. So basically, you had pretty much these parts of the world, these parts of the whole planet covered in ice. I don't know if you can, well, for anyone who's watching, so basically the ice kind of covered most of UK, most of Europe, most of Russia, all the way into Siberia, something like that. So, but the ice kind of it depend on the how severe the ice age is. The ice will recede. So sometimes it will recede further up north, and sometimes it will come back down and cover most of Europe, most of Russia, most of North America. Now, uh, around about 2.3 million years ago, uh, Homo erectus came on the scene, and Homo erectus would emerge from East Africa. And but Homo erectus wasn't the only hominid on the planet. There were several other hominids. There was Homo habilis. There was Homo afarensis, Homo nealdi, all sorts of different homos, all dotted around different parts of Africa. Now, uh, Homo erectus, I consider the original human because he was the first of all the hominids to begin to lose all his hair. And this process of losing his hair would uh, would begin around about, well, from about 1.8 million years ago, and by about 1.2 million years ago, Homo erectus would have completely lost pretty much most of his body hair, apart from apart from like on the head, on the scalp, private parts, armpits, but most of his body hair had gone. But as he was losing his body hair, he began to adapt a dark form of melanin, eumelanin for those who know. Now, eumelanin, there's two types of melanin. There's eumelanin, there's phosphomelanin, and they've always humans have always had the two types, and they serve pretty much similar but distinct purposes. Eumelanin is you find it in places where you need extreme protection from sunlight, like in the hair. Phosphomelanin you find in places that's not too exposed to sunlight, like in uh, inside the mouth, uh, inside private parts. Even though yes, there's blood vessels there that's pumping with red blood, but even without blood vessels, those Eumelanin still makes those parts of the body kind of pinkish or reddish. Now, as Homo erectus was shed, now hair hair is known to be very rich in eumelanin, and originally hominids had hair to protect them from UV radiation. But at the time, Homo erectus, at this time, even though there was an ice age going on, the equator was subject to climatic swings, like episodes of climatic change, like even the Sahara. The Sahara has this cycle of between every 40 to 70,000 years, it goes from desert to fertile greenland for about 10,000 to 15,000 years, and then it goes back to a desert again, and the Sahara keeps doing this. And if you watch the vegetation on the African continent as the Sahara goes through this cycle, you could see the forest region shrink and swell, shrink and swell. So at the time Homo erectus began to shed his hair, uh, the the region of East Africa where he was pretty hot. So shedding his hair was necessary for thermal regulation, so that he could cool down and adjust his temperature. And there were a lot of other factors. The fact that he began to move into the forested regions, which didn't have as much sunlight, anyways. And also, by virtue of the fact that Homo erectus originally had no projectile weapons, all the weapons he had were purely made of stone. So he had to practice a kind of hunting called endurance hunting, where he had to slowly run down the animals he hunted. And because most animals, like lions, why lions do the least hunting is because of their mane. If they exert themselves too much, they become very prone and subject to heat exhaustion. So, animals with their hair, they can do a short sprint, a short dash, especially to get away from danger, but they can't do a persistent marathon. And Homo erectus practiced this form of hunting because most of the weapons and tools he had were just stones. All he could do was basically just something called a hand axe. So basically, it's just like a stone with a sharp edge, and then you hold it from the rounded, smooth, blunt edge, and then you strike. And to hunt with that, to effectively kill an animal with that, you either have to lob the stone at the animal and hopefully hit a critical spot, or sneak up, ambush, and then strike it somewhere critical as well with the stone. So this was a really difficult mode of or method of hunting, which was why he had to just persistently run down animals. And all this stuff helped him lose his hair. But as he was losing his hair, he was a genetic adaptation was occurring where he was adapting the eumelanin, the dark melanin from his hair. He was at this. He was adapting it into his skin, into his well, under the layer or underneath his skin layer, so to give him the same protection the hair originally gave him from UV radiation. So by about 1.2 million years ago, Homo erectus would have pretty much, and which is why he's considered the original human, because he was pretty much almost like us today, hairless, even though some of his anatomical features were quite different, like well, skull shape. I think his size of his eyes as well. Um, Even his height at the time. Um, but he was still Homo erectus is scientifically considered thinking man. So Homo erectus was very clever. He tamed fire. He mastered the use of fire. Was eventually able to make his own fire. And then eventually Homo erectus would give rise to uh, uh, Homo ergaster. Now, at this time, we're talking about 2.3 to 2.3 million years ago. We're talking about this is the Stone Age, precisely the early Stone Age. So this is a time that was dominated by the early hominins and even the archaic hominins using pretty much hand axes. They had some cleavers, some of these stones that they would chip in such a way that they will have a sharp edge, so they could use that for cutting. And this original type of stone tool is classified as it spawned a kind of Stone Age in manufacturing industry. And when I say manufacturing, I mean when I Stone Age manufacturing industry, I just mean the fact that humans became very aware of the functionality of exploiting stone in this manner, and they really exploited it. And they call this Stone Age industry. They call it the Oldovan stone industry, and this will last till about around about the time Homo erectus lost most of his hair, become pretty much the archetype of modern man, and he'll give way to a new kind of stone tool called the Acheulean, or the Acheulean. Now, the Acheulean stone industry was, and everything I'm talking about is happening just within Africa at this time. And but Homo erectus had pretty much spread across sub-Saharan Africa, and when the Sahara was green, into North Africa, and everywhere he went, archaeological evidence has been discovered of um, a lot of the artifacts from the Acheulean industry. And if you're looking at my YouTube page, I'm going to try and mark out where the Acheulean industry sites have been discovered. So, big Acheulean industry sites have been discovered all around South Africa, around East Africa, several big ones going all the way to the coast from northern Tanzania to Namibia. And then in Central Africa, just around the forest where the haplogroup L2 population, the population known as the Pygmies, are. And then a huge Acheulean industry site in southeastern Nigeria, um, in the Sahel, around where Burkina Faso is today, dotted around the Sahara, probably when the Sahara was green, and around another big one around Morocco. Another big Chilean industry sites have been found around Israel. Several, apart from Morocco, they've also been found in Spain. A lot of big ones in Spain, going all the way to southern France. There are traces of it in southern Italy, where Sicily is, and then there are huge Chilean stone industry sites in India as well. So, by about 1 million years ago, Homo erectus will begin the first migration out of Africa. And this migration by Homo erectus 1 million years ago is believed to have followed what I call the original uh, human migration highway. So I believe Homo erectus would have followed the coast of the Arabian Peninsula, gone all the way around the coast, and then into India. But this wasn't the only route Homo erectus took. Homo erectus would also take the route along the Levant, uh, into Iraq, through the mountains in Iran, and then into Central Asia. So this is how Homo erectus originally left Africa in the first out of Africa migrations 1 million years ago. So out of Africa, one migration. That was 1 million years ago. Sorry. So now with this migration by Homo erectus outside Africa, around about 800, 700,000 years ago, they will begin to migrate into Europe. And remember that we're still in the Pleistocene epoch, the Pleistocene Ice Age. So most of Europe, which is most of the UK, most of, a huge chunk of France, most of Germany, pretty much most of all of Poland, Ukraine, and huge chunks of Russia from the north are under ice. They're under massive ice sheets. So they migrated into a thin sliver of land of what was remaining of Europe. And over these 700,000 years, the Homo erectus that moved into this region will begin to uh, uh, evolve into another branch of hominin called Homo heidelbergensis. And eventually, around about 400,000 years ago, Homo heidelbergensis himself in Europe would eventually become Homo neanderthalis. Around about the same time, the ones that moved into Asia would become Homo denisovan. And Denisovan, now, Homo neanderthalis will colonize all the northern latitudes from the Tropic of Cancer, 38 degrees north of the Tropic of Cancer. So all the way in Europe to from Spain to Central Asia, where you've got the Central Asian deserts. I can't remember the name, and then the Denisovans will colonize much lower latitudes. So pretty much a lot of the regions of India, Tibet, southern China, and then even going into places like, I think they found Denisovan artifacts in Papua New Guinea. Right. So at this stage now, there's still no Homo sapiens on the planet. There's just Homo erectus in Africa. He's still around, even though he spawned Homo ergaster. They are of the same family. And Homo ergaster was a branch of Homo ergaster that left Africa, became Homo heidelbergensis, and then Homo heidelbergensis split into two. Homo heidelbergensis became Homo neanderthalis, and then the other Homo erectus that went into Asia became Homo denisovan. Now, Homo erectus, living at the northernmost latitudes, right next to the ice sheets, exposed to about 500,000 years of ice age conditions. And at the time as well, pretty much for most of because of the ice age the Earth was under, the Earth, the northern hemisphere was tilted away from the sun. So let's say this is the sun, and this is the Earth. This is the northern normally the North Pole. The North Pole, it doesn't always stand straight; it kind of wobbles. But also, the Earth, the pole itself can sometimes tilt, sometimes away from the sun. That's the North Pole, away from the sun, and sometimes towards the sun. But during ice ages, the North Pole tends to tilt away from the sun. So you now have the equator like this. So sunlight is hitting the sun this way. And because the North Pole is tilted away from the sun, the northern hemisphere gets very little sunlight, which adds to the cold conditions. But also, because of very little sunlight, now if you're melanated, this becomes a problem synthesizing vitamin D. So over this 500,000 years under ice age conditions, Neanderthals will begin to lose their eumelanin pigmentation. They'll still have the faux melanin. The now faux melanin is pinkish to reddish. There are different types of it, but they tend to vary in color from pink to red. Eumelanin tends to be brown to dark brownish, or maybe even black. So Homo neanderthal will begin to lose his eumelanin, eumelanin pigmentation in his skin, and begin to become what was known as white. But uh, Homo neanderthalis, his skin color varied. The ones that were closest to the ice sheets in the northernmost parts of Europe were the white, most the pigmented ones. But the ones closer to regions like Israel, because they were Neanderthals just outside Africa and Israel, they were a bit more dark skinned. So it depended on latitude again, from latitude 38 degrees going north, and then they get lighter. Denisovans, on the other hand, uh, there's still genetic research going on about exactly what kind of skin color they had, but I suspect they lost some of their pigmentation as well, but not as extreme as Neanderthals lost theirs. So they were probably much darker than Neanderthals, but maybe not as dark as Homo erectus, but also probably had different shades amongst them and depending on latitude as well. So the northernmost latitude, they were the lighter their shade. Because remember, this is also to do with the the UV radiation. So the parts most exposed to UV radiation will cause the populations in there to manifest greater percentages of melanin pigmentation, in effect making them darker. So um, Homo neanderthal in Europe under Ice Age conditions for 500,000 years, they will eventually grow to approximately, based on scientific estimates, approximately at their peak, there will be about 300,000 of them from Western Europe to Central Asia. Now, they lived in small bands. Now, a band is a small group of people, a small social group. And this is the original small units hominins lived in during the Stone Age. So, Neanderthal bands tended to be from 11 individuals for a small band. And if it was a really big band, maybe about 25 or maybe even 30 individuals. And in these bands, they tended to be more males for some reason. I think females. And now, Neanderthals also suffered very high mortality rates. And this was due to their lifestyle. The way they hunted, the way they lived. They were clever, but remember, they were living under very harsh ice age conditions, and which probably led them to, apart from living in their small bands, they tended to be very isolated. They tended not to interact with other bands. So once a small band of Neanderthals established an approximate 10, 11, 12 square miles, which was about sufficient for a small band to sustain themselves hunting and gathering, they'll become very territorial about it and stop other bands infringing on their patch. So they lived all across Europe in all these broken up, fragmented bands, isolated, not really intermingling or trading with each other, except very rarely to exchange new ideas, which they did, like with stone technology, and to exchange females to minimize inbreeding within their camps. So on rare occasions, Neanderthals will meet and exchange females, but when they weren't meeting, they were kidnapping each other's females. Now, very few Neanderthal kids, I think about just over half, made it up to the age of 1 alive. Even just about half of them made it up to the age of 10. And very few Neanderthals made it past the age of 40. In fact, if by the time you got to age 40 as a Neanderthal back then, you were already an old man. Most of your back teeth were gone from years of using your teeth as a tool itself to, maybe when you're scraping the hide of the animal you killed to make clothing, you use your teeth as a vice, and also as you're using, remember they were using stone tools. As you're using stone to cut meat, from time to time, fragments of that stone will break away and get stuck in the meat. So as you're chewing, you chew stone from over years and years of this. Your back, your molars that you use for chewing primarily, they just give way. So, but Neanderthals were. I mean, the fact that we're social animals, and not just social animals, we're eusocial animals, was very critical to us surviving the Ice Age. Because even though the default of all living creatures is the ego, but somewhere along the line, Mother Nature also adapted another instinct to counter ego and to give rise or to allow for the giving rise of social networks. So, or complex social networks. So, altruism is an instinct where you look after those within your social group or even just any other you consider your kind for no immediate favor or payback, but just on the understanding that they will reciprocate when the time comes or if need be. So with this, we're able to become eusocial animals. Very few animals on the planet, there are a lot of social animals, but very few animals on the planet are eusocial. Eusocial just means hypersocial. And these few animals include termites, ants, bees, wasps, and then humans. And I think dolphins and killer whales. So Neanderthals were social. Neanderthals were eusocial. They had culture because they used ochre. Ochre is a kind of reddish paint, and they also buried their dead. And what I was talking about earlier, about by the time you got to 40, you are actually an old man in Neanderthal terms. Your back teeth were gone. Altruism played a part in helping the few that even got to 40 to get there because um, the younger members of the group will help them chew the meat and then give it to them to give the older members that lost their teeth to swallow. And this kind of behavior was crucial because it didn't only occur in Neanderthals; it occurred amongst humans as well. It will help eventually when division of labor began to happen. It will actually help humans, even though I haven't got to the origin of humans yet, but it will actually help humans to create a real complex culture with grandparent figures at the center of it, handing down huge chunks of cultural information to the young while the parents were out hunting and gathering. Okay, um, so around about 200,000 years, around about 250,000 years ago, a new type of hominid, the Homo sapiens, will begin to emerge. And even though there were different hominids all across Africa at this stage, and some of them even pushing their own evolutionary, separate evolutionary lines, uh, the the Homo sapiens would emerge around about 250,000 years ago, and they will quickly begin to spread. Now, when they first emerged, there was a now the first group that we emerged from. Uh, I'll classify them under the population haplogroup L. For those of us that have heard about mitochondrial Eve, yeah, that's mitochondrial Eve. From mitochondrial Eve, uh, the group she came from, the group of hominids she came from, spawned the very first group of real modern humans like Homo sapiens. Haplogroup mitochondrial. I'm using mitochondrial haplogroups now, And I'm using mtDNA haplogroups because at this time as well, I think you know there's migration, but there'll be more, not as much as is yet to come, and also because of the way mtDNA manifests itself in both the male and the female. So I think that's why there's a lot of concrete evidence around it. For now, eventually we'll start looking at Y chromosomal haplogroups, which is the male part of the chromosome. So now haplogroup L will spawn haplogroup L0. Now, haplogroup L has gone extinct today, but haplogroup L0 is still alive today. They are the population we find in South Africa that we call the Khoisan, the so-called Bushmen that talk with the clicking sounds. And they were the very first human group. And they came around from about 220,000 years ago. And originally, they will practice a kind of nomadic lifestyle. In fact, which is they still do practice today. So they just moved around hunting and gathering. And they will invent the world's oldest language and culture, symbolic culture. I mean, they were known to use ochre. They were known to make jewelry. They are known to have done what is classified as the first arithmetic, where there's a series of lines on a bone, and almost as if someone is counting or taking tally of something. So, and eventually they will also invent the humanity's very first machine, the bow and arrow. The bow, a lever, the string, a moving part, and the arrow itself, a component moving part. And they will invent this bow and arrow 70,000 years ago, but that's still to come. So, but at the time I'm talking of now, 220,000 years ago is the time of origin of the Khoisan, haplogroup L0. Around about 150,000 years ago comes a second branch from the original haplogroup L. A second branch, haplogroup L1. This group migrated into Central Africa. They will be the progenitors of the groups we know as the Pygmies today, the Central African groups. Those are the oldest direct lineage of all human beings on the planet today. Those Pygmies with haplogroup L1. They'll colonize Central Africa, and eventually from haplogroup L1 will spawn haplogroup L3. Sorry, L2. And haplogroup L2 will go on to colonize most of all of West Africa. And then from haplogroup L1 will come haplogroup L3, and they will colonize East Africa. Now, haplogroup L0, the Khoisan people, for classification's sake, I'll call them the Cape people or the Capoid people, since they are around the Cape of South Africa. Haplogroup L1, the Pygmies, for classification's sake, I'll call them the Congoid people, since they're around the Congo. Haplogroup L2, the West Africans, I'll call them the Negroid people, since, well, I mean, I know historically that's what they were called. Even though, yeah, there's been a shifting of that, but just for the sake of identification and classification. And then the haplogroup L3 group, I'll call them the Niloid people, since they're around the River Nile. I'm just, sorry, making some notes for the YouTube broadcast. So now, these groups will pretty much, be localized to these regions, even though there was migration, especially when the Sahara became green. The haplogroups L2, L3, and L1 will push further up north over the Sahara as the Sahara was green. Now, eventually, around about 70,000 years ago, 70 to 80,000 years ago, a small group of haplogroup L3 began to migrate outside Africa as well in a second out of Africa event. So the out of Africa event 2, 80 to 70,000 years ago. So they begin to migrate outside Africa in a second out of Africa migration event. And they too follow the original migration route that Homo erectus took, the original migration highway, first along the coast, heading all the way around this Arabian Peninsula, the coast of Iran, and into India. But before they did, there was a little bit of admixing from the Neanderthals that were in the Levant region. That's where Israel, Syria, and all those countries are today, just south of Turkey. There was just a tiny little bit of admixing that still manifests itself today in the people in this original population migrating out as 0.3%, of their genetic makeup, or even less. I think 0.1 or 0.2%, something like that. Anyway, this group, by the time they got to India, they will begin to admix with the Denisovans, and heavily this time. And the admixing still manifests itself in their genome, the genome of this group that first left Africa. Today, they carry about 4 to 6% Denisovan DNA, along with the 0.1 to 0.3% Neanderthal DNA. And they will carry on migrating all through the coast of India, through India, and down all the way to Vietnam, Thailand, into Papua New Guinea. Now, at this time, 70,000 years ago, the Ice Age was in full effect. Now, what happens during Ice Age is that for all that ice to build up, a lot of the water in the oceans gets locked into the ice. So sea levels drop. So at the time, places like Papua New Guinea, all these regions from south of Vietnam, Thailand, Indonesia, they were all one land mass. Even the coast of China stretched out further than where it is today. And it was all like a flat land mass. Apart from rocks, where you now have places like Borneo, Indonesia, and all those countries. But then Papua New...
Starman, may I ask you a question, Starman?
Yeah.
So, according to your charts and your maps, does it say humanity started out of East Africa or West Africa?
Well, actually, something I missed. mtDNA, the mtDNA, her population was from East Africa, but Y chromosome Adam, his population is said to be from West Africa. So they migrated to East Africa at some point. But his DNA is from one of the is probably from one of the Homo erectus progeny, Homo ergaster.
So the original man is East African, yes?
Well, East Africa was just where he was born. Not that, haplogroup L0 was in East Africa, and then they spawned two branches, haplogroup L1, haplogroup L0. Haplogroup L was in East Africa originally. They've gone extinct now. They are no longer around. But before they died out. They spawned haplogroup L0, who moved south, and haplogroup L1, the oldest humans, the oldest, from all humans trace back to haplogroup L1. And haplogroup L1 moved into Central Africa, the forested regions.
Yes, the haplogroup L1 is the original Eritreans, yes?
No, no. They are the
How
pygmies.
not so?
They are the pygmies, the original, the pygmies in Central. Even though they even groups like the Hadza in Tanzania.
They're pygmy Habashas. The original man was a pygmy Habasha.
No, 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 no. Hadza, the Hadza in Tanzania.
No, Habasha in Eritrea, Ethiopia.
Right. Okay. I mean, oh, are you trying to find out if the first people were East Africans?
No, they were.
Okay. I mean, eventually, haplogroup L3, who are the progenitors of pretty much all the East Africans there today, they are the third population. They are the third population to be spawned. That's why they were probably given haplogroup L3 after haplogroup L2 and haplogroup L1. Haplogroup L1 is still around today. They're still pretty much in the Central African forests, spreading all the way towards Uganda today.
So are black people going extinct according to the Black Extinction Theorem?
Yeah, oh, we're getting there. We're getting there. But you know, I'm just trying to break it down so that you know, so that everyone can see the pattern, so that it's not like I'm just saying, oh, yeah, we're going extinct, and then no one really knows what exactly is going on or how exactly is happening. Do you understand?
So I understand that it's happening, but I think it's happening in a different way. I want to know how you think black people are going extinct.
Okay. Well, that's why I'm doing all this breakdown. I mean, I'll stop from time to time to take questions. Are you watching the YouTube channel as well?
Yeah, but this is hard because there's a little bit of a voice lag.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. But yeah, I'm gonna break it all down. You know, it's just that, you know, because I started from the very origins of the Homo species. So, you know, I have to systematically take it chronologically so that it makes sense, and you know, you can clearly see the picture as well. You understand?
But you know, I'm so excited that I just want to get to the end of the movie. Like, I just want to find out how black people are extinct, you know?
Don't worry, the end, I promise you. It's the end will be. It's not well. Yeah, well, it's not nice, but we'll get there. Don't worry, we'll get there. It will be in typical movie fashion as well. The worst saved for last. The best of the worst saved for last. If I should put it that way, because that's what it is. That's what's happening. Okay, so where was I? Um, where was I? So yeah, this haplogroup. Sorry, yeah. So haplogroup L2. They'll be the first people to leave Africa around 70,000 years ago, and by the time they were leaving Africa as well, they were pretty much modern humans. They had fully developed language, culture, um, and you know, even a sense of spirituality as well. But there's something I want to highlight now. I saw a research by some scientists where he actually, and I thought this was very interesting. He noticed that there are still some groups in East Africa from the original haplogroup L3 populations that practice something called, it's a cultural behavior, something called ritualized fighting. If you've seen videos of on YouTube of them, you see where, you know, once a year the young men of the ethnic group or the tribe, they get together, they form a circle in a pre-designated spot. They spend all year selecting their steak, grooming the steak, making sure it's going to be the best, hardest steak. And then on the day of the ritualized fight ceremony, you know, young men challenge each other. They step into the circle and start whipping each other to these stakes. With these stakes. So bad, sometimes drawing blood, sometimes maiming each other, sometimes even plucking out an eye, sometimes even people dying. And this scientist, from his research, noticed that most of sub-Saharan Africa doesn't have this ritualized fighting culture, but it's prevalent amongst a lot of the cultures that left Africa, all the way to Australia. They have a form of ritualized fighting in their cultural behavior. But meanwhile, for the sub-Saharan Africans, the Niger Congo people, the Central African populations, the Southern African populations, what it tends to be prevalent amongst their own culture is something called ritualized hunting, where, on chosen dates for their ceremony, they'll dress up as kind of like mimicking the animals, either with feathers or the skin or the animal or whatever. And then with their bows and arrows and hunting implements, they start enacting some sort of dance or chant or something, But it wasn't a man-to-man challenge. It was kind of like I don't know how to describe it, like a spiritual commune with kind of like with nature, like trying to communicate with these animals they hunted, I guess. If you look at a lot of African cultures, we practice totemism, which is where we try and tune into the spirits of animals and stuff, and try and I guess, yeah, I could say tune into the spirits, but I guess trying to see through the eyes of those animals. So I think that's a very interesting distinction to identify, the fact that most of sub-Saharan Africa does not have a history of practicing ritualized fighting in their cultures. They practice more ritualized hunting. And these two are different things. Ritualized fighting is a man challenging another man. Ritualized hunting is something pretty much totally different, but a ceremony nonetheless. Anyway, no sooner than they left Africa 70,000 years ago, there were still Neanderthals here. They began to interbreed. Now, just like the Homo erectus out of Africa migration before them, they too followed two routes. Like I said, the first route followed the coastline route around the Arabian Peninsula, south of Iran, into India, further through Vietnam, Indonesia, into Papua New Guinea. Yeah, and yeah, this is where I stopped. Now, at the time as well, remember I said sea levels were much lower. So China's shoreline was much further than where it is today. In fact, China was connected to Taiwan, you know, and most of those islands that make up the South China Sea before the Indian Ocean, they were all connected by a landmass. And Papua New Guinea itself and Australia was connected as well. They were all one landmass. In fact, they were something called a supercontinent. Well, the Australian supercontinent. So they were all one landmass then, with together with Tasmania. They were all connected. So it was pretty easy for those humans that, left Africa, got to India, to cross into Australia. I think they still had to cross water, meaning that they had to sail somehow. They had to make some sort of canoe. But the water they had to cross at the lowest level of the sea during those periods, scientists have calculated about 90 to 100 kilometers of water. It wouldn't have been the hardest thing to cross with a canoe, which was successful anyway, which is how they ended up in Australia. Now, something else that was happening at the time, along with the Ice Age as well. So now we've started from 2.6 million years ago. We're now at 70,000 years ago. Now, a great extinction of animals and plants was also going on, called the sixth mass extinction. It started about 130,000 years ago, but as humans began to migrate out of Africa, it began to pick up. The animals outside Africa were not quite used to the new. Remember, there was Neanderthals and Denisovans already hunting these animals. Now you had new populations coming in, putting further pressure on the already delicate Ice Age balance. of these two regions of the region of Eurasia, the whole of Eurasia. So eventually, around about 12,000, 13,000 years ago, the Ice Age will begin to end. In fact, the Ice Age will eventually end about 12,000 years ago. But with the sudden change in temperature, the sixth mass extinction went into overdrive. All sorts of things were like literally hanging on the brink of extinction. Even things like the mammoth, saber tooth, and then the humans weren't helping. Now, something the humans did that was very different from something the Neanderthals and Denisovans did. Like I said, the Neanderthals and Denisovans, um, as they carved out their territory over a given area in their little bands of, maybe there'll be 25 in this area, there'll be 11 Neanderthals in this area, there'll be 15 in this area, there'll be 12 in this area, there'll be 19 in this area. Now, like I said, they hardly intermingled, except very rare occasions to exchange females or new ideas, new stone tools, that kind of thing, or to trade. Like sometimes they had to trade a kind of stone called obsidian, which was actually key to making blades out of stone. They cut any cutting tools back then. So, but then with the humans, on the other hand, as humans migrated, say they'll set up a population here. Now, human populations, like I said, Neanderthal populations tended to be from 11 to 12 on a small side to 25 to 30 if the population was a big one. But humans, on the other hand, will be, if the population was small, it will be about 25 to 30 and up to 120 to 130 if it was a big human population. Now, as they migrate, when they get somewhere and settle down, say there's 130 that settle down, some of them will break away, maybe 30 of them move somewhere else, settle down. They will eventually grow maybe to about 80 or something. Some of them will break away, move somewhere else, maybe 40 now or something. Now, something the humans did that the Neanderthals didn't do was, as they moved, they constantly maintained trade. They exchanged females, yes, but they constantly maintained trade much more than the Neanderthals. Apart from where geography made it difficult, in regions like when the Sahara was in full Sahara mode, like full arid mode, or regions like the Levant in extreme desert mode periods, because during periods when the Sahara is green, a lot of the Arabian Peninsula too was green. Also from Central Asia, which is prone to arid conditions as well. So, and then the mountains that divide the Central Asian desert from the Arabian Peninsula desert. So sometimes these features can cut the groups off, but they still kept migrating and still kept in trade and contact in trade contact to each other as much as possible until they pretty much, like I said, got to Australia but they got to Australia about 60, 50, well, let's say 60,000 years ago. And then by about 50,000 years ago, they were already intermingling with the Neanderthals and pushing into Europe and also moving into Central Asia, where there was Neanderthals, and the Neanderthal territory overlapped with the Denisovan territory as well. So in Central Asia proper, there was Neanderthals and Denisovans mixed together. Yeah, I'm sure they had their unique territories and boundaries, but there's no evidence that there was warfare between Neanderthals and Denisovans. If anything, there was admixture between them because they found uh, uh, evidence of Denisovans and Neanderthals that have Denisovan and Neanderthal features, meaning that there was mixing between the two. So humans coming into the area and just joining in with the whole mixing wouldn't have been alien. It probably would have been the norm, because now it's important to note that this mixing with by humans with Neanderthals and Denisovans was also going on in Africa. Anywhere there was a hominin population, whether it was Homo ergaster or remnants of Homo erectus, there was admixture going on. Whether it was in Africa or in India or in Europe, there was admixture going on between these two groups because we were pretty similar. And like I said at the beginning, I consider I, I consider Homo erectus as the original human. Now, uh, around about 50,000 years ago, yeah, they will begin to push into Central Asia. They began to push into regions of Tibet, where there was Denisovans, into China, and into Europe. Now, when they left Africa, they left as populations of haplogroup L3. These populations are known to be very, very dark skinned. Now, with this admixing, you begin to get, I mean, it's, as long as the offspring is viable, you will have genetic mixture. And there's nothing that says that it's only human DNA that's going to be what's dominant. Now, the the Neanderthals, they'll begin to go extinct around this time, but they'd admixed enough with the humans that, I mean, there was enough Neanderthal DNA in humans that even today, 50,000 years after, well, 40,000 years at least after they've gone extinct, we can still recognize Neanderthal DNA in human DNA. Now, I was going to say something. Yeah. Now, before I talk about Neanderthal extinction, I want us to kind of talk about the Neanderthals themselves and their way of life and their culture. And now I've talked a bit about it, about things like life expectancy and their mortality rates. But there's something, and I've also talked about the fact that they had culture, they used ochre, they buried their dead. They probably had rudimentary language because they found their skeletons that have that same bone in the throat that humans use for language. So they probably also had language. It's also known that they made art, their own cave art. So they weren't stupid, but there were differences, slight differences, I guess, in cognition between humans and Neanderthals, and temperament as well. Something I found very interesting. I saw artifacts that were made, like a necklace made by humans and a similar necklace made by Neanderthals. Now, the humans, what they did was they were trying to hang, I think they hung like a little ivory horn, a tiny one, on like a rope or a thread. Now, the humans bored a hole through the ivory horn. The Neanderthals carved a groove around it. So the humans bored a hole through the ivory horn and passed the thread through it. The Neanderthals carved a groove around it and tied the rope around the groove. And then also, Neanderthals, when you look at the weapons they had for hunting, well, the weapons they had, which they used to hunt, their spears were very thick, not long enough for throwing. You could throw it, but it won't go very far. Not effective for throwing, very heavy. So their spears were actually designed as melee weapons to get up close and personal and then jab. Yeah? Now, humans, remember, humans, like I said, Homo erectus started with stone tools that the most you could do was throw. At the time of Homo erectus, there was no projectile weapons. There was no even spears or bows and arrows. But eventually, by the time of modern humans, they will begin to use these stone tools and begin to make composites, resins, and glues, and stick these stone tools to sticks, bind them with fiber and sinew to begin to make the first spears. And I remember I also said the Capoid people, the Khoisan, were the first to make the bow and arrow. So by the time humans left Africa, we already had the bow and arrow. We already had long-range projectile technology, which the Neanderthals didn't have, meaning that we would have been more successful at hunting than them. Now, there's a reason why humans developed projectile technology. Now, hunting is very dangerous. Forget what you see in the movies where they'll shoot someone and the person will just fall down, boom, dead. No, it takes, when the bullet hits someone, they're gonna struggle, squirm, and then go into rigor. All that takes a few seconds, even minutes sometimes. Now, a lot of animals have more strength per, per muscle inch than your average human. Humans are feeble. If you notice, hunters use high caliber weapons to hunt. And when you look at the damage the high caliber weapons does to, say, deer or reindeer, or any of those, it's just like a puncture in the flesh. But those same high caliber weapons shoot a human on the hand, is taking off that arm. So I'm saying this to say this, that just having projectile weapons, running up to, or shooting a deer doesn't mean the deer is even going to die straight away. If it's a more dangerous animal, like a lion, a saber tooth, or a mammoth, it will turn around. I mean, come on, a mammoth. A mammoth is like 3 times the size of an elephant. What's a puny arrow going to do? What? You shot an arrow at it and it's just going to die? No, come on. Even its skin is so thick. So if you shoot a mammoth with an arrow, even if there's 20 of you surrounding it, just peppering it with arrows, before it dies, it's going to turn around and charge 1, 2, 3 of you, trying to escape at least. It's going to charge you. It knows danger is coming from these other animals, which is you and your tribe members, and it's going to go for you guys. So hunting was very dangerous, which is what led to humans developing long-range weapons, and which also played a part in the crystallization of or humans, crystallizing division of labor between men and women. Because back then as well, hunting happened in expeditions. You go out for, because I mean, there was no guns. Even your bow and arrow at the most had a range of 80 meters, 50 meters. Within that range, most animals would have smelt you and run away. So humans had to start learning how to track, follow these animals, catch them unawares, and then strike them with an arrow or something. So hunting happened in expeditions of 3, 4, 5, 6 days. Now, the Neanderthals, like I said, they hunted, but they didn't hunt with projectiles or projectile long-range weapons. They hunted with heavy spears that you couldn't even throw. And they are known very well to have, in fact, they are known to have hunted mammoths very, very well. Now, to hunt a mammoth as a Neanderthal, you have to hold your spear, run up to this mammoth that's like 3 times the size of an elephant, that's like 15 times the size of you, even just in body mass. You have to run up to this mammoth and start poking it with a stick, literally, like jabbing it with your spear, trying to puncture one of its critical organs. Now, poking the mammoth with a stick doesn't mean, oh, you punctured its side or its lung or whatever. Oh, it's just going to fall and die. No, it's going to turn around and charge you. But Neanderthals seem to have become very successful at this mode of hunting. And there's another mode of hunting they did called drive hunting, which they also use specifically on mammoths as well, where they'll lure a mammoth to a cliff edge on a mountain or a hill. and then they'll sneak around to position themselves in such a way that the mammoth is between them and the cliff edge. And then they'll jump out of their hiding place and charge the mammoth, just waving their arms and shouting. And the mammoth, in a panic, will run in the opposite direction and fall off the cliff to its death. And then they will just go down and, harvest the dead body of the mammoth. Now, how we know Neanderthals did this is because a lot of mammoth bones have been found at the bottom of hills with very unique cliffs above those hills and always very close to Neanderthal caves. Humans also do drive hunting, but it's not known that we specifically did it for mammoths. Now, I'm saying all this to say this, that this behavior in Neanderthals contributed to their mortality rate being so high. Why very few of them made it to age 40, which they can tell by looking at their bones and their teeth. And if you made it to 40, you had so many injuries, so many handicaps, paralysis from being charged by lions, because at the time there were lions in Europe. There were lions. In fact, the last lion was killed in Greece only about 2,000 years ago. There were lions in Iraq. So when you look at all this, it begins to become very clear that Neanderthals lived a very psychopathic lifestyle, at least by measure compared to humans, especially their men. With the mad way come on, run up to a mammoth and start poking it with a stick. That's just mad. This is the very reason humans cowardly invented long-range weapons. And like I said, I'm saying all this to say that it's interesting to note that in the whole of the interbreeding that happened between humans and Neanderthals when humans began to colonize Europe, only the only successful or the only fertile offspring from this union of two different species happened to be always, in fact, all the time, happened to be always human mothers and Neanderthal fathers. All offspring that were produced from Neanderthal mothers and human fathers were sterile. That's why today scientists have not been able to discover any Neanderthal mitochondrial DNA in humans outside Africa. They've only found the Y chromosome part of the DNA in the humans, meaning that only the male genetics of Neanderthals were passed on. And I'm saying this because, like I said, the lifestyle of Neanderthals was a mad one. And if genetics are being passed on, we can't ignore all that stuff. But I'll also add this. Now, like I said earlier as well, there was a lot of, everywhere there was a population of hominin, even if they were different, there was a lot of admixing going on all across Africa. And now in Europe and Asia, as the humans were going into these regions, there was also a lot of inbreeding going on, which is why from time to time groups will meet up and exchange daughters to minimize the inbreeding. But because of the Neanderthals pretty much stranded in Europe under those ice age conditions, especially the ones to the north and the westernmost points, this is where most of the inbreeding seems to have happened. Okay, so eventually the Neanderthals will go extinct around 40,000 years ago. But before they did, there was no white-skinned humans on the planet. All humans, remember, spawning from haplogroup L3, who were dark-skinned. The only white-skinned population on the planet of hominins on the planet were Neanderthals, and even then, not all of them were, but Neanderthals were definitely weren't black because they'd been under ice age conditions. Remember, like I was explaining before, because of the way the North Pole was twisted away from the sun, they got so little sunlight that their skin began to pigment from the eumelanin component of the two melanins in the skin. So so the only white population on the planet were Neanderthals, but now they were dying out. So eventually they died out, them and Denisovans around about the same time, maybe about 5,000 years difference between them. Neanderthals about 40 to 35,000 years ago. Neanderthals 30 to, 30 to about 35,000 years ago. Sorry, Denisovans 30 to 35,000 years ago. Neanderthals about 40 to 35,000 years ago. They both eventually died out. Now, at this stage as well, the original haplogroup L was extinct. Homo erectus was extinct, and pretty much all the other hominins had gone extinct. And the humans, Homo sapiens, had become the most successful Homo species on the planet. And at this stage now, so you had humans all over Africa, Homo sapiens, in different populations. Now, these populations, bear them in mind, haplogroup L0, haplogroup L1, haplogroup L2, haplogroup L3, in different populations. These groups, between them, they have more diversity than every other population group outside Africa. The European groups and the North Asian groups are so similar that they are far more similar than even haplogroup L2 and L3 are, or haplogroup L1 and L, as in, because they all spawned from a small group that broke out of the original haplogroup L3 and then began to spawn, branch into their own little subgroups, and new haplogroups. Now, the original haplogroups of Europe, the original haplogroup, when they first left Africa, the basal haplogroup M, and then this M would eventually get into Asia, and then from Asia will become, one sec, let me just, from Asia, you begin to get all the different subgroups, haplogroup D, this is mitochondrial DNA, haplogroup A, haplogroup B, and F. The haplogroups that went into Europe, haplogroup R, those will eventually become subgroups, different subgroups as well. Haplogroup R0H, and then N as well. N is centered around the Middle East, the Arabian Peninsula, and these haplogroups spawn, the Semitic peoples, the Semitic populations, Arabs, Hebrews, Arabs, Jews. Okay, so by about 30,000 years ago, the haplogroups that were in Asia, remember, they mixed with Denisovans, even though Denisovans had gone extinct now. They would become the first populations 30,000 years ago to cross from Siberia into Alaska. Now, at the time, there was a massive ice sheet here. So it's believed that they actually sailed, stopping sporadically on habitable islands on the face of the ice sheet. This migration this route, they call it the Kelp Highway. And they followed this route, just shore and island hopping, all the way into Central America, around 30,000 years ago. The oldest footprints discovered in Northern America are up to about 17,000 years old. So some of them would have moved inland. At the time, still there was a massive ice sheet covering most of the northern hemisphere, most of North America, most of Northern Europe. And then around about 15,000 years ago, now, the Central Asian groups, they will now begin to migrate this way. They admixed with the original Southern Asian group, and then they would begin to also migrate. At this stage, 15,000 years ago now, the this ice sheet covering Alaska and Canada had split in two. There was something, I can't remember the name now, something corridor. It created a corridor with ice on this side, ice on that side, and people, and also Beringia, the Beringia Straits. There was a kind of like a land corridor, a land bridge connecting Siberia and Alaska. And in fact, that land bridge actually had people living on it, people and animals and everything, because sea levels, remember, at this time still low, pretty low. 15,000 years ago, the ice age is still in full effect. So there was actually people and animals settled on it. And as the ice age was beginning to end 12,000 years ago and sea levels began to rise and submerge the land bridge of Beringia, these populations that were settled on it began to migrate through that corridor in between the ice sheets. And for the first time, they will access North America proper. Now, at the time, North America, as the ice was melting as well, there was a mega lake here. Now, so I'm talking about, now we're coming to the end of the last ice age, 12,000 years ago. Now, before this end of the last ice age, 15,000 years ago, or 14,500 years ago, the Sahara was going through one of its humid periods when it was green, when the Sahara was all green. So pretty much most of the Sahara was green, all from this Atlantic shoreline to the Mediterranean coast, was all covered in vegetation. In fact, there was about four massive lakes, four mega lakes. The Lake Chad was about 20 times the size it is today. There was another massive lake somewhere around here, one around here, and I think one around here. The Congo, the River Congo, swole. There was a massive lake in Central Asia, Central Africa as well. Now, as the Sahara was going green, the populations of haplogroups L2, L1, L3 migrated up north as well with the animals and the vegetation. Now, this green Sahara period will last from 14,000 years and eventually end 5,000 years. No, at 5,000 years BC or 5,000 years ago. I'll have to I'll have to clarify. But yeah, either 5,000 years BC or 5,000 years ago. But yeah, eventually ended just a few thousand years ago, about 5,000 years ago or something like that. Anyway, but before it ended, the end of the last ice age, 12,000 years ago, took the six mass extinction into overdrive. A lot of animals began to go extinct. And then also something very unique happened. The vegetation, especially of Central Asia and the Arabian Peninsula, began to create a new kind of vegetation began to form. And the nature of this vegetation is very important to this new phase of human history and migration. Sorry, I need to clean, I need to wipe. Sorry, I'm trying to, I need to wipe my board I'm drawing on so that I can describe this properly. Just give me a minute. Yeah. So, yeah. So I'm going to mark something that I consider very important at this end of the last ice age that eventually leads to the population distribution we have today, where people are, where people migrated to, and how they got there. Yeah, sorry, I'm just trying to clean this. it's coming off. In the meantime, any questions?
Sorry, man, I have a question.
Yeah, hi, Chaya.
You said something.
Yeah.
Hey, you said something about some group has the most diverse gene pool. Who was that?
Not a part. I said the groups on the African continent, the 4 groups. They're okay. Europe has pretty much one population. You know, their genetics are so similar. You can say they are the same population. Not Asia, Northern Asia, the Northern Asians, like all the Mongols, the Chinese, you can classify them as the same population. Their genetics are very similar as well. But in Africa, you have 4 unique different groups. And the Asian population and the European population, their genetics are so similar compared to any of the African groups, like the Pygmies and the Khoisan. Their genetics are so different compared to the genetics of the, say, Mongol and European. The European and Mongol are so similar genetically compared to a Pygmy and a West African, or a Pygmy or a West African and a Khoisan. Even though Pygmies and West Africans have interbred, especially in the regions around Southeast Nigeria and Cameroon. And then with the Bantu expansion later, there was even more interbreeding with the forested Pygmy groups. Okay. I don't know. Does that clarify?
Yeah, well, I thought you said that there was a particular group that had the most diverse genes. And I guess based on your answer, the most diverse genes come from Africa somewhere.
Yes, even the African populations themselves have far more diversity in their genes than any European or Asian population. There's far more diversity in our genes. I mean, the fact that they're just a tiny group of haplogroup L3 that left Africa, and then all of them in Asia and Europe came from that. The spectrum of their genetics is very narrow. Is very, very narrow. In fact, they have a massive risk of something called a bottlenecking. Even though all human populations are at risk of that, but theirs is particularly worse. You know. Okay. So what I wanted to describe now, before I even describe this, so I said haplogroup L2 was in West Africa, L1 was in Central Africa, L0 East Africa, haplogroup N, and then M in Europe, R, M, and then sorry, I'm mixing it up. Yeah, N, M, and R.
But wait, isn't there 3? There's haplogroup 3?
Yeah, sorry, and haplogroup L3 in East Africa. And then by the time they get to Siberia, crossing into America, you have haplogroup A coming into America as well, haplogroup A. And then by the time they get into now, actually, in America there is haplogroup A, B, and C. But these are just smaller fragments of the original M population, the original haplogroup M population. All these A, B, and C are just small fragments, just for classification's sake. I guess D and B and C are the oldest because you find them in South America, and A is the youngest because you find them mainly in North America, and B, C, and D probably came with the first migration 30,000 years ago, and then A came with the second migration 15,000 years ago. Okay, so now so now this the groups in West and Central Africa, they've pretty much, in fact, they're the first sedentary populations on the planet. They've been sedentary, especially evidence of sedentary living or population has been found in Central Africa, a culture called the Katanda culture. These groups are known to have fished. They are known to have made sophisticated weapons with, sophisticated hunting implements with bone. They made harpoons out of bone for catching fish. They are known to have been sedentary because they discovered their material culture around a network of caves and rock shelters. So they didn't migrate much, and they were near a very strategic position where abundant with water resources. So and it made sense. Why continue being hunter gatherer and nomadic, moving around when you found a rich spot abundant with resources? So haplogroups L1 began to become sedentary. There's evidence for that going back 90,000 years. And I personally believe that haplogroups L2, as soon as they got into West Africa, they became sedentary as well. Even though, for some reason, science claims that sedentary living and farming started in the so-called Fertile Crescent in around Israel, Syria, and southern Turkey. But I believe that, in fact, I'm actually doing a thesis to debunk this, because if you look at the early areas of settlement in human history, which is number one, the Congo River and its tributaries. Number two, the Niger River and its tributaries. Number three, the Nile and its tributaries. Come on, the Fertile Crescent. There's hardly any rivers. Okay, there's the Euphrates and the Tigris running across Iraq. Fine, fair enough. But even then, that area wasn't quite. A lot of times, it tends to be even swampy. I mean, the reason why it became quite easy to farm eventually was because, humans had to do a lot of terraforming in this area. Now, the Nile is fertile. Even when the Sahara is desert, this is the only streak of green running across the Sahara, connecting sub-Saharan Africa, the forest region. But as fertile as the Nile is, the Nile can never be as fertile as two rivers located within forested regions, the Niger and the Congo. And from my studies, knowing that West Africa is so rich with palm oil, which is a very, very, it's one of those utility crops that you produce so many things from. And also, knowing that apart from the palm tree, the region is endemic with root tuber, yams, cocoa yams, cassava. I mean, these people, they didn't even need to invent farming. They did, they didn't need to make too much of a leap of imagination to invent farming. I believe West Africans and Central Africans have been farming for 50,000 years at least. Unless scientists want to tell me that, we've just been roaming in the forest, hunter-gatherer, for 50,000 years. Until people from the Levant came and taught us how to farm. When for them to have begun farming in the Levant, they had to first identify the right grasses, then grow those grasses to be able to produce viable grain, and then begin to selectively breed this grain before they began to get things like millet, sorghum, and the grain that they used to claim that they invented farming. Now, to even farm grain, you have to get the seed. You have to make the leap from the seed to a hole in the ground, water, and it growing. But West and Central Africans, on the other hand, I mean, first of all, the root tuber wasn't anything new to humans in the first place. The Khoisan have been digging root tuber from day one. They knew its nutritious value, its energy content. And then now you're in a region where the thing is abundant. It doesn't. You dig it up, you cut the fleshy bit. There's still the head with the stalk attached on it. Even if you didn't dig it back in the ground, throw it away. The fact that it's a forested region with huge soil turnover by biomatter and bioorganisms and all that, it will start growing anyway. Its roots will find soil and start growing. So we have been farming for 50,000 years. And on top of that, the region, West Africa, comes complete with its own localized fowl, like a chicken. Now, chicken is not indigenous to West and Central Africa. It actually migrated from Asia. But the guinea fowl, another kind of bird, is indigenous to the region. And I remember growing up in my village as a kid. It used to be guinea fowl all about. In fact, I loved guinea fowl meat. You know, so we couldn't have had all that around us and just been walking around hunter gathering. Anyway, I just wanted to prove or give that breakdown to debunk a lot of the Eurocentric history that seems to have particular beef with West and Central Africans. Nothing ever comes from there. Everything comes from outside Africa. Anyway, so so yeah, the end of the last ice age. Yeah, the end of the last ice age. Now, this end of the last ice age triggered an increased aridity in certain regions. Central Asia, the aridity in the region increased. The Arabian Peninsula increased a bit, but not fully. Parts of it were still green, being connected to the Sahara that was green at the time. Now, this desertification of Central Asia led to a famine. It caused the famine. I mean, the place is going drier and drier. Led to a famine and drought, which terraformed this whole region, this whole Central Eurasian region. And then also sparked a massive migration of people from the region. Now, the terraforming was what led to what we know today as the Eurasian steppes, which is a pretty kind of like a featureless flat land of grass, or what in America they call the prairie, that stretches from eastern Ukraine to northern China, about 8,000 kilometers stretch of just flat, open grassland, no mountains, maybe crisscrossed in a few places with rivers, but just open, no heavy forests, just open grassland. They call it the Eurasian steppes. I'm sure many of you have heard about it. It's similar to the prairie region in North America, like this. And then, I think there's a prairie region as well in Brazil. Yeah. And in Australia. But yeah, anyway, these are not I want to highlight something first, primarily. So, this Eurasian steppes, being the fact that it was flat, pretty much grassland, no heavy forest, no heavy mountainous features or anything, it would facilitate, and this happened because of the end of the last ice age. The ice began to retreat, began to shrink. Sea levels began to rise, and then this Eurasian steppes will facilitate the movement of people from Eastern Europe to Northern China easily. Now, at this stage in human history, 12,000 years ago, we hadn't tamed the horse. All transportation was on your foot. Now, the migrations will also, like I said, this whole region, there was a drought and famine going on here. So the migrations will begin to head south. They'll begin to migrate south, crossing the mountains in Iran, the Zagros Mountains, the mountains in Iraq, and then busting out into the Fertile Crescent. Yeah? Now, the Fertile Crescent has always been fertile, pretty much, just by virtue of, I don't know, maybe the mountains in south of Turkey and the Mediterranean Sea, which is not a salty ocean. So it's pretty much always, and then there's a river, there's a few rivers around there as well, unlike the main Arabian Peninsula itself. So uh, the the Eurasian steppes links East Europe to northern China, and then from the center of it and from between the Caspian and Black Sea, there are routes linking it to through Turkey and through Iran, busting out through Iraq or through southern Turkey. You are now in the Fertile Crescent. So basically, this is the second original migration highway in human history. So you connect the Fertile Crescent now, and then from the Fertile Crescent, boom, you're in the Nile Delta, which is very fertile as well. Bear in mind that rivers always form fertile lands. Number one, starting from the mouth of the river tends to be very fertile. Any floodplains created by the river will be fertile seasonally. But then the delta of the river is always very fertile because that's where all the silts, all the minerals, all the nutrients, everything is dumped at the delta of the river. So this Nile Delta has always attracted people from the end of the last ice age looking for greener pastures. So they'll begin to migrate into the Nile Delta. From the Nile Delta, they cross the Nile itself, using the Nile to cross into sub-Saharan Africa. Boom. After crossing sub-Saharan Africa, they've connected with the Sahel region. And then from the Sahel region, there's a pretty much not thick forested region in East Africa that connects into South Africa, and boom. This is the original migration high route that well, the original one was the coastal routes, but those ones were I mean, those ones were they were quite different in the sense that this particular route I've just drawn now did something the other routes didn't do. This route, if you notice, it connects three continents: Europe, Asia, and Africa. And it took me tracing by migrations and back migrations to identify this particular route. So on top of this route, you can now even layer in the coastal migration route as well. But this central route is the critical route, the original migration express highway of human history. Now, the very first back migration into Africa, I missed that, was 40,000 years ago, just before the Neanderthals went extinct. And it was from groups that had already admixed with Neanderthals, back migrating into Africa. But at the time, the Sahara was not green. So they moved north, admixing with the original sub-Saharan Africans that were stranded here. The last time the Sahara was green, and then when the Sahara became desert again, the small group that was stranded here, the back migrating group admixed with them. This back migrating group also went east and began to admix with some of the populations in the east. Now we'll get back to this back migration and the admixture eventually. So, well, any questions for now? I don't know if anyone. Okay, I'll carry on, I guess. Okay, so eventually, 12,000 years ago, the Ice Age ended. The famine was triggered by the mass extinction going on because of the sudden climate change. People were back migrating into Africa 12,000 years ago. Now, before this back migration, the group of humans that settled here, who were admixed with Neanderthals, they began to create a culture we know today as the Natufian culture, or well, some people call them the Natufians. Now, these Natufians, they were still somewhat melanated, but remember they've been admixed to Neanderthals, and I've seen a lot of studies done about what complexion they were, but they clearly weren't black. Natufians weren't black. Anyway, they began to back migrate into Africa, and it is with this back migration, somewhere around southern Egypt and northern Sudan, somewhere around here, we will see the very first genocide or massacre in human history. And this genocide was carried out by the back migrating Natufians on an already indigenous or sedentary African population known as the Kadan. Well, their culture is known as the Kadan culture. So the Natufians massacred the Kadan, probably for resources. But we know that this Natufian back migration carried on into East Africa for at least 1,000 years. And they've also found another massacre site or genocide site north of Kenya, somewhere around here, north of Kenya. These Natufians are also known to have further migrated, admixing with the already admixed people here. Natufians also migrated into Greece and eventually into Italy and parts of southern Europe. And then these people at this stage with their admixture, they are classified as in Ibrumescians or something like that. They had begun to migrate into Spain as well. And anywhere there's migration and there's going to be admixing. But up until these Natufians, there had been no violence. The very first episode of now, yes, there have been evidence of prehistoric murder, but it's even at that, it's pretty much sporadic. Even between Neanderthals and and humans, yes, they found things that look like humans killing Neanderthals or Neanderthals killing humans, or even Neanderthals eating humans. But it's random, isolated incidents, as opposed to the beginning of proper massacring that started with the Natufian migrations, because evidence of violence has also been found along the route of their European migration. In fact, in some places, they replaced male populations. Yeah? Okay. And they also migrated this way into Central Asia. You know, they migrated 360 direction. Okay. So I've given evidence for the very first genocide or massacre, the second, and they all happened carried out by groups from outside Africa migrating into Africa and massacring the indigenous African peoples. Now, at this stage, this is still the Stone Age. But when I arrived, we've gone past the early Stone Age, middle Stone Age, we're now at the late Stone Age, about to start, should I say, the Neolithic, the age where we began to even make finer and finer stone tools. Okay, so after this Natufian expansion, most of the populations in Europe were still pretty much melanated, but from this period, from about 15,000 years ago, you begin to see Europe looked pretty much just maybe kind of like what London looks like today, like multicultural, different skin colors. Not that they were different people, they were the same people, but remember, because of all the admixing with Neanderthals who had light skin, even though there were more humans, so yes, the human gene pool had more DNA component to it. So they were still pretty much dark, but the people had begun to, manifest lighter, all different shades of skin. Now, one particular group that lived up north around about 8,000 years ago, called the Yamnaya. Before I get to the Yamnaya. Now, about 10, 11,000 years ago, these same Natufians, they are actually credited for inventing beer and bread, meaning that they must have understood the process of fermentation very well. But they also credited with domesticating the first cattle. Cattle was domesticated twice in northern India and southern Turkey. So the Natufians domesticated the cattle, and for a while, before they started migrating into Africa, even they were sedentary. It was because of this famine brought about by the end of the Ice Age that led them to completely abandon sedentary living and become pastoralists. Now, this is very critical because up until now, I've described two types of cultures. So there's nomadic culture. There's nomadic culture where you just move around, hunting and gathering. Yeah, no fixed abode. Even though at this stage as well, nobody was building any houses. You know, you found a cave or a rock shelter, and that was your the that was pretty much your what they call it, like your cultural complex. You know, so even nomads had nomadic groups like the Khoisan. They also had caves that from time to time they would go to those caves to do certain things like rituals, preparing ochre, and all those kind of things. You know, and then you had the first sedentary people. So this is the second kind of culture now, or behavior of societal behavior. Sedentary people, and these sedentary people were the first farmers. And then now you get a third new kind of culture with the domestication of the cattle, the pastoralists. Now, the pastoralists, they were pretty much nomadic as well, but they moved with their animals, not just randomly hunting and gathering. No, they moved with their animals looking for grass, for pasture. This is what makes them, this is what differentiates them from the original type of nomads. The original type of nomads was actually the first human culture or cultural behavior, followed by the sedentary farmers of Central and West Africa, then then even the farmers of Anatolia or the Levant. Then the farmers of Anatolia and Levant became pastoralists after they domesticated the cattle, which the cattle and the goats. And the cattle originally came from Asia, Southwest Asia, and it was originally domesticated from a much bigger animal called the auroch. So they managed to keep domesticating it till they bred it to some of the varieties we have today. And then with the aridification of the region, as the Arabian Peninsula was drying out, they gave up sedentary living and began migrating. And it is with this migration, even though yes, they were displacing African populations by the look of it for 1,000 years or admixing, but it's with this migration, cattle herding will come into Africa as well. And so African groups like haplogroup L3 will adopt it. And bearing in mind that when the Sahara was green, they were spread out pretty much around this half of Africa. As the green Sahara was collapsing, they will now begin to spread along where the Sahel is, where the grasslands are. So all this region today, you have Nilo-Saharan and their cousins, the Chadic groups, or originally haplogroup L3, originally, even though they've spawned several sub-haplogroups now, which tends to happen. I mean, there's an original haplogroup, then it spawns haplogroups. So you have the Chadic people in these Nilo-Saharan and Chadic people in this region. You have the Niger Congo people in this region. You have the Pygmies in this region. And then this is all before the Bantu expansion. And then the Khoisan in all this region, East and South Africa. And then, well, the Nilo-Saharans, yeah, all the way like that into East Africa. Sorry. Yeah, you guys still with me? Chaya, Kwasi.
So you said there's the West Indies, and you said there was the Khoisan, and what was the other group?
The Nilo-Saharans, Pygmies, Khoisan, and the Negroes or West Africans. The Nilo-Saharans are the East Africa. Huh?
They call them Negroes in West Africa?
Well, I, for classification's sake, I said I'll call them Negroid. So, I mean, it's an old classification, but just because just so that I don't start if I say population and then try and explain, even though I've also used population, but when I say Negroid groups, I mean West Africans. When I say Congoid groups, I mean Pygmies, because some people think Pygmy is derogatory as well. If I say Capoid groups, I mean Khoisan, and I'd rather say Khoisan instead of Bushman, because Bushman is derogatory. And Khoisan is actually an amalgamation of two of the names of the major Khoisan groups, but these four groups are the original African groups, the original African, four original African populations, and the four oldest populations on the planet. Older than any.
And Starman, you said that the Pygmies are the first one.
Shy, your mic is low.
Yeah. The Khoisan are older than the Pygmies, but the Khoisan.
Okay, so thank you. Okay, so the Khoisan are the first one, right?
Yes, but the way to think about it is, okay, imagine the original.
Wait, hold on. I thought you said, hold on, because I thought you said they were haplogroup, that the Pygmies were haplogroup 1, and the Khoisan was haplogroup 2.
No, Khoisan is haplogroup. No, Khoisan is haplogroup 0, L0. Pygmies are L1.
Oh, okay.
West Africans are L2. Now, the way to think about it, now the original.
And then East Africa is
L3.
L3?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, the way to think about it, yeah, the original haplogroup L, think of that as the stem. Yeah. And then at some point, haplogroup L branched off and formed haplogroup L0, the very first stem. Yeah. But then it carried on and then created a new branch. So you have haplogroup L as the stem, and then two branches, haplogroup L0, haplogroup L1. Yeah? Now, all humans alive today, apart from the Khoisan, are all linked to haplogroup L1. So the Khoisan are kind of different, even though we all stem from haplogroup L0. Sorry, haplogroup L. That is extinct now today.
But this is where you lost me, because you said, and I believe you when you say that the Khoisan are haplogroup L, they're the 0, but they have similar features to Asians, but you said that Asians have more DNA that's relevant to the Neanderthals and the Europeans, and very little of Africa. When the Khoisan were Asian people look a whole lot like the Khoisan. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Can you help me with that? To bridge the gap?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. And yeah, just because two groups look similar doesn't necessarily mean they're the same. It's like even with skin color. The Khoisan, they're not as black as say Aboriginal Australians or Nilo-Saharans. But if you take them to South America, into the Amazon, some of those original American Aboriginals, those first group that came 30,000 years ago, they have a similar complexion. But then again, the Khoisan, they do have melanin. They have more melanin than any groups outside Africa. But if you look at the latitude they live at, which is almost similar to European latitudes in terms of environmental conditions, in terms of the cold and all that. It's quite similar, and it's similar latitude to a lot of those Aboriginal Americans in the Amazon forest. So even though the Khoisan have pretty much lived in deserts and savanna regions, but their region is not as baking hot as Central Africa proper and West Africa. And then groups like the Eskimos, yeah, they should have depigmented when they got there, but for some reason they start eating a lot of seals and marine animals that just happen to have a lot of vitamin D. And then I've heard it said that the ice sheets also reflected just enough sunlight for them, to actually have enough to synthesize. Yeah, even though that's probably negligible, but every little helps, I guess. Yeah, and then even with white groups like Europoid groups or Caucasian, Europoid or Caucasoid groups, which includes everybody under the original haplogroup N and R, which includes everybody in North India, going all the way Central Asia, half of Russia, all the way to Western Europe. Genetically, they all have that N and R base of their DNA, and yeah, in fact, they all have the Central Europe and European groups have the R base to their DNA. So they're all similar, but then you find that the ones in northern India are much darker than, say, the ones in Sweden. You find that the ones in Iran are just as light skinned as the ones in Ukraine. But then also the ones in India admixed with the original haplogroup M population that was there, who were much, much darker skinned. In fact, just as dark as haplogroup L3. So I don't know if that clears it up. Huh?
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, so where was I now? Yeah, the spread of cattle and pastoralism. Yeah, the Natufians and their spread of cattle and pastoralism. Now, pastoralism. With pastoralism will come the first type of violent behavior or culture amongst humans. Why? Because now with sedentary peoples, they moved into an area, began to farm, and became invested in the land. Now, when you put seeds in the soil, you're not going to just move away. You're going to stay there and watch it. It's just so someone else doesn't come and take it. And besides, it's not just as you put the seed in the soil. You're tending to it. You're trying to protect it from insects and all sorts of things. So you have to stay near those seeds you put in the soil. So by virtue of that, they became invested in the land. There was no need to start moving around anymore. That's what sedentism leads to. Now, at the time, there was no violence. There was probably murder. I'm not saying everybody's singing kumbaya, but even I've seen historians describe this period as murder, murderless. There's no real, no real evidence has been found that people are murdering each other. But yes, there's been evidence of murder found. But that's not to say because you found one evidence of murder was happening everywhere. So you invested in the land, you built your huts, which I believe Adobe architecture, which is mud building, mud brick building, started in West and Central Africa as well, and was the first architecture anywhere on the planet. And I'm saying this not just sentimentally because I'm West African or whatever. No, because okay, they settled in the region, and as I've just explained when I broke down farming, that farming couldn't you couldn't have just been wandering around the forest waiting for them to start farming somewhere else. You know, I'm breaking down the architecture bit as well. If you look at West and Central Africa, especially in the parts where the first populations are known to have settled, close to riverbeds and basins, especially southeastern Nigeria and Cameroon, and even parts of West Africa, these regions are rich with clay deposits, huge clay deposits. The first step would have been them making pottery, which is where I believe pottery started, even though the oldest evidence for pottery seen is China. So they say it started in China. But I believe pottery was being made in West Africa long before China. The oldest evidence found in West Africa is not much younger than the one found in China, even. So, but then it's that I just believe that that's the one they found. They haven't found much older, but there's much older evidence of pottery in West Africa. Anyway, yeah, the oldest they found outside Africa is China and Japan. Anyway, so the first humans that settled in West and Central Africa, they would have started making clay pots. I mean, they were settling around rivers. At some stage, you'd have realized you can't get far trying to scoop water with your hand. So they would have started using things, all sorts of things, pumpkin, dried out pumpkin skins and all that kind of thing. Whatever they could use to gather water, coconuts if they could find it, even, you know. And then uh, eventually they'll make the leap by virtue of being in the forest that if they made a pot big enough that could actually serve as shelter instead of constantly relying on caves to start with, and then eventually they would start constructing shelters out of wooden material, like branches, twigs, like dig the ground, put a pole in, and then cover it with leaves and palm fronds and all that. And why I believe they made this leap from wooden shelter to mud huts or adobe architecture was because they were in the forest. Number one, the forest is humid and wet as fuck. A wooden shelter with palm frond roofs cannot keep you that dry. Even if the roof keeps you dry, the size of the building cannot only keep you cannot keep you dry. One, it also cannot stop all the insects in the forest from crawling in. The only thing that can is a mud hut. And this is why I believe architecture also started in West and Central Africa and began to spread. Now, in East Africa, something unique happened. Because the region wasn't even forested, they began to build cities. The first city, the oldest known city, is in Sudan, Tar Seti. I mean, even the word Seti sounds like city. Sounds like that's where the word was derived from. But historians try and disregard Tarseti and try and lump it in with Egypt. Tarseti existed before, at least 600 years before Egypt was formed. So now, at this time, we're talking about Neanderthals have gone extinct, Denisovans have gone extinct, mammoths were still around, but virtually just about to go extinct. Saber-tooth tigers, the same, around but about to go extinct. Haplogroup L0 has gone extinct. Most of the other hominins have gone extinct. Homo erectus, Homo nealdi, Homo africanus, all of them. Just Homo sapiens now. And up until groups like the Natufians, who admixed with Neanderthals, and also the groups that moved into Central Asia, which was where there were actually even more Neanderthals. Most Neanderthals were in Central Eurasia, where Asia and Europe meet. Apart from those groups, everybody else on all the continents was pretty dark skinned to some degree, with the blackest ones being sub-Saharan Africans, yes, and those in the Indian subcontinent. and the Aborigines in Australia. Clearly the dark, and we're still the darkest even till today. But in Europe and Asia, a whitening will begin to happen from 15,000 years ago, and then eventually around about 8,000 years ago, something would happen. After the Natufian expansion, and then their expansion waned and faded out, another group around about where Ukraine is today, called the Yamnaya, began their own expansion. Now, the Yamnaya genetically have been analyzed, and they found out, yeah, they were black. They had brown eyes and brown hair, dark brown hair. Now, because of the Natufian expansion, the Natufians, I don't think they were as much in population as the Yamnaya when they expanded, which was why, even though in some of the places they went to, they replaced the male population. Some of the places they went to in like Greece, Italy, they replaced the male population. But the population that was still in Europe as at then was still largely dark skinned. Even the populations in the UK, if you've heard of Oetzi the Iceman, and the ones in Switzerland, France, they were all dark skinned to a degree. But I guess because of the admixing, ice age conditions, I mean, at this stage, humans had been under ice age conditions for about 40, 50,000 years. They began to develop, some of the traits that we can identify with white people today, like the long, straight hair, no longer nappy and curly, the blue eyes, some of them, like in places like Switzerland, France, you had dark skinned people with blue eyes, you know. Okay, so back to the Yamnaya. So now, around about 8,000 years ago, the Yamnaya emerged. They were somewhat a pretty much very light skinned population. They emerged from where Ukraine is today, somewhere around here. Yeah, well, from where Ukraine is today. And the Yamnaya would have remained pretty much just another population, but they did something unique. They were the first to tame the horse. And then over the next about 2,000 years, uh, European populations will begin to move from Stone Age to Bronze Age. Or, no, sorry, Copper Age. From Stone Age to kind of like a Copper Age where copper was. And copper is pretty easy to smelt. You don't particularly need, you can smelt copper in an open fire. You don't need to build a furnace. All you need to do is, okay, you get the copper ore, which it manifests itself mixed in with rock, and then it's oxidized as well. So you dump the copper rock ore in fire. Fire has a temperature of about 1,200 degrees or something like, or on average, and just like any open fire, and that's enough to melt copper that melts at 700 degrees. So when you throw copper on the fire, it burns away the oxygen in the oxide of the copper, and then it melts away from the rock that is trapped in, leaving you a lump of pure copper. And they found that copper was easy to hammer, smelt, and all that, and they could make sharper blades with copper than stone, which was what led to the end of the Stone Age outside Europe. Outside Europe and parts of, yeah. I mean, the end of the Stone Age happened in different times. I think the place where it ended first was Europe, then Asia, then Africa. Africa was the place where the Stone Age ended last. But the story is not over. Anyway, the Yamnaya now from copper. By the time they got to Bronze Age, they started expanding, just like the Natufians, in all directions, 360. They began to expand in all directions. And like the Natufians, they were they were spreading their genes as well. They were admixing with everybody. And like the Natufians, they were also doing population replacement. But unlike the Natufians that weren't doing it wholesale, like everywhere they went, they killed off all the men. The Yamnaya were. Everywhere the Yamnaya went, they killed off all the men and boys and shared the women amongst them and impregnated the women and started new populations. And evidence for this, the caves have been found, especially in Germany, where they found mass graves where people were just literally tossed in. And they found that these mass graves were just full of men and boys. And they coincide around the time the Yamnaya were expanding into Germany as well. And then when you look at the genetics, you can see that that's clearly what happened. At some stage, the original population in Europe, the early hunter-gatherers, who the Natufians had overrun the ones in the south. The Natufians were the Anatolian early farmers. So you had two populations before the Yamnaya, the Anatolian early farmers to the south, the early hunter-gatherers to the north. When you look at the early hunter-gatherer DNA, at some point you stop seeing the Y chromosome markers for the early hunter-gatherers, and it's just replaced by Yamnaya markers. And the Yamnaya are they were originally the what are they called? Something similar to I think the West Asian hunter gatherers. Then they became the West Asian early farmers. Then they became pastoralists. Then domesticated the horse. Then began the expansion with the horse. And with the expansion came the great population replacement of Europe. And this event, I believe, is critical to how the black skin or the black phenotype became completely displaced from Europe, and Europe became a white phenotype continent. Now, the Yamnaya also expanded along the steppes, because the Yamnaya are right on the steppes. These Eurasian steppes I'm talking about, the steppes of the original migration highway. They also expanded east and dumped their genes eastwards as well. Okay, so and then suddenly you now have two different phenotypes on the planet: lighter skin phenotypes, darker skin phenotypes. Lighter skin phenotypes primarily in the northern hemisphere, especially above 38 degrees Tropic of Cancer, and darker skin phenotypes pretty much below that. From the 38 degrees Tropic of Cancer below to the equator, and then going all the way to 38 degrees Tropic of Capricorn. Pretty much, everybody there had it or was of dark skin phenotype. Okay, so now we're in the Bronze Age. Now, after the Yamnaya expansion, Europe, there was kind of like a genetic displacement of the black skin phenotype from Europe. And the same thing happened in Northern Asia. The white skin phenotype began to displace the black skin phenotype southwards to the fringes of the Asian continent, the Indian subcontinent, the places like the China, southern China, places like Vietnam, Taiwan, Thailand, all those places. And this displacement starts in an event I call the First Great Displacement. Starts about 5,000 years ago, when around this time, the Sahara is now turning back to a desert, further increasing desertification in the Arab Peninsula and Central Asia. So populations from Central Asia begin to migrate south into northern India. in, like I said, an event I call the first great displacement of black-skinned people. Yes, this is where we now get into the Extinction Tupac that you wanted to know about. Okay, so the first great displacement starts from 5,000, 4,000 years ago with what's known as the Aryan migrations or invasions. It starts slowly. In fact, about 13 major migrations have been documented in a period of about 2,000 years. So it was like non-stop migration, trickle of people from the north down south into the areas populated by dark-skinned people known as Dravidians. So the Aryans are migrating into their lands, known as the Indus Valley Civilization. Now, at the time as well, the Indus Valley Civilization was facing climatic turmoil. The many rivers of the Indus Valley were constantly shifting, so they began to migrate south. The Aryans came, took over the land, and took over their lands as well, they migrated into. And like I said, the first great displacement is actually the first episode of. Now, the first massacres I described in South Sudan and, South Egypt and North Sudan and in northern Kenya, I don't know, I wouldn't possibly say they were racially motivated, but the two groups would have known that they were different groups. But just by virtue of the fact that they had different skin colors, they would have known they were different. But then I wouldn't say that this is when racism started, but clearly there was an attitude there. And also, these constant migrations to the east of Africa by Eurasian groups and to the north will eventually lead to groups like the Amazigh, the Berbers in North Africa, who are just admixture of original sub-Saharan Africans who have about 35% of DNA component, and then the rest of it, 70% is like, well, 35 to 35, 30 to 35% sub-Saharan African DNA component, and then the remaining 60 to 70% is Eurasian DNA component. And then in East Africa, like with the people of the Horn, the Somalis and all that, they have the other way around, like 70% sub-Saharan African DNA component, or 65 to 70%, and then 30 to 35% Eurasian DNA admixture. I guess it was easier to get to North Africa from here. And also, the migrations were not just happening from here; they were also happening from the Gibraltar region of Spain, which is the closest point to Africa to cross. And then to East Africa, there was also migration from where we know as Yemen today into East Africa. So there was 3 points of back migration into Africa, and also migration out of Africa after the initial 70,000 out of Africa migration, 70,000 years ago out of Africa migration. But now, 5,000, 4,000 years ago, the Aryans migrate into Dravidian lands, the northern parts of India especially. They begin to subjugate the Dravidians and then institute history's first canonized episode of racism with Hinduism, complete with its own religious system, Hinduism and the caste system that's still practiced in India till today. And for those of you who don't know how bad the caste system was, in the caste system, when you're at the bottom of that caste as a Dalit, that's it for life, for your children and their generations. There is no moving up. And you're relegated to the dirtiest jobs in society, packing shit, cleaning dead bodies, anything dirty and ugly, all the other people of the higher caste don't want to do, that's your job. Now, in fact, it was so bad. I remember one time I was reading somewhere that well, it's not as bad as that now. I guess 21st century, but there was a time it was so bad that if, say, a Bremen, one of the higher castes, and you're in, say, the market on a sunny afternoon, and a Dalit walks past you, and his shadow casts across you, he's made you unclean. So when you get home, you have to take a shower. This was the very first episode of canonized racism in human history, or dare I say, the first episode of white supremacist attitude in human history, 4 to 5 thousand years ago. Now, so that's the first great displacement. The dark-skinned Indians will eventually get displaced all the way to here, the so-called Andaman Islands, which is where the purest of them still are. Otherwise, all of them in India, they've all been admixed to some degree or another by the original Aryans. So if you look at it, if you try and look at it like on some sort of scale, so if this was India, the Aryans to the north, where the thickest Aryan DNA concentration will be, then you kind of ring out like that, where this will be the thinnest admixture of Aryan DNA. So this is the thickest, followed by this, then all the way to the thinnest. But all of them in India today, even with the admixture, the darker you are, the more the discrimination. So this is the very first episode of white supremacist behavior and attitude in human history, complete with its own religion, Hinduism, which is one of the major religions today, and complete with its own racialized caste system. Right. Okay, so now, after the Aryan invasions, they will subsequently migrate into the Sumerian kingdoms, Mesopotamia, which originally were populated by people similar to the original Indus Valley people. And they will run them all out, take over, and eventually the last place where you find people close to Sumerians will be around here, where Israel is today, the land, so-called land of Canaan. Now, since the end of the last ice age, like I said, migration has been going on. People back migrating into Africa. Whether the Sahara is green, they will migrate. If the Sahara is green, they just migrate in. If the Sahara is not, if the Sahara is arid and a desert, they went to the extreme fringes, the north and the east. Now, after the destruction of the Indus Valley civilization, the Sumerian civilizations, the kingdoms that had already started building cities to the south. Now, the Indus Valley civilization, they also built cities before the Aryans came. And it's also interesting to note that there's huge clay deposits in that area as well. Now, so as the kingdoms to the south of the Nile were seeing this migration seemingly getting out of control, the populations closer to the mouth of the Nile will begin to rally around to unify around here to sort of, I guess, control the region, to stop, I guess, violence, plundering, and all that sort of thing going on. Yes, I was going to talk about pastoralism. Okay, so I'm going to go back to that. So, but then if I'm coming back, yeah, I'm going to come back to the formation of Egypt. So now, pastoralism. Yes, I remember I was talking about that earlier, but I didn't finish. So so humans were practicing either nomadism, sedentism, or pastoralism. As a nomad, you just walk around hunting, gathering, whatever, following the seasons, following the animals.
Okay, Starman, so I was waiting for you to explain the Black Extinction, bro. I fell asleep, bro. The whole time. This is your job. You're trying to make us fall asleep, bro.
Yeah, sorry. It's
Hey, bro, don't interrupt.
yeah, but I'm almost done. It's kind of like a lecture because it's not just even the Black Extinction, it's the white psychopathy as well. Okay, so now pastoralism. Now, sedentism. You're invested in the land because of the crops you're growing, and your biggest risks are failure of rain. So you're highly dependent on the climate, Yeah, another risk is insects and herbivores, animals and insects that will eat your plants. And your technology is centered around your farming implements. And if you had domesticated animals, whatever implements you needed to keep them domesticated. Now, this you still had your hunting weapons, but because you're now sedentary and you had domesticated animals, hunting is no longer a necessity. You only hunted when you needed maybe things like horn or big enough leather for clothing for be someone that's probably huge in size, for still specific things. Yeah, hunting was still necessary, but it's not something that had to be done back to back to back to keep the group or tribe alive. So, their mode of living changed. Now, with pastoralists, on the other hand, pastoralists, by virtue of having animals, the dangers they faced were different. One, yes, climate, because if there was no grass, the animal, not just them, but the animals would starve too. And remember, they depended solely on their animals now for the things like the milk, the hide, and whatever else. And then also another big risk for pastoralists was animals, saber-toothed tigers, lions. Like I said, there were still lions in places like Greece up until 2,000 years ago. So the center of their technology was centered around self-defense. They had to develop weapons that could take down a lion or a saber-tooth. And if you have a spear or an arrow that can take down a lion or a saber-tooth, believe you me, it will make short work of a human because humans are not as strong as those animals. So they also had to guard against humans trying to steal their animals. So by virtue of this, they were already armed. They were already predispositioned for warfare. I remember pastoralism started outside Africa by Eurasian populations, the Natufians who spread it into Eurasia proper following the migration routes, and Central Eurasia, and then with the back migration as well. So what the very first episodes of violence between humans start as a result of droughts, famines, and the farmers actually being able to ride it out because farming was now producing abundance and surplus, which they could store and they were storing. I mean, even the Kadan, they've discovered their jars that they used to store grain. The Kadan culture that the Natufians were killing off. Anyway, so the pastoralists would have known in the middle of a famine or drought that sedentary peoples had food surpluses and they would just go raid them. They would raid them because the sedentary peoples who had no weapons of war or weapons that could actually take down animals like huge animals regularly couldn't defend themselves against groups that were actually all the men were seasoned war minded, seasoned hunters, and and I was going to say something. I was going to say something, but it skipped my mind. Anyway, but yeah. So the sedentary people weren't just as equipped for self defense or war like the pastoralists, and so the first kind of thing you can describe as warfare in human history, the best way to describe it is just call it pillage, or plunder and pillage, because that's what the pastoralists just did. Just went to sedentary communities, plundered and pillaged them. Yes, okay, I remember. Now, before pastoralism, I'll actually say that the women kind of invented culture and controlled culture. But pastoralism gave rise to usurped the control of women over because women invented there are three things I attribute to women inventing that if they didn't, there will be no culture, which was number one, farming, number two, the education system, which was the crash, teaching the young people, handing the babies and stuff, passing information down, and the needle and thread to be able to make clothes. And on doing this, they controlled the the cultural group or the cultural complex, because the men would go off into the bush to hunt. They stayed home, running the farm, running the children, everything, pretty much everything, and uh, uh, by virtue of the men domesticating animals eventually, and then becoming pastoralists, you could see how the women lost power among pastoralist groups. There was no more farms to control. And then now you're now depending on the men and their cattle, who they solely control. So this gave rise to the very first form of patriarchy. And when you look at pastoralist groups today, those guys are patriarchal. Okay, so they'll carry on raiding sedentary populations. Eventually, the sedentary populations will start coagulating into what you call as cities today, places like Jericho, Ur, all those Mesopotamian cities. But then the raids will carry on constantly. And then eventually, this sedentary or now city dwellers, or okay, before you can classify them city dwellers, a new type of living as well, with the fourth mode now, which is a kind of sedentism, but yeah, you know. So, so now the people that were coagulating into cities to protect from the raids from the pastoralists, they will begin to build city walls around their cities. And this will now spawn a whole new kind of governing system and patriarchy as well. Patriarchy is patriarchy, but a different kind of patriarchy. Now, governing system in the sense that for the first time up until now, humans had largely had lived in leaderless bands. At most, they'll have an elder leader or a council that led. But in these new cities, for the first time, you had centralized leaders, like proper ultra central, I am the king lead type of leader, not just I'm a tribal chief or a shaman. A king and a tribal chief are two different concepts, two different things. A tribal chief does not own everybody's land, but now a king, by virtue of being the head honcho in these newly built walled cities, claimed agency for everything within those walled cities. And by virtue of that, control dominion over everybody and their agency. Basically, the king was now in control. And with that came responsibilities. Yes, you have to defend the city from the pastoralists who are now trying to scale the walls. So the king will now begin to form class systems to keep himself in power. This is where he now begins to get the elite. Now, the pastoralists were already behaving like psychopaths by virtue of going around killing people to take what other people had because you knew no one could stop you. So that was already psychopathic behavior. But in the new concept of cities, this psychopathic behavior, for some reason, which if you ask me, I'll say it's more there's psychopaths in all populations, Africans, but it's more prevalent in Eurasian populations. Now, in the concept of walled cities, it will begin to become a new type of psychopathic behavior.
Starman, hold on 1 second. Can you kick Tupac, please?
Sorry?
Yeah, can you please kick him
Why?
out?
Don't be sensitive. I'm not interrupting him. Stop.
No, Starman, can you kick him out? If you doesn't please not, like, he doesn't need to be here.
No, I didn't interrupt him. Stop.
Just please mod me. Thank you.
This is so sensitive. Jeez.
Well, you're a troll. Just kick him out, Starman, please.
You flat noser. You need to calm down, okay?
Look, 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 I ain't even finished. And everything I say, you can Google. You can Google for yourself. Yeah? See.
No, he's not even talking about the information. He's literally just trolling.
What? Did he get kicked out?
No, like, we just move on.
Huh?
He was small cities in patriarchy, the small cities are.
Okay. So yeah, in these walled cities, the king will become the new central authority. And it begins to breed a new kind of psychopathic behavior amongst these populations that found themselves under kings. They were the original enslaved peoples. Because now, pastoralists were still free. They still pretty much just had, tribal chiefdoms and chiefs and shamans and that kind of thing. But, in their way, nobody owned the land. They have a very different view about land. But now, in the way of the kings and their cities, somebody owned the land. Now, for a king to stay in power, he had to start recruiting the people that will eventually become the upper class around him, the aristocracy. And the only way it could work was to recruit people that thought like you, people that had an inkling towards psychopathy. Now, why do I describe kings as psychopaths? Anyone that listens to me talk, I don't like kings at all. I don't like that concept. If you ask me, the history of kings, presidents, and CEOs is a history of psychopaths. A king is someone who, just to seize control of a piece of land over everybody else, is ready to kill his brothers, his father, and indeed his family, just to sit on a chair and put a piece of metal on his head. A king is someone who somehow the society doesn't know it, but they've allowed his egoism to become egotism. And from then on, it's just a slippery slope into narcissism and then ultimate psychopathy, who everybody now starts revolving around his every whim. And to stay in power, kings need to create a class of like-minded people around them who are willing to kill anyone who challenges them over that power. And this system is a system, imagine a system created by a psychopath in the first place. It's a system that actually fosters psychopathy. It's a system that makes sure the most psychopathic members of society bubble up to the top of that system and take charge. Now, why am I saying this? In Khoisan groups in South Africa, watch their documentaries even, you see what I'm saying. They have a practice called shaming the meat. Now, shaming the meat is a practice where, imagine me, you, and Kwasi, and Congo were the main young men hunters in the tribe. We're the ones that always have to go out hunting. And then for 3 days in a row, we come back home and I always make the biggest kill. Come on. It's only a matter of time it's going to get to my head. My ego is going to become egotistical. And I'm going to start feeling like, well, I'm the best hunter. Without me, the tribe can't survive. My ego is I'm going to start acting like an asshole because I feel I'm the best. Without me, the tribe can't do this, can't do that. Yeah? Now, what they do by shaming the meat is, in that scenario where maybe every time we go out hunting, I kill the biggest meat. As soon as we come back to the camp, every other member of the camp, including women and children, start hurling abuses at the meat I've killed. Even though it's the biggest, they will start hurling abuses at it, like, oh, is that the best you could do? What? Just a sack of bones? How many people is that even going to feed? And they do this, even though it's joking, they do it jokingly, but they do it so that in your own mind, you don't allow yourself to run away from your ego to egotism. And it seems to have worked. You hardly hear of Khoisan people going around serial killing each other, even though they are nomadic people. You Some people are peace. They don't go around serial killing each other. They seem to have found a way of keeping their cycles in check. Now, another group, the Aborigines of Australia. The Aborigines, they actually had tribal conflicts between them. And another thing I like to point out is that the tribal conflict is a very, very different concept of a thing to a war. They are two totally. The tribal conflict doesn't even have to be organized. It doesn't have to be systemic. But a war is not only organized. In a lot of cases, it becomes endemic to the culture. As in, the culture actually planning for war, getting ready for war is part of their paradigm. You know. Now, these Australian Aborigines, about one of their wars one of their tribal conflicts I studied about 10,000 years ago. Two communities had a dispute. So they gather around initially to try and settle the disputes. Somewhere along the line, things get out of hand, they start fighting. And in about an hour, about 5 people were dead. And they just stopped fighting. They stopped. The quarrel was over. Why? Why didn't one group just kill off the other one? Why? Why? Because by the time 5 of their men died, remember, these are small groups, maybe like 25 against 20. Yeah? By the time 5 men died, and they looked around at the dead men and realized, hold on, that's the best hunter. Shit, that's the medicine man. No, no, no. At this stage, the more men you kill, the more precarious the position that tribe is being put in with regards to their survival. Because remember, you're killing off the men who are actually the experts. I mean, it's not the boys that are going to go fight. No, it's the hunter, the medicine man, the shaman, and now they are killing off each other. How is the tribe going to survive? When they make this realization, they stop. And then for the next 2-3 generations, there will be no more tribal conflict. That's not a culture that is endemic, that has endemic warfare as part of their behavior. You cannot say because you have one conflict for an hour every 2 or 3 generations, then you are a violent people. No. No. Now, with white people or Eurasians, on the other hand, when you look at the systems they've created, especially with the cities and kings, they have a system where, imagine a king and his nobility in a battle. So they are fighting another army. And then they kill, say, the Red Knight. Now, that Red Knight, he's an aristocrat. He's a high-standing member of society. In Aboriginal society, if such a person died, the significance of it, they will stop whatever squabble because they will recognize the whole. This guy's absence is now going to live in that society. But in Eurasian societies, when someone of the standing of, say, the Red Knight, who is an aristocrat, dies, there's actually a squabble by like the Yellow Knight, the Purple Knight, the Green Knight, all fighting for that new position because of the benefits that come with it. As in even willing to kill each other to replace a dead man to continue fighting. This is why I believe Eurasian populations, they've engaged in warfare for so long, it's become endemic to their culture, they now regard it as normal. They've engaged in it for so long that they regard it as normal now, that when they say conquest, now, to sub-Saharan African groups who've never actually conquered anybody, conquest means all manner of crimes against humanity: rape, pillage, plunder, murder, slavery. But to them, to Eurasian groups, when they say conquest, it's actually something to glorify. We conquered you. We're great conquerors. That's how warfare has become so normalized in their paradigm that You know how they describe black people as suffering epigenetic trauma because of what's been happening to us? Now, if you internalize and normalize warfare and all the horror that comes with it, maybe because no one has analyzed white people, Eurasians, but I'll say as we are suffering epigenetic trauma, they are actually suffering epigenetic psychopathy. Think about this. Even if you're not a combatant in Eurasian society back then, but you lived under a king, and remember I said once you found yourself under a king, you are no longer a free man. In fact, you are the original slave. You are the first people that were broken down into slaves before they now even started raiding other people's. Because your king seized your agency. You know, it's like saying, "Oh, I own all the land. So and okay, I know you're from the land as well, but the land is mine, but you have to work for me." Come on. That was the slippery slope to slavery. And it started with kingdoms and kings. The first king to go conquering and enslaving was the so-called King of Kings, King of Akkad. Started conquering his neighboring kings and enslaving populations. Uh, 4,500 years ago. And then after him, the Greeks, the Spartans. The Spartans enslaved their neighboring Greek population. A whole population just enslaved everybody. Chattel slavery. Now at this stage, slavery still wasn't even racial. It hadn't become racialized yet. I mean, nobody had discovered the West Africans or Sub-Saharan Africans yet, because at the time as well, you can say if you look at my map thing, at the time as well, West Africa was kind of isolated because of the Sahara. Now the green Sahara period was over. The Sahara was back. So West and Central Africans were kind of like in a world of their own, really. Because the even though yes, the migration route existed, the Nile, the Sahel into Eurasia, yes, but there wasn't major migrations, like at this, as in into southern Africa, and there wasn't major migrations from the sub-Saharan part out of Africa. So our population here was kind of like isolated by a sea of water, that's the whole of the Atlantic, and a sea of sand. So racialized chattel slavery hadn't started yet, but chattel slavery had started with the Sumerian kingdoms and then the Greek states. Right. Now, some of the other things that led to what I believe caused white populations to become psychopathically traumatized is, some of the kind of abuse of power their kings would have displayed for everybody to see. Like public beheadings. Yes, the king might think public beheading, I'm using fear to set an example, or, to put people in line. But as people remember back then, they will make you come watch the public beheading so that you see what will happen to you if you misbehave. So imagine kids, women, and all sorts of people are watching these public beheadings, floggings, and everything in the marketplace. It have been traumatizing people. And they wouldn't have been able to speak, because if you speak, you're next in the flogging post or beheading block. So this is from this period of King Akkad and his conquests. This is the time when, from the period of city wars and kings, you could say is the time when white populations began to become traumatized by the psychopaths in their populations. So this is not to say that all white people are psychos, but the bulk of the white elite and those pulling the levers of power in white society are of the psychopathic stock. Those that are voiceless in their societies are those who come from those that have pretty much been traumatized, pretty much voiceless, the victims, the original people that were enslaved before they discovered black people. But this psychopathic stock They've always run things since the creation of the first cities and kingdoms till today, because all they did was they now went on a massive conquest. Eventually, the tide will begin to turn. The pastoralists were now struggling to conquer them because of their walls. And they began to develop their militarized culture that could now counter the pastoralists. And then around the formation of Egypt was the Bronze Age. Now, Egypt was formed because of what I imagine as too much back migration by foreign groups and destabilizing this whole region. So they formed Egypt to stabilize the region. This was during the Bronze Age. It's interesting to note that in the entirety of Egyptian civilization, they only fought wars into Africa twice into the Sudan, once into Libya. And even the once into Libya was because the Libyans, who they'd pretty much left alone for thousands of years, the Libyans, they were described by the Egyptians as light-skinned. And there was a lot of cross migration across the Mediterranean from Europe into the region known as Libya. Now, at some stage, the Libyans started eyeing up the riches of the Egyptians and decided to conquer. And they conquered the northern part of Egypt and ruled it for about 150 years until the Egyptians got themselves together from the south and then kicked them out. The only invasion outside Africa the Egyptians ever mounted was to Canaan. They had to colonize Canaan because too many other groups were invading Canaan that was originally a land of dark-skinned people. And it was destabilizing trade for the Egyptians. So they had to colonize Canaan to try and stabilize trade and the region. And then the Hittites from Turkey still kept trying to destabilize the region. Eventually, they tried to invade Turkey, which was actually disastrous because at this stage, the Hittites had discovered iron, but the Egyptians were still using bronze. This led to one of the largest and most embarrassing defeats of the Egyptian civilization. But now, these Hittites started using iron 1,200 years BC. Yeah? That's 3,200 years ago. It is said that iron was first smelted in the region actually 1,800 years BC, right? Now, it will interest you to note that again, West and Central Africans, though we're the last to leave the Stone Age, some of us went through a brief Copper Age in the westernmost parts of West Africa, and then from Copper Age went straight to Iron Age. Those of us in the other parts of West Africa and Central Africa completely even skipped the Copper Age. We went from Stone Age directly to Iron Age. And we're doing this 2,500 years BC. At least 700 years before iron was even first smelted in Turkey, outside Africa. Yeah? And with this iron smelting technology, this will prepare the grounds for the Bantu expansion. Now, remember the Yamnaya, the population I said domesticated the horse and then expanded across Europe? They've actually been described by some historians and archaeologists as the most genocidal population in human history because of the way they completely replaced populations wholesale. Now, the Yamnaya had bronze and they went on a murderous spree. Now, it interests you to note that the Bantus, the so-called Bantu expansion, when it started from southeastern Nigeria and Cameroon, when it started, it took several routes, several years, about 1,000 years of expansion. There were two main routes, one that cut across the forest into East Africa, one that tried to follow the western part of the forest to the south, and then inroads along the routes like that. Now, it interests you to note that the Bantus started this expansion about 4,000 years ago, a similar time to when the Aryans were expanding into northern Europe. And when they were expanding, they had iron technology. Unlike the Yamnaya, who only had bronze and were already viciously violent, there is no archaeological or historical or genetic evidence to show that the Bantu expansion was violent. A lot of artifacts have been found, pottery, their weapons, as in their hunting weapons, but nothing to say that they went around killing people in Central Africa to take over their lands. In fact, when you look at pygmy populations, they just went around the pygmy populations. Everywhere there were pygmy populations, they just went around. Now, where they border the pygmy populations, you begin to see interbreeding. Now, if they were conquering the pygmies, what you'd have seen would have been their genetics washed over completely over the pygmy genetics, whatever pygmy survived. But you don't see this, which is the washing over of genetics over is what you see in Europe with the Natufians, with the Yamnaya. But with the Bantus, no, you don't see that. So when you hear that every human population, oh, we're all violent, we're all prone to war, genocide, slavery, is a lie. We're not all violent. Remember, all this started when I started. I said that, the populations that left Africa left to a culture of fighting ritual. The ones that stayed sub-Saharan remained with a culture of ritualized hunting. The most peaceful, civilized people on the planet are the sub-Saharan Africans. They don't have a history of endemic warfare, slavery, colonialism, and genocide. It's not in their history until foreigners, Europeans, turned up. So, the Iron Age started in Africa before anywhere else, even though we're the last to stop using stone. And I always like to describe what the abstract or the technological achievement that was sub-Saharan African smelting iron at the time they did. Because to me, what they did, smelting iron, was like the Stone Age equivalent of building a nuclear reactor. Yes. Now, to smelt copper, all you need is, okay, you got your firewood. Sorry. To smelt copper, you got your firewood. You pile them all around, and then you build a fire. And then you drop the nuggets of copper ore. Okay. If, I guess, after a few hundred years of doing this, eventually they'll start making stone crucibles. So a stone with the inside cored out like that. Yeah. And then inside this, they'll sit the stone on the fire, and then they'll drop the copper ore. Eventually, with enough heat, it will melt. They'll separate the copper, purified copper from it. The oxygen will just oxidize into the air, and then they'll start hammering it. Now, to make bronze, which is harder than copper, as in a harder metal than copper, it's still a similar process. You get a crucible or even an open fire. You put the copper first, but then you add bits of tin. Now, tin back then was very rare. Tin was the original crude oil. Wars have been fought over tin, like crude oil. Wars are fought over crude oil today. So you add tin, it now creates an alloy that we know as bronze or brass. Brass is copper and zinc. Bronze, the Bronze Age. Bronze is tin and copper. So you now create an alloy which is actually harder than copper, but you can still hammer it down, and it's still easy to work. But when it comes to iron, which also occurs as iron ore, so you have the iron oxidized with oxygen mixed in with rock. If you lump it into an open fire or into a crucible, it's not going to melt. Iron has a much higher temperature than open flame. Open flame has a temperature of about 1,100 to 1,200 degrees. To smelt iron, you need at least 1,550 degrees, plus of 50 on top of that. plus or minus 50 on top of that. Now, to smelt when smelting iron as well, if you exceed this plus or minus 50, if it's too high, you ruin it. If it's too low, you can't smelt it. Now, our ancestors had to construct a furnace, which meant they had to use their brains and abstractly, somehow, I believe their brain was doing some sort of archaic physics, but physics nonetheless. They didn't have writing, or no, they probably had some rudimentary kind. Well, I know CBD is pretty old, but the oldest datings I've found about is about, well, some say 4,000, some say 6,000 years, but which is about the same time we're smelting iron, or we start smelting iron. So now you have to control the flame, which means you need to build a furnace. Which, okay, so this is the opening of the furnace where you're going to chuck in all the firewood, and then the where the air is going to go out. You probably have a crucible sat inside the furnace on the firewood, and then you have vents that allow you to pump air into the furnace. Now, because it's enclosed, the more oxygen you get into it, and the more firewood or coal you put into it, the more you can actually raise that temperature because it's enclosed. And the furnace itself was constructed out of what again? Clay, the ultimate, or the the number one building material, clay. So with this, our ancestors were able to produce enough heat to smelt iron. And because our ancestors weren't predominant or violently predisposed people, when we went on that Bantu expansion, it wasn't about killing people and taking over their lands. Unlike all the other expansions that happened outside Africa, especially in Europe and Central Eurasia. So now we're getting to the second great displacement. After that, it will be the third. Now, the second one, yeah, second great displacement starts 1,300 years ago. Again, similar to the first great displacement, starts with a light-skinned group, the Arabs, complete with a religion, Islam, and complete with racist attitudes, the demonization of black people in a lot of their texts, and the fact that even their prophet that set an example for them is known to have kind of set a standard when there was this incident where he exchanged an Arab slave that believed in him for two black slaves. So with this attitude, the Arabs will invade Africa 1,300 years ago and start a new type of chattel slavery, racialized chattel slavery. So first, they conquered North Africa. No, first of all, they destroyed Egypt. After destroying Egypt, they moved down south, down the Nile, into Sudan. But the Nilo-Saharan people there put up a fight and stopped them. Eventually, they made this agreement where, I don't know why the Nilo-Saharans made such a deal, but that's the deal they made, where the deal was to exchange 360 slaves. The Nilo-Saharans would give the Arabs 360 slaves every year, and then the Arabs would give them goods like, I can't remember, I think salt, camels, and a few other things. But that was the deal. In fact, this deal is called the Pact, which is where the word pact is derived from. The Pact Treaty, and is the longest or oldest running treaty in human history. Lasted for about 600 years between the Arabs and the Nilo-Saharan groups in East Africa. Now, at this time, groups like the Somalis were in existence from all the admixing, from back migration into Africa, and they will quickly become Islamicized by the Arabs. Without too much of a fight or anything. As in, the people that fought more were the Berbers, the Amazigh. They fought more. They were originally even Christian by the time but they were Christian by the time the Arabs got there, because they were originally colonized by the Romans, who foisted Christianity upon them. So the Arabs came with their typical jizya tax, conversion, or death. And a lot of the Berbers just converted to Islam. At the time as well, there were a lot of Jews or Hebrews in North Africa, thanks to Rome massacring them after about 70 years after the death of Jesus. So a lot of them ran into diaspora around the Mediterranean. So there was a lot of them in North Africa. When the Arabs came, a lot of them, rather than submit to jizya tax, migrated down south, which is why you hear a lot of sub-Saharan African groups today claiming some sort of Jewish ancestry. It's not actually that the whole group is Jewish. Maybe a fraction of the group has, links from this migration of Jews or Hebrew or Jewish groups across the Sahara with Arab invasion. And the Arabs, particularly at this time, didn't. They already had beef for the Hebrew people because a Hebrew woman played an instrumental part in the death of Muhammad. She poisoned him after Muhammad led a raid where basically Muhammad led a failed raid on a city and his men almost mutinied. He nearly lost control, and as a quick reaction to save the situation, he came up with a prophecy telling his men that God had given them a new directive to go invade and conquer a defenseless farming village. He knew that would pacify his men because it was a farming village anyway, so his hungry men will have food in abundance and they'll stop thinking of mutiny. And they went there, and it took about 3 days for them to kill off all the men and boys, leaving about 700 or 800 men and boys, leaving only the women, which they promptly shared, with Muhammad taking first and best pick. And after that, these were Jewish women because it was a Jewish village. After that, he summoned the Jewish women and said for them to make a meal for him and his warriors. And then one of these Jewish women made the particular point of asking him, which part of the lamb do you like best? And Muhammad said the leg. She was like, okay, I'll make you the best Jewish delicacy and we'll have a way we do it, with the leg in our culture. And she went about cooking. After cooking, served Muhammad and his men up, who were now hungrily, impatiently waiting. As soon as the food hit the table, Muhammad's men obediently waited for him to say prayers. As soon as he finished saying prayers, his men just started gouging themselves. I'm munching out, And then what saved Muhammad was actually because he was kind of like a health freak. He talks about things like chewing your food properly before you swallow and all that. So, and this was literally what saved him because while his men were already swallowing the meat, gobbling it down, he was still chewing when one of his men starts convulsing and dies. Next thing, the second one starts convulsing and dies. So he spat his meat out. It's like the meat's been poisoned. So a lot of his other men, the ones that hadn't swallowed, spat it out. And he sent for the woman and asked, why have you done this? And the woman was like, well, look, I've just spent the last 3 days watching you kill my dad, my son, my husband, and every other man in my tribe, my kin. And on top of that, actually wanted to see if you were the real Messiah. If you were the real Messiah, God would have warned you that the meat was poisoned. Which, for what she did, I actually think that's the bravest woman in human history. Or one of the, definitely top 10 bravest women in human history for what she did. And I commend her greatly. Now, the historical accounts split. Some say she was killed, some say she was pardoned. But there's 4 historical accounts. 3 say she was killed. 1 loosely says she was pardoned. And Muhammad, like I said, the fact that he chewed longer than normal saved him, but not quite. Because even though he spat out the meat and the poison, but some of the poison had already been absorbed by his tongue, which is a giant mucous membrane designed to absorb nutrients. So some of the poison got in his bloodstream anyway, and it would take him 3 years of agonizing pain before he finally died. And apparently he died cursing that Jewish woman, which is what led to a big part of the beef most Arabs have with Jews today. So as soon as they got to North Africa, the Jews knew, nah. Nah, these guys ain't gonna have us. So a lot of them, crossed the Sahara and migrated into the forest region. So eventually, okay, so now uh, by the 700s, pretty much North Africa had been conquered. By 800s, some of the small settlements that made up what would eventually become the Ghana kingdom began to centralize into the Ghana kingdom. Now, these settlements existed during Roman times, and indeed, there was limited trade between them and the Numidians, the Maurice. This is even before the Arab Moors, the people that the Romans called the Moors. There was limited trade. Now, there's evidence from Roman records that the group somewhere here, known as the Tuareg, but then they used to go by a different name. They used to call them the Garamanti. These group are known to have they would eventually also become Kanem Borno. And if you look at this shape, this is about the shape of Kanem Borno Empire as well. And it's just above Cameroon. They're also known to have actually come down south into Cameroon and raided the Pygmies as slaves. Because there's reports of Pygmy slaves in Rome. They were being used as jesters and dancers and just, all sorts of funny bullshit. But they were originally being raided by the Garamantes, who became the Tuareg today. Now, with the coming of the Arabs, the original Ghana centralized and became Ghana around the middle 700s. They quickly saw that these Arabs were just too warlike. They tried to contain them by building like a Muslim quarters, thinking that they could keep the Muslims in check. But nah, they underestimated them. Eventually, the Muslims overrun them, take over the whole Ghana, and out of the ashes of this Ghana would emerge the Muslim kingdom of Mali with Mansa Musa and the other Mansas. Right. Now, while Ghana was being destroyed, obviously the aristocracy here began to run into diaspora. And which is what I mean, the question has to be asked, if Ghana was originally here and groups are known to have migrated from here during the destruction of Ghana down south, and then suddenly Ghana is now here after independence in the 1960s, you know, and there's nothing to say that this migration of refugee princes and aristocracies only happened in Ghana. I've been chasing and tracing West African history to see where else this migration might have happened. And hey, I even, I mean, I've brought this up a few times. Yeah, I'm still researching into it. Who knows? Maybe that's where Dudua came from. Maybe it was one of those princes that was running away, and the only place to run at this stage, remember, the Muslims are taking over North Africa. Then there was Sahara. You can't run into the Sahara. The only place to run for the Mande princes of the Ghana Empire was down south into the forest region. And this forested region people, up until now, have had no history of kings or centralized societies. In fact, the first centralized society in Africa, in West Africa, was this Kingdom of Ghana, which only started in reaction to the arrival of the Muslims. It will also interest you to understand that the first centralized society in Central Africa was being Congo, also started as a reaction to Muslim invasion of the Swahili coast. Otherwise, we're not hierarchical people. We're not people that believe in kings or one man should take everybody's destiny and show us the way. We're the original free-born people with no kings until adversaries with evil intentions came. And that's pretty much the only thing that can force an egalitarian people to begin to centralize power when there is existential danger like that, which was what happened to what became Ghana and what led to Congo. And if you look, they begin to form at the points where Islam is cutting in. So they've taken over the Swahili coast and they begin to cut in. From here as well, they've taken over the northern coast and they are now cutting as this is where you get the first two African centralized kingdoms, West and Central, Ghana and Congo. And this is the second great displacement I'm talking about. Now, with this displacement, the trans-Saharan Arab slave trade. Whoa. Oh, talk about barbarism. By the time they got to West Africa and realized that these at first, the first black people they enslaved, which was what led to so many black people in the Moorish civilization, that some black people today think the Moors were black. No, they weren't black. The reason black people got into Moorish civilization was initially after destroying Ghana, they started slave raiding the Chadic and Nilo-Saharan people in the Sahel. They were the first people that were turned into slaves, and they were turned into slaves to service the so-called Moorish civilizations, the Abbasids, the Umayyads, and all of them. They were turned into, to service them, bulk up their armies as they were, invading Spain and all that. And, they weren't even particularly focused on farming like the Europeans eventually. For them, it was primarily for the men in the army, for the women, straight to a concubine. And when straight to a harem. And when your use in the harem was done, maybe you're now too old or you've had too many kids, they shift you off into a brothel, pure now from harem to prostitution. And this is what they were doing to sub-Saharan African people. First of all, the Chadic peoples, and then they realized something. By the time they started kidnapping slaves from the forest region, the Niger-Congo people, they realized that the Chadic people, because the Chadic people had already experienced and were now experiencing hierarchical society, and they understood their place in society, they were quite difficult to break into slavery. And even if you thought you did break them into slavery, they never stopped trying to escape. And then some of them will make a point of killing the slave master at the point of escape. Now, when they started enslaving Niger-Congo people in the forest, they realized that, hold on, these people, they have no sense of king. They don't even know what's going on. And then initially, we used to, when they were kidnapping us into slavery, the Arabs, we used to think they were kidnapping us to go eat. So we used to be, paralyzed by fear on capture, which made it easy for them to break us into slavery because we didn't even understand what was going on. We didn't even understand their societies because we hardly migrated into their societies anyway from the forest region. It was like a complete shock to us. So it was very easy to just use fear and break us into becoming what they will eventually describe as the ultimate slave. As opposed to the Chadic people that are always planning to kill the master, we were now willing to die for the master. We, the Niger-Congo people. And as a result of this observation, the Arabs now, two things. The Chadic peoples began to convert to Islam because they quickly realized that, Muslims don't enslave fellow Muslims. If we convert to Islam, they'll leave us alone. So a lot of the Chadic people in Sahel began to convert to Islam. On the other hand, the Arabs realized, since the Niger-Congo people are, once you break them, that's a slave for life. They began to target us specifically now for slavery. We now became the prime targets, us in the forest region. Now, at this stage, the Moors were now existing. They had already conquered parts of Spain. But some of those original Berber groups from the Maghreb in North Africa. Sorry, I'm just wiping my thing. Some of those original Berber groups, I don't know if for those in the audience, you can click on the link, and you take you to my YouTube page, and you can see me actually doing like a description on a map as well of, what I'm talking about. So the original Berber groups, they began migrating south. Some of them, remember, with Roman conquest, a lot of them were Christian. But with Arab conquest, the ones that didn't want to pay jizya or convert, it began migrating south. And they started migrating to somewhere above where Senegal and Gambia is today. Then it was called Tekuro. And they began mixing with the indigenous people. But subsequently, with Arab conquest of North Africa, more even Muslim Berbers migrated into this region, and eventually they violently seized the region and turned it into a Islamic region. And from here, this group of Berbers that mixed in with the original population of West Africans called the Tekler, they will now become the group we know today as the Fulani. And this is where now Africa's problems originally started with Arab conquest, them entering North Africa, but West Africans' problems started with the dawn of the Fulani, because they will move further south into Senegal, conquer Fouta Djallon, further south again, conquer Fouta Toro, and then they will begin to traverse across the Sahel, because now the Moorish civilization, they took in so many black slaves, which is why some people think they are black. There were so many black slaves that the Arabs that controlled the Moorish civilization at some point got scared that the slaves overrun them. So they began to give them freedom so that they won't actually rebel and overrun them. So the Fulani were now the chief agents, slave raiding and selling to the Arab world. And they were traversing this Sahel. Before the Fulani, the main slave raiders were the Tuaregs, the Shua Arabs, and one or two other groups, in the Sahara that traversed it. And it was around the end of Roman times that they began to use camels to properly cross the Sahara and establish the trans-Saharan routes from Egypt to, I think, Central Africa, from Central African Republic, from I think where Tripoli is today to Borno, and from somewhere in, I think, Algeria or Tunisia to Sokoto. No, Kano. Yes, Kano, not Sokoto. So these were the original trans-Saharan routes across the Sahara. And then the Fulani began to traverse the Sahel. Now, they were no longer under Berber influence. In fact, I think a lot of them were actually enslaved under the Berbers, under the Moors. And upon freedom, they adopted cattle rearing. They became pastoralists. And if you I'm sure you remember what I said about pastoralism. They became pastoralists and began to traverse the Sahel. Now, as they were traversing the Sahel, they were also slave raiding people. And also, a critical mission of theirs was to follow the River Niger from its beginning to its very end and control the whole region of the Niger and the Sahel, which was what eventually laid the foundations for why, when the transatlantic slave trade started, it would be as bad as it was. Now, this is the second great displacement started by the Arabs 1,300 years ago, complete with religion, discrimination, racial discrimination, and canonization. There was this Arab caliph that said, if you seek God, glory, and gold, you go to the Sudan. And that's what they called this region at the time, the Sudan. So if you sought God, glory, and gold, you went to the Sudan. Remember, Mansa Musa had made that his stupid pilgrimage to Mecca that let the Arabs know how much gold was in West Africa, which caught all their eyes, that led to them saying, if you seek God, glory, and gold, you go to the Sudan. And they piled into pillage. Just like when the Spanish discovered the gold in America, they piled into the America, pillaging. That's exactly what the Muslims did as well. Okay, at least that's the second great displacement, and it's still in effect. It's still going on today, just like the first great displacement of Indians and the racial discrimination they are going on under the caste system in India. So 700 years after the second great displacement by the Arabs, the third great displacement will start by the Europeans. At this stage, the culture of king and kingdom and endemic warfare was rife. There's no year in Europe where there wasn't at least 2, 3, or 4 wars going on somewhere. Not one year. This is why I said it became an endemic culture amongst them. Some to the point it became normal. Like fighting war and killing people is not something to. It's just, in fact, there are people that actually that's their job, mercenaries, to go fight and kill. You know, so by by 10 AD, they started the Crusades with the Muslims for Jerusalem. Eventually, by the 1400s, the Muslims had pretty much conquered the Middle East. The Ottoman Turks were now in power. They'd beaten off the Mongol hordes invasion, even though the Mongols were in East Europe now, but yeah, they were just in a corner. So the Ottoman Turks controlling this area stopped the European access to the Silk Road that connected all the way to China. So the Europeans could no longer get the silk, the gunpowder, the paper, all those things they were getting from China. Which was what led to. Now this was threatening economic collapse in Europe across several European countries. In fact, it played a hand in Spain almost collapsing several times, which was what led to Spain and Portugal on the decree of the Pope to start exploring. They'd have, even before Columbus, there was theories that if you sailed west far enough, you get to India and China. But then, even before they tested the theory, people like Vasco da Gama had managed to sail around Africa to India, but it was a long trip, much longer than using the Silk Route. Anyway, by 1492, the Pope, the Catholic Pope, will kick off the third canonized episode of white supremacy or racial discrimination on the planet with the papal bulls of 1492, where he decreed that all the other that European groups should explore and expand, and where they met peoples that didn't believe in God, they were to be subjugated as pagans and their lands and assets seized, and that black people were supposed to be enslaved. Black people were supposed to be enslaved. For all you Catholics, this is what your Pope decreed in 1492. Until today, the Catholic Church has not rescinded this order. It still stands. In fact, just to show you how insidious all this is, the only group today that really understands this papal decree and has been fighting to get it rescinded are Native Americans. Until today, the Vatican is fighting against having it rescinded. Why? How can you decree that your people should go and seize other people's lands? And then 500 years later, the people you stole their lands are like, can you at least rescind this decree and call it out for how evil it was? And you refuse. And this is the Catholic Church. This is why when I see Africans going to church, jumping up and down, I look at them and I'm like, you couldn't explain Stockholm Syndrome more better. I mean, the very person that has signed the decree for enslavement, they are going to his building, singing praises to him, and giving him money. I mean, how else do you want to describe Stockholm Syndrome? Anyway, this decree will kick off the third great displacement, which is still happening today. This displacement, the first people that were even displaced were the people of the two Americas. Now, with the Aryan migration, the planet went from 6 continents, pretty much inhabited by dark-skinned people. Suddenly, with the Yamnaya expansions in Europe, it now fell down from 6 to 5. Dark-skinned people controlling 5 out of 6 continents. And then with the Aryan invasions and subsequently spread into Tibet and China, well, China from the northeast, the Mongoloid stock migrated down south from the northeast. That led to the displacement from another continent. So we're now down to 4 continents out of 6. Now, in Europe, it was a complete total displacement of dark-skinned people. In Asia, it wasn't a complete displacement. It was kind of like pushing of dark-skinned people to the fringes of the continent. Now, with the third great displacement, starting off with the Americas, it was a complete wipeout of especially North American populations. But by the time that all the dust settled, the 2 continents were, even though, yeah, there were still indigenous people there, but they were now under European control. So now, the dark-skinned populations of the planet have lost 4 continents to the light-skinned populations of the planet. 4 continents, starting from 6. Now, by the so after they destroyed America, they started off with slavery. I mean, that's all part of the Papal Bull and Third Great Displacement. And it nearly became a population replacement, even though that's still the agenda. What saved the Africans, but didn't quite save the Australian Aborigines? What saved the Africans was the mosquito, the humble mosquito. So in the Americas, where the Eurasians or Europeans were killing the indigenous populations with smallpox and diseases they hadn't come in contact with before. Luckily for us in Africa, even though we're like isolated in the forest, we had come in contact with these diseases. So they weren't actually killing us. If anything, it was the mosquito that most of these other groups hadn't come in contact with that was actually killing them, the European groups. You know, so apparently they couldn't colonize us like they did the Americas, because back then, until they discovered quinine, the average lifespan of a white man in Africa was less than 2 years. And that's not to say that, oh, you drop on shore today and then you spend 2 years before you die. No, you could die next week from a mosquito bite. You know what? My late dad is a doctor. Before he died, he always used to tell me, oh, white people, they fear malaria. They fear malaria. They call it the white man killer. I never understood until I started studying the history and realized that they really fear malaria. That shit dealt, in fact, malaria saved us. It cannot be understated. There's a cult in West Africa called the Mosquito Fraternity. They actually worship the mosquito in acknowledgement for the mosquito saving us when the Europeans came conquering. So in Australia, they weren't so lucky. Australia is part of this second great displacement as well, and the 5th continent that black people got displaced from. When they got to Australia, there was at least 1.5 million Australian Aborigines. And these people were pretty much living in balance with the environment. They were on a desert, on a continent that was supposed to be a desert, but thanks to skillful environmental management, they turned a semi-desert continent into a green, abundant continent full of food. They took over because the Europeans took over simply because they had guns, not because they were more intelligent. They had guns. So while the Aborigines fought back, come on, they didn't have the gun. So, so suddenly you can now see how, for talking about this black extinction theory, if you're following the pattern, so you can now see how we lost Europe, pushed to the fringes in Asia, lost North America, pushed to the fringes in South America, like into the forested regions. Now lost Australia. 5 continents from 6. We're now only stuck on 1 continent, which for the last, say, 7,000 years, the Eurasians have been assaulting. actively 1,300 years ago with the Arabs. So today, we've gone from controlling 6 continents to struggling to survive on half a continent. Does that not sound or look like extinction to anyone, please? Huh? Does that not sound or look like extinction to anyone, please? So, well, I don't know if you guys anyone feel free to come up, put your hand up if you wanna. But yeah, so basically, if you're following on YouTube as well, because I'm doing a broadcast on YouTube as well, where I'm actually using a map to show some of the things I'm talking about. So, fast forward to today, or okay, let's even go back to the third great displacement, the beginning of it, because even that itself can be broken into phases. So, the first great displacement, sorry, one sec. So, the first great displacement starts with the Arab conquest of North Africa and East Africa 1,300 years ago. So, you can look at it as the Arabs coming in and launching a war on sub-Saharan Africans from the north. So there's a northern front of the attack starting 1,300 years ago. And then 600 years ago, the Europeans, France, Britain, Portugal, Spain, Holland, the 5 great slaving nations, open up a new front of this war from the Atlantic. So we're kind of like in the worst position for any army in war to be in, under attack from 2 sides. I'm trying to explain how we got so disorientated and end up where we are today. So we're under attack from the Arabs across the Sahara from the north, under attack by the Europeans from the Atlantic front. Yeah. Now, the Europeans, after the whole slavery episode, they decided to change the plan, the tactic, because of Haiti. Because Haiti fucked up the whole plan. Haiti led to the revolt that made them actually caused a fear and panic across Europe and America. Because we were thinking if the kind of revolt that happened in Haiti happened in the southern states of America, they could lose half the country. They were really scared. So this was when the slavery didn't end. They just switched it up. So the new plan was now, okay, you know what? Instead of kidnapping the Africans from their land, putting chains on them, ferrying them to a foreign land where they'll be disorientated. Now there's a risk of uprising. Let's stop that. Since we still need slaves in the Americas, we just breed them in-house. Yeah? After Haiti, places like Jamaica, they really got paranoid. A lot of white people started selling up all their holdings. And then for Britain, the plan was, now we'll switch up the game. You instead of kidnapping them, it will be a different modus operandi now. They'll still be slaves, but they won't think they are. So as slavery ended, now Haiti happened in 1804. 1804. They supposedly abolished slavery. 1865. It's interesting to know that as soon as slavery was supposedly abolished, they piled into Africa, extracting resources, and then they started fighting each other, which led to them calling the conference in Berlin, 1885, just 20 years after ending slavery. They called the conference in Berlin to discuss how they would carve off Africa to stop themselves fighting over Africa and the resources. Just 20 years after they claimed they ended slavery, colonialism started, which colonialism is just another form of slavery. It's just that this time around, they're not pointing a gun at your face with a chain on your neck, ferrying you to another land to go work. No, this time around, they're just pointing a gun at you with a whip and telling you, right, cut, cut more rubber, cut more rubber, dig more coal on your own land. You are still a slave. Your agency was not under your own employ. Your agency was under the employ of another man. Your agency, your free agency as a human being, was not yours under colonialism, just like it wasn't under slavery. Now, for colonialism to happen, the Europeans, who eventually became business partners with the Arabs during eventually this trans-Saharan slave trade and the transatlantic slave trade, they became business partners. They started working together. When the Europeans changed the model into colonialism, the Arabs didn't want to stop because slavery had become so integral to their society. Slavery was, and then their harems, they couldn't do it without their harems. Now, another interesting point to note is that before Arabs eventually focused on enslaving solely Africans, they actually used to enslave Europeans as well, all the way the coast of Portugal, Spain, France, England, Ireland, all the way to Iceland. They also used to, the Ottomans used to enslave white people from the Caucasus, places like Bulgaria, Poland, and they enslaved up to about 1.5 million Europeans, but they enslaved far more black people. They enslaved about, and this is a conservative estimate, about 18 million sub-Saharan Africans in 1,300 years. So when the Europeans came, even though it was the Crusades between them and the war, the jihad between them and the Arabs in the Middle East that led to the Europeans sailing around Africa and discovering West Africa, they eventually started working in partnership with the Arabs. And so the Arabs would do most of the raiding. They'll sell to the Europeans. The Europeans will give them guns to go and do more raiding. And then the Europeans will take the slaves, sail them to Brazil or to America. When they get to Brazil or America, they'll take the cotton, the tobacco, or the sugarcane, sail to Britain or France, do the trade there, take more manufactured goods like guns, cloth, mirrors, all that bullshit, whiskey, sail back to Africa, and then back to, they used to call it the triangle trade. That's what they used to call it back then. So eventually, for colonialism to happen, the Europeans needed this whole region stable that they had been targeting for slavery. But the Arabs couldn't stop slaving. They couldn't stop slave raiding. So the Europeans had to eventually colonize the Arabs as well, just to, get them to in some sort of check, so that they could set about their main agenda of exploiting this region, this, sub-Saharan African region, which they did, which at the same time, was around about when they discovered quinine. But I guess the fear of malaria was so ingrained, even with the quinine, they kind of, I guess they kind of relaxed, thinking, they could remote control the whole process of colonialism from a distance, which largely they successfully did, from a distance. Okay, yeah, Givy, I just see you come up. I don't know if you want to ask something or say something.
No, if you can hear me properly. I feel like I just want to help you make a little bit correction, because you have to understand that Arabs were actually enslaving black people before Islam. You know that, right?
Yes, but
okay,
not on the quantities that the Arab invasions of North Africa and East Africa actually led to. But yes, they did.
No.
I mean, Muhammad there were black slaves in Arabia. In fact, there were black slaves all around the Mediterranean, thanks to the Romans. The Romans practiced chattel slavery.
The only black people Romans had actually knowledge of were the Nubians, okay? there's not known massive slavery in the Roman era.
No, the black the no, not just Nubians. I mean, there is records of pygmy slaves in Rome. So yeah, the Romans, they knew about sub-Saharan Africa, but obviously not to detail. They even sent expeditions down there, but you know, the the the, the they were just just loose early expeditions. Nothing that led to them even deciding that the area could be conquered. But yes, the Romans practiced chattel slavery, but during their time, slavery wasn't racialized. I mean, during the time of the Romans and the Greeks, you begin to see notions of us and them, and with the ethnos is a Greek word, and also they begin to coin words like barbarian to denote the people of the steppes, the Eurasian steppes, who are constantly raiding them, like plunder and pillage type of warfare. So those are the original barbarians, according to the Greeks. You know, um, so so the Europeans now, with the onset of colonization, they had to subjugate the Arabs as well by putting them or the Arabs or the Muslims in Africa by colonizing them as well to stop them from destabilizing the whole region with all the slave raiding. And so after 1885, the age of colonization began. Just a remix or rejig of the whole slavery model. Now, uh, since 1885, even though Europeans had been coveting the continent of Africa, that fear of malaria still lingered. So that's why when they pretty much just kept to especially in West Africa, they just kept to the shoreline, as opposed to places like East Africa where they actually moving in loads on loads of their own people in places in Kenya, Tanzania, Zimbabwe, Zambia, South Africa. They moved in plenty of. They came to take over. They came to do what they did in South America, but it didn't quite work out. So eventually, since they had the guns, they subdued the Arabs. The Arabs also came to conquer land. Yeah. So they decided, okay, we can run this neo-colonialism thing from afar. So in the 60s, when African leaders were pushing for colonization, they decided to give independence, knowing fully well that if they didn't, what happened in Haiti might happen again, and they'll lose total control in Africa, just like they lost in Haiti. And they didn't want that, which was why they engineered all the independence movements that happened in the 60s. They did that because they realized that if they controlled the independence movement, they could swindle the African leaders into thinking that, oh, we've given you political power, you're free now. Not realizing that the Europeans were being meticulous about maintaining economic power, which they still maintain till today. That's why all the gold and diamonds you dig out from South Africa, it's white companies that dig it out, not a South African indigenous company. All the oil you dig out from Nigeria, it's Shell, Elf, all white companies, BP, not an indigenous Nigerian. As if Nigerians, South Africans don't know how to dig for anything. This was what they did when they ended colonialism and started neo-colonialism. It was a controlled withdrawal, like you do in war when you do a rear guard action. So you are retreating, but you don't all your men don't just turn around and start running. No, you position some of them in what's pretty much a suicide mission to continue standing and fighting while the bulk of the army retreats. That's what they did us at independence. And for those of you who know anything about law or Western law, you also find out that in Western legal jargon, a company has the same legal status as a human being, as a person, and can do as a person does. So this is why I say even neo-colonialism is still slavery. which is why I say slavery never ended. Because in the first model, which was the raw, blatant slavery, they came, pointed gun at us, put chain on our neck, carried us to another land, put us to work till we died for free labor. The second model, colonization, they came, pointed gun at us, whipped us about, and then told us, oh yeah, start digging your own ancestral soil for resources for me, a foreigner. Yeah? Now, the third type of slavery, now, the second type, they were actually on our own soil with us, pointing guns at us as they were whipping us. Now, the third type, like I said, it was a controlled withdrawal and very sophisticated. The third type, they withdrew all their men and by default, all their guns because they started recruiting a new type of tool, their agents, the warrant chiefs, to do the job for them. But critically, they now had their Western companies on African soil. And like I said, a company has the same legal standing as a person. So we thought that because the actual physical white people left, that they all left. No, they are still there in form of their companies today, controlling our lives, our destinies, and our resources. Till today. All the major mining, steel, diamonds, gold, oil, it's all done by them. You know, so now, yeah, I'm coming to the end of, the whole breakdown, and then I'll take questions after that. So now, fast forward to today. China, who I also consider a white group, I mean, like I said earlier, them and Europeans are more genetically similar than West Africans and South African Khoisan people. So China today, who they tried to pacify in the 70s when they sent Nixon there to try and open up their markets, China realized, nah. Yeah, not. I'm not going into a world where you guys are going to be calling the shots. Especially knowing fully well that because I'm a communist and because of what the West did to China during the Opium War, you guys are not going to treat me nice. So China is on a hegemon tip. It's on a hegemon thing, trying to become a hegemon herself. So China has looked around and realized, the strength, the power of the West comes from the exploitation of Africa. They claim they've stopped exploiting Africa, but come on. Everybody that studied economics 101 knows the exploitation is still going on in full effect. So China has decided, okay, if I get on the colonization thing, who exactly is going to stop me? And that's what China is doing today. China, as we speak, has 7 million Chinese on the African continent, of which at least 5 to 6 million of those are men. Now, this is very significant. We're going to get back to that. Now, so about 30 years ago, an organization called the OIC, Organization of Islamic Countries, came out and made a declaration. They said, by virtue of the African continent being 60% Muslim, they believe the African continent should be a Muslim continent. And since then, they've been working to turning the African continent into a Muslim continent since then, till today. Now, that claim is actually bogus because the reality is actually 60% of the African continent that's non-Muslim. It's about 31% that's Muslim. But they turned it around and said it was 60% that was Muslim. Now, there's a Christian organization. I can't remember their name, but the name of the guy that fronts for them is a guy called Jay Smith. His Christian organization, they did some research and found out that I'm going to show another map now. in my YouTube stream, we found out that there's actually a religious divide, a map that religiously divides Africa into a Muslim north and a Christian south. Now, this border, if you're looking at my YouTube now, this border where the red Muslim north meets the green Christian south, apparently, from what his organization found out, this border shifts southwards at a rate of 3 miles per year. So the Muslim conquest is still on, albeit at a pace of 3 miles per year. Stealing other. When you hear Fulani herdsmen have stolen land, renamed the village, this is what's going on. This border is shifting southwards at a rate of 3 miles per year across the whole of the Sahel. You know, and then when you look at the Sahel itself, there's terrorist and Islamic conflict, and terrorist, Islamic, and ethnic conflict going on in Mali, going on in Burkina Faso. It's happened in Togo, Benin, Ghana, Endemic in Nigeria. It's happened in Niger, happened in Chad, happened in northern Cameroon, happened in Central African Republic, happening in Darfur. And now, guess what? It's kicked off in northeastern Congo. And also all the way to Mozambique from the Swahili coast, I guess spreading from Somalia. You know, I mean, there was a full-blown war between North Sudan and South Sudan until, luckily, South Sudan at least broke away from North. You know, so when you look at this border, in fact, Google it yourself in Wikipedia. 90% of the conflicts going on in the African continent are happening where this religious border, the Islam, meets with the Christian. That's where 90% of the conflicts going on in Africa today are going on. You can check it yourself. So, after that OIC declaration,
there's a Kenya and Tanzania between Somalia and Mozambique. You know that, right?
Between Somalia and Mozambique. No, it's just Tanzania.
Yeah,
okay, yeah, Kenya, yeah, say Kenya and Tanzania. But yes.
But I'm Somali, so I just want to correct you on one thing. When I spreading Islam or fighting in Mozambique, I can tell you that if you find Somalis, there are two groups of Somalis. There are ones that have been there for generation, 4 or 5 generation, and there's some that just came in the last 20 years that own shops and that kind of stuff. But when I spread in Islam in Mozambique, brother.
Oh, okay. Well, okay, maybe I shouldn't have said Somalians, but basically why I said what I said was because there's
I mean, look, Mozambique, northern Mozambique is what look. So when we talk about Swahili Coast begins from southern Somalia all the way to northern Mozambique, just north of Maputo, the capital city of Mozambique, right?
Yeah.
So in that area is where the Arabs came and had a contact with local people and they mixed, and that's how Swahili came about, right?
Yeah.
Now, is there terrorism right now in northern Mozambique? Absolutely, yes.
Yes.
But how it started is questionable, right? It has to do with the resource issue. The French came over there, and for whatever reason, man, whenever there's white people and the corporation, there's always some kind of terrorism, right? The French went there. The French oil company Total went to Cabo Delgado, right in northern Mozambique.
Yeah.
They opened a venture over there, started working and doing some projects, and all of a sudden, there's people calling themselves Al-Shabaab. So it's crazy, but look, I mean, this whole African continent and it's both Christianity and Islam is so complicated, right? So it's just complicated, yes. But go ahead, man. Go ahead.
I mean, I'm not
defending Islam because I'm not 100% Islam. I'm not a practicing Muslim myself, so I'm not defending it. But
fair enough.
We can go ahead.
I mean, I'm not even saying Somalis are responsible for the attacks in Mozambique. But why I mentioned Somali, maybe I should have framed it more carefully. is the fact that, terrorist insurgency has taken root there, and pretty much across the whole of the Sahel, this border, there's terrorists all around this border now. Where this border of Christianity and Islam is on the African continent. There's like terrorists all across that border now. And you can see it spilling into Congo, spilling into Mozambique, even countries that went, initially don't. Now, yeah, there's the part of the Swahili coast in northern part of Mozambique, yes, but you can see this. There's even been incidents in Gabon, I heard, but small scale incidents for now.
No. They're not Muslims in Gabon. The former the late president Omar Bongo Dimba accepted Islam, and then his son, the current president, who actually had I don't know if he's he's a Brahmi. Unfortunately he had a siege or something, stroke or something, but he's the president. No, they're not Muslims in Gabon. Most
yes.
Gabonese, the Catholic, or just believing in African religious, African indigenous religions. That's what they believe in.
Yes.
The only Muslims are the president and his family. Go ahead, brother.
But the incidents in Gabon as a result of Fulani headsmen trying to enter from the northwest of Congo, or Republic of Congo.
Wow, so Fulanis are now reaching the forests of Gabon?
Yes. The first air traversing southern Nigeria, in the 60s, and my grandmom and my grandparents attested to that. They told me that they first seen Fulanis in Igbo land in the 60s, after independence. Otherwise, they weren't allowed it wasn't their region. They had no business there. And then in Congo, they first started seeing Fulani headsmen in the 80s. It took them 20 years to cross from Nigeria into Cameroon and then into Congo. And they first entered from around where Gabon is today, from the northwest of Congo. That was where they first entered, and then Butu chased them away.
You have to understand that 80% of Gabon is forest. So Gabon, after Brazil, the Amazon in Brazil, Amazonian forest, is actually the most forested country in Africa. So if the Fulani bring their cattle down south, they're gonna have to deal with testis fly, and if they don't know their way around and go deep into the forest, they might catch Ebola and die from it. I'll tell you right now.
But Fulani are forest hardy people.
Yeah.
They're forest hardy people. Yeah, they're hardy. They're wilderness people. They know how to survive in the most rugged terrains. And there's some genetic research I was reading one time.
I don't think the Fulanis are kind of open, kind of the desert people. So I don't think they'll survive in a very thick forested place like Congo Basin, where Gabon is or Congo is, right? Or if you go up to a lower Chad, right, like southern Chad in northern, so the entry.
Yeah, they are. Well, I know from the last report I read, I know in northeast Congo, there's a population.
It's probably going to be the entry to Gabon, like you said, or probably going to be north.
Yeah, in the north.
Come back. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that part.
Yeah, in the north. In northeast Congo, there's a population of about 20,000.
They cattle will die of testis fly. The testis fly will kill the cattle. I'm telling you, they will have zero cattle in about 10 years.
Well, I mean, I know the fly, the problems posed by the fly are not as they're not as big as they used to be during colonial times. They're still around, but not something that people are worried about so much. That sleeping sickness is prevalent amongst the population. It's still around, yeah, but I think.
No, I'm talking about the sorry to interrupt you, bro. Testis fly. I think in 2000, last data I have, if I remember, is 2010, and testis fly kill about 500,000 cows in Africa.
Yeah, yeah, they're still around. But I mean, well, like I said, I know in terms of figures, there's 20,000 Fulani herders in northeastern Congo, which is still a forested region. You know, and if they've been there since 1980, so they're surviving somehow. They've been there since 1980, and they've started kicking off
Yeah,
trouble now.
if they're Fulani, they're probably the subset of the Fulani. They're called Wudabi. Have you ever heard of them, Wudabi?
Yeah, I mean,
Because they'll be the closest one that are gonna migrate down south because they already the Fulani, the Wudabi already live in Chad and they live in Sudan, so they'll be the one that's going south. I don't think you can expect Fulanis from Upper Sahel coming all the way down there, like Fulanis in, say, like Niger or South or northern Nigeria or Futu
but
Toro or Futu Jalon.
but then
You can
again,
expect those coming down there, but yeah, go ahead.
but then again, if you know Fulani, you know that all Fulani is Fulani. Even if you watch Nigerian TV, one of their governors came and told us that all Fulani was welcome in Nigeria, and they could access all of Nigeria's amenities and all that. And the TV interviewer was like, "Wait, hold on, all these amenities you're talking about, like Ruga and all that they can access, is that just for indigenous Nigerian Fulani, or how does that work?" And the Fulani politician was like, "All Fulani, that Fulani transcend borders. Fulani is an international man."
Hey, Viv,
That's what he said.
brother, somebody in the car said
Huh?
Fulani sympathizer. Well, that is actually far from the truth. I'm not a Fulani sympathizer. I have had an argument with a guy called, I think, Ebongo Gibiri, I think that's his name, if I'm not mistaken. He's a Nigerian guy. And he tried to put on the Fulanis, and I told him, listen, and I argued with him, and I said the Yoruba kingdom was much advanced and a lot bigger than Fulanis, and they themselves got involved in slavery. So that's what I said. And what I said was the Yoruba began slavery in the 16th century, and the Fulanis under Osman, during the time of Osman Danfodio, they arrived about in 18th century. So I told him when Yoruba got into slavery and when Fulanis came, it's almost 150, 200 years apart. But I was actually thrown out of that room. So what I'm telling you is Fulanis are obviously bad people. They're very, very violent. We know that. They are just not. They're not the kind of people you want to be around. But we also need to correct historical, facts. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay, okay. Let's go back to the drawing I made about how West Africa was pretty much sandwiched under an attack from two fronts. Okay, so like I said earlier, you have the Arabs attacking from the north, like that. And then you have the Europeans attacking from the Atlantic front, from the south. And you have a group of people in this forest region sandwiched between the two attacking fronts. If you read a lot of the history of West Africa at that time, yeah, especially when even before the Europeans came, the Muslims alone had destabilized the whole region. I don't know if you heard when I was talking about Ghana, the original kingdom of Ghana, and how there was migrations and refugee princes running into the forest region to and running into the forest region, probably hoping to regroup and hopefully one day reconquer their lands that had been conquered by Fulanis, or even the Moroccans who were constantly raiding across the Sahara into Mali for gold and salt.
Okay, right. But here's the thing, though: the old kingdom of Ghana was founded by the Soninke, right? Soninke, they're related to the Mande people, or they're part of the Mande people. Okay.
Yeah.
Now
yeah.
let's be honest here. Okay, Soninke today, they they also began slavery. Okay, they start slave trading with Arabs. Okay, let's be honest. Then them and the Tukulors. Okay, they are the original slave traders, right, with Arabs, right?
Yeah, yeah,
And
and I
also
said that as
you
well.
have the you have the yeah the yeah yeah the, you have the Kanem Bornu, the Hausa and the Tubu also involved in enslaving with the Sudan, right? With Sudanese Arab at one time, right?
Yeah.
Because I have a book written about I have a book written in Somali about the slavery of Arab and how they actually perceive black people. The perception of the whole book is about the perception of Arab about black people, right? But let's talk about the Soninke. Now, the Soninke, when they founded Ghana Empire, that was about 700, okay? Now the Soninke today, 2022, right? We in May the 3rd, 2022. Soninke still have a slave caste. You know that, right?
Yeah, in Mauritania.
Yeah, no. Well, most of the Soninke today, mostly they're not found in Gambia, Senegal, and Guinea.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, yeah.
Let me explain to you something. They have a four caste, right? One of the lowest caste is slave caste. They don't marry now. Other Soninke should not marry slave caste, right? And they don't allow men from the Soninke slave caste to marry Soninkes. But the other caste can marry a slave woman, right? A slave caste woman from Soninke.
Yeah.
The Mande do, Bambaras do, the Fulanis also have a slave caste. The Wolof have slave caste. So all the tribes in West Africa, right, that actually adopted Islam have a slave caste today.
Yes.
So,
yes.
So Islam obviously, yeah. So that's very unfortunate. But when you talk about other tribes in the rest of Africa that were also involved, that were part of the slave trade, say the Yoruba, the Igbo, say the other tribes in Angola, even if you go back to East Africa, the Somalis, all the areas, they don't have a slave caste. So I'm trying to figure out I'm always questioning how ingrained slavery became in West African Muslims to a point where they have a slave caste, and that legacy lives on for almost 1,000 years. Yeah.
Yes, like I said, the Arab invasion destabilized the whole region. You know, there was refugee princes running into the forest and just seizing land. Now think about this, yeah. You're a refugee prince from the old Ghana. You can't run north because there's Muslims everywhere, and it's Muslims destroying your kingdom. You don't want to convert. The only place to run is into the forest region. Now you run into the forest region, a region where there's no oral history even of ancient kings. I'm sure maybe some of them will have oral history of chiefs or that so, but no oral history of empires, wars, or conquest or anything like that. So you run into a region with pretty much peaceful people, and a lot of them don't even have kings. You know, all this Yoruba land, Igbo land, they don't no kings until the destruction of Ghana. So think about this: you're a refugee prince. You have your royal bodyguards and maybe a battalion or two of the army that maybe your dad king has given you for protection. As obviously they're about to destroy your kingdom, any father will at least send his children, oh yeah, run, go away. You know, let me do the last battle, try and save the kingdom. Yeah, I'll send word if I save it. If not, you know, one day come back and reclaim the kingdom. You know, so you're now this refugee prince. You run into the forest, and there's people there, and you're looking at these people. Their disposition, their paradigm seems to be very different. They don't have a king. They don't even know what a king is. What are you going to do if that was you? You have your bodyguards, you have your a battalion or two, your slaves. What are you going to do? You just install yourself as de facto king. I mean, you're already a prince. You're not going to step down because you've walked into this area of people that doesn't seem like they understand what king means, or even a country under a king means. You know, if anything, you'll even see them as primitive, even though I think people with kings are more primitive than people without kings. But people with kings, they have this air about them. You know, they think, oh, especially the king himself, who is the psychopath. You know, you just declare yourself king and take over the place. And a lot of this happened across West Africa. You know, the whole region became destabilized. And once a king took over your polity or whatever region in the forest you were in, once a king took over, the next thing will be to start slave raiding the neighbors to the left, to the right. Why? Because slave raiding had become so endemic that the slaves themselves were the crude oil of the day. Remember, I talked earlier, different things have been, you see the significance of crude oil today. In human history, different things have played that part. There was a time when it was tin, there was a time when it was salt, there was a time when it was cattle, where people were raiding pastoralists were raiding each other's cattle, trying to show that they had the biggest herd and command the biggest respect. There was a time when it was slaves. There was then slaves were the crude oil of the day. And unfortunately, sub-Saharan West Africans in the forest region were that crude oil. The first people to be taken into slavery were the Nilo-Saharan Chadic groups in the Sahel above the forest. Think of it as regions like this. Yeah. I don't know if you're watching my YouTube thing. Hello? Givey. I don't know if you're watching the YouTube broadcast I'm using to.
No, I'm not. I don't. What I would do is I will definitely follow you. If you can DM me or you can put it on. Or did you actually have it on there? I'm gonna definitely follow you. Hold on. Let me.
Okay, if you click the YouTube link at the top of the room, that's my
right.
YouTube, and there's a live broadcast going on with a map where I'm trying to show.
Yeah. I just.
Right. Okay. So basically,
I just subscribed right now, so I'm gonna definitely watch that.
Okay. So basically, think of it like this: from the Atlantic front, and then to the top of the forest, just before the Sahel. That's one region that was populated by Niger Congo people. Yeah. And then the Sahel itself, which is pretty much just grassland, light forests, that's another region that was populated by Nilo-Saharan and Chadic people. Nilo-Saharans and Chadic people, they are very genetically related. So let's even just call them Nilo-Saharans. So that was populated by Nilo-Saharan people in the region above the forest. Then you had the desert itself. Then you had the Maghreb, which is a fertile region where Morocco is today. Or in fact, let's even just call the whole of the Mediterranean front line the Maghreb, like that, and then the Sahara in between it, like that, and then the Nile, serving as a green crossing point into the Sahel from the Nile Delta into the Fertile Crescent of the Levant. So when the Muslims came, took over the whole of the Maghreb, and then began to enslave proper, real black Africans for the first time. They were enslaving Berbers, Amazigh people, who, by virtue of being in Africa, on the African continent for about 12,000 years, you can say they're African, even though they're heavily admixed with Eurasian DNA, and also, but then again, I mean, most of the slave raids that eventually led to sub-Saharan Africans ended up in Rome was conducted by Berber groups, Amazigh groups like Tuareg, Tubu, like you mentioned, and the ones close to the Maghreb, where Morocco is, because that region is fertile enough that it's not like you have to cross the Sahara, like extreme desert. There's historical records of the Tuareg slave raiding pygmies in Cameroon using chariots during the 1st century and selling the pygmies into Rome. So that was the first. Sub-Saharan Africans somehow still have been picked. And I mean, think of pygmies. Come on, those guys are not warriors. Those guys have never been known to make war against anybody. So they couldn't have defended themselves against those Tuareg who knew the Romans very well, knew what the Romans were all about, had fought against the Romans themselves. They become a warlike people. Now the Chadic people at the extreme of West Africa were the first to become enslaved, and then the slavery spread across the Sahel to the rest of the Chadic people, but also along the Niger, thanks particularly to the Fulani people who made it their mission to conquer and dominate the whole of the Niger. So I don't know if you're in the room when I was talking about initially when they were enslaving Chadic people were very stubborn because after the fall of after Ghana and then the fall of Ghana, they adopted Islam and also began to form centralized states. And then they adopted Islam because they understood that Muslims are not supposed to enslave fellow Muslims. So in a way, they understood that if you adopt Islam, the other Muslims will leave us alone, even though Morocco was still raiding them for salt and gold, and then levying tax on them to produce slaves. So now, being Muslims, avoiding slavery. Yeah.
Starman, I have a question. So I've been listening in, and I think I heard you mention something about some Nikkei people, right? Can you restate what you said about some Nikkei people earlier, please? Thank you.
Oh, it was GV that was talking about that. He said they set up the.
What I was saying is that Devontae that's asking the question.
Yeah.
Okay, so and you can also Google this, man, and research it online. What I was saying was, it's not only Soninke. A lot of the West African Muslim ethnic people. I don't like using the word tribes, okay, because it's kind of derogatory to me, right? So, like for example, I'll give you like the Fulanis. They have a slave. Slave caste. Can you hear me?
Yeah, repeat that again.
Okay, so a lot of the West African Muslim tribes, right, or Muslim ethnic people, right? The Soninke, for example, the Soninke have a 4 castes, okay? They have 4 groups, right? One of their lowest caste is actually slave caste, all right? And if you go to YouTube, there's a video about an argument where the Soninke there's a marriage proposal and there's an argument about why the Soninke slave caste were not married by other Soninkes. Okay, that's number one. So you can also look at Google. So the Wolofs have also the same issue. They have a slave caste. They have a slave caste. The Fulani have a slave caste, right? So some groups, right? Like the Bambara have a slave caste. Nothing's not known that much about the Jolo or the Bozo, right, or other tribes in Mali, for example, in Lower Niger Mali, right, or Bamako, which is north of that. So Songhai, right, well known, the Songhai, of course, you know the Songhai, right? The Songhai, they have a slave caste, all right? Then on top of that, you have the biggest slave caste, that is the Bela, that is found in what is now Mali, right? This is a big tribe, that is a black tribe, that actually began, that was actually, it's a tribe that was actually cultivated as a tribe, as a slave, right? So mostly they were enslaved by the Berber, by the Tuareg for the most part. Then you have Mali, you have also slavery that's happening right now, okay? There's not Mali, northern Mali in northern Mali in Mauritania, there's still slave going on, man. The Haratins,
Yep.
the Haratins are black slaves, man.
Yep.
They're owned by other black slaves. They're owned by other black people who see themselves as Arabs.
Yes.
So slavery in West African Muslim society has gone. Now, if you compare that to say the Ashanti, you compare that to Baule, you compare to other tribes in West Africa, not tribe, but the Yoruba, the Igbos, you come to Cameroon, you go all the way down to Congo. All those, they don't have that problem. right? But the West African Muslims have, and there's a need, there's a question that need to be asked why that's happening, because slavery affected throughout the African continent, right? And Africans were obviously enslaving each other, doing all kind of dirty work, right, for the Arabs and the white people and all that stuff. But tribes that were involved in Atlantic slavery, they don't have a slave caste, but tribes that were involved in Muslim slavery have a slave caste still. So that's what I'm asking.
So I have a question.
So you spoke about
hold on,
hold on, me.
No, because I asked him to speak.
Yeah, you already spoke already.
So Gibby, so you bring up you said something about Muslim slavery. Can you explain what that is? And
what I'm asking here is this, right? So you have Atlantic slavery, which involved white Christians, yes or no?
Yes.
The Dutch, the English, the Portuguese, the Spanish, right?
Yeah.
And that was between where? From what cities? From Bengal, Angola, all the way to what? All the way to Biafra, right? All the way to Sierra Leone, right? Okay. Right, Western, Central Africa, and West, right? Okay. All those tribes from Sierra Leone all the way down to Angola, they don't have a slave caste. Even if you talk about, but hold on. But let me answer that. Let me say that. But the Muslim tribes in West Africa, the Wolof, the Fulani, the Tukulor, the Soninke, Bambara, other Mande ethnic people, they have slave castes. So I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
Okay.
My question is to you. So do you think
I need to ask questions.
Hey.
Starman, I have a question for you.
Okay.
Can you bring up Rama?
Yeah, I have a question.
Bring up Rama and Baller and Nadia, please.
My question is to you, Starman. And I know for over and over we talk about this, right? And this is something that is happening. And Giri is actually sort of right, because we do have within Ivory Coast, we do have within Liberia, within Sierra Leone, within we do have Mande people, but they do not have a slavery caste, right? So I want to ask you, because you study this really attentively, and I'm sure you have come up with solution, or you have solution. Is this something that we can find in your book? Like, how can we sort of solve this issue? Because for me, I think we need to start talking about the resolution than more of the problem. We already, and I can't wait to buy your book, because I think that's something I think we need to know the problem in order for us to. But what are things that we can do as a collective, right? And I need people to, we are the new generation. We're supposed to be smarter than our ancestors. Yeah, we are here so stupid. And in the chat room, we're not talking at unified. We're talking in tribalistic ways, which is a problem for me, right? Because tribe was the thing then; it should be the thing then. Today, we should have, right? We should have a different sort of ways in which we look at things. And my problem with most of these kids in this app, they're children. They're 19 years old. They haven't even figured out their life yet. So, Starman, please, if you can please give us a real solution, because I think it's too often we talk about the issue, right? I think people are so proud to point out this person, because an Igbo person is not different from me, a Yoruba person is not different from me. They're not. They're really genetically not, right? So what would be some of the resolution that we can look into this situation to be able to curb this? Because European has lived in Europe, but they found a way to curb it. How can we do it?
Okay. Now, this slavery thing, like I said earlier that sub-Saharan Africans were the most civilized human beings in human history. And I like to point out that in the history, you can actually trace the history of slavery. The history of slavery starts here in the land of Sumer, the Sumerian kingdoms. And then it spreads through the Hittite kingdoms into Greece, and then subsequently with the Romans. The Romans even genocided whole towns. But then, this slavery also spread in the other direction into Persia and into India. Now, and as it spread, like it started with that king Sargon of Akkad, conquering his neighboring kings, declaring himself uh, king of kings, king of all four quarters of the earth. And then after he died his first conquest, the records say that he enslaved the neighboring population. And that set off a chain of conquest and enslavement across the Sumerian or Mesopotamian civilizations, which eventually spread into Egypt as well. Now, Egypt, yeah, if I don't know if any of you heard when I said earlier, I was talking about the wars Egypt fought, that she only fought 2 wars down south against South Sudan, her cousins, the Kushite people, 1 war to the east against the Libyans, who they described as light-skinned people, which a war they didn't even start because it was the Nubians that was eyeing up their wealth and then invaded them for 150 years before they mustered from the south and then kicked the Libyans out. And then the third war they ever fought was the only war they ever fought outside Africa was to colonize the land of Canaan, to stabilize it from constant Hittite and odd raids from other people, the Assyria, all those other groups in the Levant. And they didn't even enjoy it. After Egypt, I don't think their paradigm was about expansion. Because for the 4,000 years, 5,000 years they existed, their land was pretty much the same. You know, they never mounted exclusive slave raids like how other populations mount slave raids into Africa to raid for slaves. Even the pyramids that the Jews say that it was built by slave labor. It wasn't slave labor. Archaeologists have found documents saying that that was actually, they were paying skilled workers to do all that stuff. I mean, how do you get slaves to build, things like the pyramids, without any expertise, just by flogging them? So so the now, as for Canaan and Israel, I think that I need to say something about that as well. Now, Canaan was just above Egypt. Now, Egypt at the time was a mixture of Nilo-Saharans. There's records of even Khoisan people in Egypt, Pygmies in Egypt, West Africans in Egypt. Egypt was like at the time, the most cosmopolitan part of the planet. There was also Euro-Asian people back migrating into Africa in Egypt. There was the Libyans were right next to them. Now, the Canaanites who lived just above Egypt would have been kind of like a similar population. But the Bible itself is very clear when it says that, and even historical records, that Abraham originated from the land of Ur in Sumer. He was a pastoralist. Him, his sons, and their workers, due to a famine and drought. Remember, I said earlier that this region, Central Asia, the parts of the Iranian highlands, the whole of the Arabian Peninsula, and then sub-Saharan Africa is very prone to drought. Very, very prone to drought and famine because they are very arid regions. And I also said that that's where the original migration highway was, because that's the only point where kind of like the 3 continents all connect. So now, these droughts has always acted the aridity of this region has always acted like a pump for migration, pumping people one direction or the other, but mostly in the direction into Africa, because the Niger Delta, it doesn't matter what's going on, whether this is full extreme Sahara or the place is green or.
Yeah, Starman, you got some people that's saying that they want to come up like Mulder and Gazi.
All right, I invited them. I invited them.
So, Starman, I have a question then. So, for me, it's the question I need to know, because I think far too often we come on this app and we talk way too much about the issue, right? Because for me, I believe Africa in general need a dictator, period, right? So we're talking about, because slavery happened, we need to know the history to understand where we are now, right? In order for us to create solution. We know that back then, there was no real punishment for other people kidnapping each other and taking them into captivity and selling them to other people from other, from foreign land. So today, it is happening again, right? So what will be the solution? This is what I want to hear. I have slowly, or hear we understand happening. We know how it happened. I think right now, as we are the generation who wants to see change, because I will tell you this, I have watched many African scholars, right? I've watched them on YouTube. I have listened to some of the old recordings. They were here 20, 30, 40 years ago, right? Talking about the same thing. We already got those books. It is time that we start, because people like you who have the mind like you need to use it very effectively, right? The people who already wrote those books, always built up on those books. It's time for us to now, you be the generation now to set the solution, right? They left those books behind so you can read it. So therefore, you can be able to understand. Now, you can find a solution with a group of people by yourself and write the solution in those books. So my question to you is, what is the solution? Because I think far too often it's the same thing over and over. I hear that Dr. Ben Youssef said the same thing. I heard Dr. Henry Clark said the same thing. Chancellor Williams said the same thing. We know that. But however, they never left us truly with a huge solution. It is time that we talk solution.
I will get to solution, but it's just, I feel for the sake of some of the people in the room, the real picture of the problem, the scale, the scope of it needs to be painted so that you see it for what it really is, how big it is, how long it's been going on, so that from that context, even you can analyze the solutions for yourself. You can even come up with deeper solutions than just something superficial based on the elementary knowledge most of us have as a result of our miseducation, about the situation itself. So, I don't know when you came into the room, but I was kind of like, giving a historical breakdown about, how humanity arose, under what conditions, the climatic conditions. I was talking about ice ages, sea level drops, different hominins on the planet at the time, and then eventually there was a time when there was three main species: Neanderthals in Central Asia and Europe, and the northern part of the Arabian Peninsula. Denisovans in Central Asia as well, overlapping with the Neanderthals, and in southern parts of Asia, because there was an ice age, all across most of Russia was under ice. Like 90% of the UK was under ice. The whole of Ireland was under ice. Pretty much most of Germany was under ice. Half of France was under ice. So the Neanderthals were living in that tiny sliver of land that was remaining of Europe that wasn't under ice. And even with the ice, there was still like 100 miles of permafrost that they couldn't even live in. So it was a real tiny piece of land. I mean, At the height of Neanderthals, it's estimated there was about 300,000 of them. I talked about the Denisovans as well, the cousins to the Neanderthals, and then I talked about humans, Homo sapiens, originating about 250,000 years ago. How they began to behave in modern ways, develop culture. I even talked about how culture was invented and division of labor, uh, and how division of labor even led to culture being invented, by and how women were central to inventing culture, and how women were probably central to the cultural complexes of humans that existed then. And they existed in small bands of 25 to 130, in human bands, and then they'll break off a group, they'll split into a group, will migrate, spread, and they'll maintain trade links, and how that helped them to survive. And the fact that, other groups like Neanderthals that didn't do that died out, even though that's not the only reason they died out. But I'm saying all this because of, as these humans now began to migrate out of Africa, followed by subsequent migrations, they began to intermix with Neanderthals. I talked about Neanderthal culture, how they lived, how they behaved, how they died, what their life was like. I talked about their mortality rate, how high it was. In fact, it's been, some scientists have actually said that their death rate, if the rate the adults died was 1% less, and the rate the children died was 1% less as well, they might just not have gone extinct. They were really on the brink. And I talked about admixture and why I think that's significant. And I started talking about the origins of violent culture in human societies, how this violent culture led to, the rise of psychopaths and psychopathic behaviors, where one man just abrogates all the rights, privileges, power, land, everything to himself and calls himself king. And no one else can do nothing in the tribe. It's like saying, "Oh, I'm the king of England because I was the first man that set foot there." Really? So if you weren't, how did you actually get away with it? That the other people that were on the land let you get away with it? It had to be by psychopathic brute force. And I tried to differentiate that this wasn't an African behavior. It wasn't something that you found in sub-Saharan Africa, especially the forested regions. And then going further down south, where they were largely just nomadic hunter-gatherers like the Khoisan. I talked about how the Khoisan, and even Australian Aboriginal groups were able to keep their psychopathic members of their populations in check, culturally even, that they weren't able to seize power like happened outside Africa, in especially Europe, or, well, Europe and Northern Asia. Their psychopaths were not able to seize power and, usurp the whole society. And then I talked about, the what I call the great displacement of black peoples, and how these displacements seem to have a racial slant to it every time. When black people were displaced from India, the Dravidians being displaced by the Aryans, and then out of that, you had a racialized caste system, complete with religion, Hinduism. And I got to the Arabs, how the Arabs, a light-skinned population, very genetically related to the Europeans. In fact, the only difference between them and the Europeans is that the Europeans speak an from northern India, Iran, all the way to Western Europe. The languages are all related as Indo-European languages. But then the Arabs and the Semitic groups, who are genetically close to the Europeans, happen to speak an Afro-Asiatic languages. That's the only difference. Other than that, then based on latitude, where you are on the globe, skin color, they're still demyelinated, but to different degrees. I mean, even when you see an Arab that looks very dark. He's not sub-Saharan. Even though a lot of us like to think, oh yeah, he's black, but some of us look at the Moors and we think, oh yeah, they're without realizing. I talked about the different populations, how there's effectively just one umbrella population that you can class all the genotypes in Europe under. The same thing in Asia, and in Africa there's four main different populations. So I talked about the second great displacement with the Arabs, how their invasion of Africa started. You can the problems Africa is going through today, you can draw a direct line from the problems we are facing today straight through European colonization and invasion to Arab invasion. That's where it didn't start with the Romans, it started with the Arabs. The Arabs destabilized Africa, and Africa hasn't recovered since. The Europeans just came after and made it much worse. And I think it's critical to understand this. I also showed the map on my YouTube channel, or on the YouTube broadcast going on live as well, where I showed the religious map of Africa, the Islamic north, the Christian south, and the border in the Sahel. And I showed how, like, virtually 90% of the wars going on in Africa right now are going on along this religious border where Islam meets Christianity in Africa. And yeah, these things are critical to understand. Yeah, I also talked about the third great displacement with the Europeans, the papal bulls, how the Pope declared all black people should be enslaved and their lands possessed. And they haven't rescinded this declaration till today. Even with Native Americans fighting against it, they still haven't rescinded it, because this was what led to Native Americans losing their lands to the Western, Spain and England and all those, France, all those countries. That declaration in 1492. And that's what led to us Africans being shipped off as slaves into European enclaves and controlled lands. I mean, the Arabs were already doing it 700 years even before the Europeans, to us sub-Saharan Africans. But that papal bull declaration got the Europeans involved. And I talk about these three great displacements being real episodes of racialized genocide in human history, even though historians fail to acknowledge it as so. Not one episode, not once has there been a history of black people invading white people's lands, conquering them, taking over, enslaving them. It happened with the Moors, but at the time, the Moors were no longer thinking from an African paradigm. They were now thinking from an Arab Islamic paradigm. They were working as soldiers of Islam, which is not an African paradigm. Islam is not an African paradigm. So I think where I got to was, how the whole region got destabilized, because this is also critical to understanding what happened, so that you understand how to untangle or even begin to diffuse the whole thing. The whole region got destabilized because there was the Arabs attacking from the north, the Europeans attacking from the south. The innocent people in the forest region sandwiched between the two. Now, they had the Nilo-Saharans also sandwiched between. Now, so you have the Arabs and the Muslims in the north. Then originally the Nilo-Saharan people in the Sahel, then the Niger-Congo people in the forest, and then the Europeans, before the Europeans. And then eventually the Nilo-Saharan people realized that if they converted to Islam, the Arabs will pretty much leave them alone. Tops, the Arabs will levy slave vassal status on them, like every year supply us 1,000 slaves, meaning that the now Muslim Nilo-Saharans in the Sahel now had to raid the slaves the Arabs would have had to raid for the Arabs. Yeah. Now, something I wanted to mention as well. Before the arrival of the Arabs, the people in the forest, Central Africa, were not enslaving each other. They were not slave raiding each other. What has been described by Eurocentric historians as these people enslaving each other has been what has now, well, by our researchers, we now know as actually our education system. It wasn't slavery. They said it was indentured servitude, where, say I'm a young kid, I'm like 13, and my parents ask me, so now you're a young man, you've done the initiation rites. What do you want to do with your adult life? Oh, I want to be an ironmonger, ironsmith. So my parents would take me to the ironsmith's house, and then they'll leave me there. And I have to live there for at least 5, 6, 7 years, living the life of an ironsmith, starting from the bottom, helping him out with odd jobs, everything. This is what they classified as slavery because these people weren't being paid, but they were seen as doing work for the ironsmith. But it was actually an education system. Our education system back then wasn't based on you wake up, you take your bath, wear a school uniform, go to a centralized class system where you sit, and then someone will come out and start teaching all of you. No. If you wanted to be a weaver, you had to live the life of whatever it was. So were often interned as apprentices to these masters of whatever craft it was. Our education system wasn't based on write this, taking notes. Yes, some of us had scripts, pictograms, and all that, but it was based on taking in oral information and then applying it practically over and over and over till it became virtually second nature, which is why probably it took 7 years, especially to become an ironmonger. And at the end of that 7 years, your teacher or master or whoever was teaching, is supposed to set you up your own iron foundry or weaving, whatever. But Europeans saw that and thought, oh, they're exploiting young people. It's slavery, indentured servitude. Nah, until the arrival of the Arabs and the destruction of Ghana and the creation of Songhai out of the ashes of the destruction of Ghana, and then the creation of the Congo Kingdom in response to the invasion of the Swahili coast by the Arabs, there is no historical or archaeological evidence for slavery in sub-Saharan Africa before the arrival of the Arabs. And believe me, if there was, the Europeans you and I know will print it in the front page of every history book for everybody to know. Oh, look at those. They were monsters before we came. We shouldn't even take the blame. All they've got today, they used to rope us into sharing the blame for slavery with them is, oh, Africans sold other Africans, which is a very disingenuous statement. That statement, Africans sold other Africans, is like saying Europeans killed the Jews. Yes, without examining the details, yes, it's true. Europeans, Germans, they're Europeans, they killed the Jews. But that's not quite the story. It's like saying all Europeans just ganged up and killed the Jews. That's a very disingenuous way to summarize such a history with just 3 simple words. Africans sold Africans. And this is what Europeans do. Talk about lies. They're the best liars ever. They do something I call white lies, where they use very simple words, very simple statements, short phrases, and just make very general blanket statements. And if that somehow make you not really think about it, and once you internalize it, you're falling into their trap. And they're so insidious that sometimes they'll create one of these lies, then they'll nestle it inside another white lie, and then inside another white lie. And then by the time you get like 6 layers of white lies, you have like an onion of lies. You can't even tell what's fact and fiction anymore. And these are the people that have largely written world history. But the good thing is, if you decolonize your mind and you understand the power of Eurocentric history, how it actually shapes how you see the world and controls how you act based on what you see the world as, or how you see the world through that Eurocentric history. You can kind of read between the lines and debunk most of their bullshit, you know. So, um, yeah. So the Arabs, when they started getting the Nilo-Saharans in the Sahel to convert, they now started doing the Nilo-Saharans started doing their dirty work. Otherwise, the Nilo-Saharans were the first black people, sub-Saharans, they took into slavery. And they were most of the black Moors were Nilo-Saharans. Because at some stage they started converting to Islam because they realized, like I said earlier, if they convert, they'll be left alone. And in fact, initially, the ones that were enslaved under the so-called Moorish empires, at some point there were so many of them that they were more than the Arabs and even the Berbers themselves, that they had to kind of give them some freedoms to mitigate against revolt. So me, I'm not one of those people that will go and, we taught Europeans how to bathe when we invaded Spain. No, that wasn't Africans invading Spain. That was Africans acting under an Arab agenda. They were no longer acting as Africans. You know, their agent, they were living in fear, convert or die, or slavery. You know, so they were acting out the effects of Stockholm syndrome, which they are still acting out today. Now, unfortunately, I think it's actually easier to shake an African away from Christianity than Islam. There's a question I've been asking black people for the past like 3 years, and I think is probably the most important question of the 21st century for any black person. And it's a question simply about identity. I mean, for the sake of time, I'd have actually even asked the whole stage or even the room. But it's a very simple question, even. And it goes, as a black person, which is more important to you? Being an African or being a Christian, if you're a Christian, or a Muslim, if you're a Muslim? And for the 3 years I've been asking black people this question, the answers speak for themselves. 95% of the Christians, or no, recently since I got on Clubhouse, because there's quite a few woke people on Clubhouse. So that number has dropped from 95% to, I'll say, about 90 now, because I kind of try and keep a mental tally. About from 95% to 90% of the Christians I asked this question, Black Americans, Africans, Caribbean, they all say being a Christian is more important to them. Only a few say outright being an African. You get the percentage as well that start trying to debate to themselves or you. Oh, they are both important. Oh, it doesn't really matter. But what does it mean? You know, once they start debating, it means they are as confused as not even understanding their own identity and how to prioritize what makes their identity. So I classify them amongst the bulk, the 95% or 90%. Now, before it used to be 100%, but since I got to Clubhouse, I'll say maybe 99% now of the Muslims say being a Muslim is more important to them than being an African. And you know, when you hear results like this, suddenly you begin to realize where the Africans' problems stem from. The Africans themselves are too busy trying to be anything other than African. They're trying to be something from Mecca, something from Rome, something from Jerusalem, but nothing from their own fatherland. I mean, it's so ironic that Africans who go to all these places of Rome, Jerusalem, Mecca on pilgrimage, but nothing on their own fatherland. Oh, like another man's land is holier than your father's land? Really? Why do you think we disrespect Africa like this ourselves, we the Africans? Because of Islam, we destroy our own culture. Because of Christianity, we destroy our own culture. We stop answering our own ancestral names. Islam enters your culture, sorry, you guys are gone. You are going to become Arabized. You stop even answering your own name, start answering Abdul this, Ahmed that, Ismail that. Christianity, the same. Paul, Peter, what the fuck? Stone even, Brown. Bullshit names. And we would even rather be called these names than your own traditional, my name is Chukwuemeka, my name is Ifeanyi, my name is Oladapo. What the fuck? People don't realize this. They don't realize that this is how these religions are actually damaging you and your culture. There's a saying that the more you pray to another man's God, the more that man's God will continue blessing that man. Not you. What, you think that man's God is suddenly going to begin to favor you above that man? What, because you're praying to him? No. He's even going to favor that man more for bringing in more converts. He's going to bless the man. So your prayers are going to be aggregating to that man's prayer and blessing him more. The more you keep worshiping his God. And look what these two religions have turned us today. Islam has turned the people who corrupted their brains into Islamic dogs of war. At the drop of a hat, ready to kill people in the name of Islam. Simply because, well, that's what the Arabs were trying. The Arabs, they are not many in number. They were looking for people to use for, just like they did in Spain. They used black people to conquer Spain. They are dogs of war, doing their dirty work. Now the Christians, they've turned us into the most docile dogs ever. Obviously, the Christians, the Europeans, they were trying to pacify us while they robbed and looted us blind. So they gave us their watered-down version of Christianity. I mean, their own version tells them to kill us. But our own version tells them as they're killing you, turn the other cheek. Let them even slice that one with another knife. So they gave us their Christianity to pacify us, turn us into docile dogs while they're robbing us. So you can see how that's playing out today. Islam turned one group into dogs of war, turned the other group into docile dogs, which is why in Nigeria today, as they're stealing our land, we're shouting at each other, we're fighting each other, barking at each other, instead of facing where the problem is coming from. So after they got the Chadic people Islamicized and now raiding the forest people, apparently I've read works where some of the people in the forest actually try to convert to Islam when they learn the secret that if you convert, they'll pretty much leave you alone. But the Muslims weren't having it. Their reasoning being, well, if everybody now converted to Islam, who are we going to charge jizya tax and who are we going to enslave? Which is why I said eventually we in the forest region became prime targets for slavery. And it was around this time the Europeans came in. So the Europeans came in, we had the Arabs and some of the Nilo-Saharan groups slave raiding us, destabilizing us. Some of them, the ones that refused to turn into Islam, running into our regions, imposing themselves as kings and conquering lands, taking over lands, destabilizing us further. And at some stage, they turned the human body into the crude oil of the day. And like I was even trying to say earlier, now I can imagine some of these refugee princes running into the forest region. They were thinking of rallying and one day going back to reconquer their lands. And at the time, apart from imposing themselves, they would have quickly realized, look, slaves is the crude oil of the day. It looks like that's the to get a gun, you need to sell at least one or two people. Because guns had started trickling into the region thanks to the Ottoman Empire and the Portuguese. They must have been dreaming of acquiring enough weapons, enough army one day to go conquer back their original lands. But it never quite happened. You know, as a friend of mine I was speaking to the other day from away land. Apparently, I didn't know they much further to the north used to be their indigenous lands, but they've been pushed south till today. So basically, fast forward to today, we're under attack now. Okay, now one more thing I was going to say. Now, it's also interesting to note that the original African pastoralists were not violent until the ones Islam got into their heads, like on the Horn. The Horners and the Khoisan, one of their main branches, is a pastoralist group, but they're not violent. They traverse the kind of like a Sahel or prairie region in the Kalahari southern deserts. They're not violent. The Horners there's no history of violence from them until Islam came. The only violence we got was from the North Africans who were slave raiding us, like the Tuareg, and then eventually the Fulani when they came. They were cattle raiders from the beginning, and there is no mention of Fulani anywhere in history until only 1,000 years ago, with the Berber migrations into the Turkler lands, and then the mixing, and then with the coming of Islam and conquest of the area and forced conversion to Islam, and then conquest into Futajalo and Futatoro, and then that's where they discovered the River Niger's mouth, and then decided to totally dominate the whole river and conquer down all the way to the mouth to the delta of the river. But at the same time, because of their pastoralism, they also decided to conquer and control the Sahel. So, which was why I think Hausa land was kind of like a deviation of the original plan. Because if you control Hausa land was strategically placed back then in the Sahel, strategically placed between Songhai and Kanem Borno empires, and very wealthy. So it would have entered Fulani's eye, no doubt. The Hausas were, back then, they were the richest indigenous Nigerians, just by virtue of that location, sandwiched between those two huge empires. These guys they were craftsmen. They weren't even, by the time the Fulanis came, they long, educated themselves out of their warrior Queen Amina days. So so basically the situation today now, something else I wanted to finish. Now, Abraham came from the city of Ur, where Iraq is today, and he migrated west into the land of Canaan, and him and his sons into the land of Canaan and Egypt. Remember, the Nile Delta was drawing everybody to the place, because even if there was desert everywhere, famine, the Nile Delta was always fertile. So once famine started, most of the migration flowed like a pump towards the Nile Delta back then. So Abraham and his people went towards this Nile Delta, and they were pastoralists. And I don't know if you guys were there when I was talking about how pastoralists were predispositioned to warfare, and eventually began the first type of what you could call warfare, plunder and pillage, which is what they always did. As they migrate, they're always going to clash with sedentary people who they infringe on their lands. And this happened a lot when Abraham was in Canaan, and it wasn't just him. Uh, he was just one of the migrants from Ur and all those cities, Elam, Eridu, all those cities in Iraq and where Iraq and Iran is today. They were all migrating because of the famine. And at some stage, by the time of Moses, they realized they needed to grab land. And they grabbed the land from the Canaanites. The Canaanites, Jehovah was originally a Canaanite god, the Canaanite god for war. He wasn't even the supreme Canaanite god that was Elohim. So because Abraham's the Israelites were now fighting for the land, their leader, their leaders Moses and Joshua had to galvanize them using that concept of monotheism. So, and they particularly picked the god of war, Jehovah, and I subsequently added Elohim to it to say, okay, Jehovah is the supreme god. But so when people say Israelites, black people, no, it is clear where they migrated from. They were Eurasian. They were of Eurasian stock. They migrated from east, where Iraq borders Iran, towards the west, and displaced the darker skinned people that were in Canaan and took over the land. They know this as well. The darker skinned people are the ones that are probably originally referred to as the Hebrews. They adopted the term Hebrews, yes, but subsequently it's only with the coming of modern times somehow it became Jew. But the original Hebrews were the Canaanites. So sorry, what am I saying? Not the original. The original people on the land were the Canaanites. The Hebrews came later and took over the land from the Canaanites. So yeah, I just wanted to get that out of the way as well. So now, today, the situation we're facing. So the Arabs, like I said, their conquest renewed with that OIC declaration about 30 years ago, and they've been inching southwards at a rate of 3 miles per year every year. They've been taking over lands every year like that. Now, the Europeans, they've been looking at this and it's not really been a bother. I mean, the Europeans have been coveting Africa like they coveted South America. They want to take over it because of the resources. And it's only until China saw everything going on and said, you know what? The power of the Europeans is the fact that they colonize the Africans and get all those resources for free. Well, we're going to go colonize too. And if you do, who's going to stop us? And they jumped in the game. Suddenly, the Europeans have become spooked. They now realize that, we've been trying to take over this continent for 150 years. Okay, we slowed down because we were pretty much controlling it. But now, from under our noses, the Chinese are about to snatch it. There's over 7 million Chinese people on the African continent as we speak. Most of them are men. And when I mean most, I mean at least 5 to 6 million of them are men. That's an army right there for anyone who doesn't know. All the communist Chinese government needs to do is hand them uniforms and guns. Boom, army right there. Boom. Okay, so the Europeans are watching all this. Suddenly, they are now extending the okay, yeah, something else I wanted to say. I talked about the PayPal bull. The PayPal bull was the Europeans always make a decree before they act against us. The first decree was the PayPal bull, and the action that followed was slavery. The second decree before they acted against us was the Berlin Conference, and the action that followed was colonization. The third decree at the end of colonization was the Marshall Plan. That plan to rebuild Europe led to Europe being pressured to give up the colonies because they realized, look, if you let these colonies revolt and actually seize control, we'll lose control of these resources. do a controlled retreat, and they will pull the strings from behind. So with the Marshall Plan, the plan was to develop Europe, yes, but develop Europe using her colonial resources. So they understood that colonialism must never end. And then to enforce this Marshall Plan today, this is why you have almost 100 bases, American and NATO bases on the African continent. So let's look at what's going on. So the Europeans want the resources primarily. If they get the land, fine. And to enforce that, they've come in with their military bases and they've come in with their corporations, their companies. Now, China wants the resources. Hey, I guess if they can get the land as well, since the resources are there, why not? So they've come in with their biggest military base outside Asia, located in a very strategic point on the Horn of Africa, on the very horn, Djibouti. So strategic that everybody now wants a base there. The Americans, the French, the Russians, I think even Japanese. Everybody wants a base in Djibouti now because of how strategic it is. It's so strategic. Now, if you have a base in Djibouti, yeah, from Djibouti, China can just drive south, boom, she's in South Africa. There is no rigorous terrain. I mean, remember, I described this earlier as part of the original migration highway. Or she can drive this way, boom, the whole of North Africa. Same thing, no rigorous terrain. Or drive this way, boom, across West Africa. One fell swoop. And then across West Africa, you can drop down depending on where your mission is. As in this base, it cannot be understated how strategic this base is for China. And then so China has a military base. China has a military base. And then an army to go. The Americans don't quite have an army yet on this. I mean, they have soldiers on ground, yes, but not an army like China. An army of at least 6 million men. So basically, we're under attack from the Arabs from the north. Now, the Arabs, what do the Arabs want? The Arabs want the land. They want the land because if you look at Arab civilization, yeah, unfortunately for them, it's as if when they were when civilizations were picking straws for geographical location, the Arabs picked the shortest straw because virtually all of Arab civilization is on dry desert arid land. Virtually all of it is on dry desert arid land. So they want land. Yes, they're desert people, but we're in a modern world now. They want land. Why? Farming, food. Why do you think Saudi Arabia has bought up, I think, a huge chunk of Kenya to grow food, not to feed Kenyans, but to export back to Saudi Arabia to feed Saudi Arabians? And they know this is not going to be enough because they're still trying to buy more. And it's not just Saudi Arabia. Iran is buying land. Japan is buying land. China, Russia, everybody's buying African land. And they're all buying the best prime agricultural land. Not to feed Africans, no. To mitigate against their own expected food shortages in the future. So if they buy up all the prime farming land in Africa, what are the Africans going to use to feed themselves? Now, so this is the Arabs want the land. They want to, in fact, ISIS released a map of all the places they want to conquer, which include all the way to Greece, stopping just at Austria. You know, all of this region, parts of southern Russia, going all the way into I think northern part of India, all of the peninsula, all of the Horn, and then huge chunks of northern Congo and all of West Africa. This is the map ISIS released in, I think it was 2014. of the part of the world they wanted to conquer.
I have a question, Starman.
Right.
I think for me, you know, just like you, I mean, 4 years ago, I started advising because I studied geopolitics, right? I started advising people there's a war coming to Africa. And I think time and time again, we African, I think fear is what, and you're right. You know, religion has we on one side we have, you know, the Arab dogs, and then another side we have the European docile pigs, right? Big flutter. And when you bring it up, the fear, right? Especially because I'm much more surrounded by sub-Saharan, so they're mostly Christian. When you bring this up, the rejection of the idea itself sort of puzzle me, you know.
Yeah.
You don't be ready. You don't want to know and be ready, and then you want something to surprise you, right? So I have been saying this for 4 years. There is a war coming to Africa, and it's not going to be these people against themselves only on the continent. It's going to be these people against Africans, right? So there's going to be killings of Africans. So they're going to be strategically steady people who are capable of fighting, right? Of course, they're going to lose men and women. However, we are going to be in a position where everybody in our land, it doesn't matter if you're Igbo, it doesn't matter if you're Yoruba, it doesn't matter if you're outside. Everybody, women, children, everybody is going to be at war with these people. Everybody's going to be baby pregnant women. They're going to be in front of these bullets. They're going to be big steps. They're going to be shut down.
There's definitely a war coming. Carry on. There's definitely a war coming.
Mm-hmm. Yes, absolutely. There is war coming. This is quite. You know, when the European, even when we look at the Arab conquest, there was war, right?
Yeah.
So even when you were talking about some of the society, because we don't call them tribe, the society in what we would call Mali today, what you call Morocco today, some of those people, when you ask some of the people in South Africa, in West Africa, you ask them, they will tell you in an oral story that comes from those locations, right? Because many of them flee, right, into those regions. Some of them was mainly forest region, and then some of them, as the Arab Conquest became overly powerful, more and more of them was coming, right? So my question to you is, because for me, it's a resolution for me. Because I think Africa needs, I keep saying it, they need dictators that care for Africa, who will put that foot on the necks.
Well, we don't need dictators. We need strong men, strong and wise men, or strong wise men.
Let me say this to you: why it's a dictator? You have the Arab dogs, right, to the north. You have the European pigs to the south, right, waiting to be slaughtered. Arab dogs to the north, waiting to be, giving instruction, because this is what it is. You can't lie right away from your reality. Giving instructions, right, to be able to fight war for them when the Chinese, when the Europeans, right, when all the other people are, against them, because they're not just going to be coming for us. They're going to be coming for everybody on the land. They're going to use, the Arabs are going to use the dog as a force shield. For me, right, I believe because these people are so controlled, you cannot deter them, right? It would take generations to happen. For me, I think it takes a Stalin, doing World War II in Russia. It took a Stalin. It would take a Stalin in Africa, right?
Okay. I'll. Well, the thing is, let me paint the picture of the situation we're in, so that when we start talking about solutions, then we can actually put those solutions into proper context. So now, we're still living through the third great displacement. Now, this series of displacements is something that's been happening for 4,000 years, starting with the Aryan migrations down south, displacing the Dravidians to the fringes of the Indian sub-Indian continent, and then well, I was talking earlier about how Europeans became white, the Yamnaya expansion and all that, and then how basically all black people got displaced from Europe. So from being on 6 continents, they got displaced from the first continent, got displaced from the second continent, which is Asia, and then that was the first great displacement. The second great displacement was the Arabs, and that was their display. Well, their destabilization and the effect was just to shift populations from the Sahel and all around that border where that religious border is today. But it's still going on because they're still trying to take over huge chunks of the continent. The parts I've highlighted in red here. The third great displacement, which we're still living through today, including the second, the two of them are still active. And they've also, it's now okay, now we're living through the third episode by the Europeans, where they displaced the people of North America, South America, took control of the continents, displaced the people of Australia, took control of that continent as well. So suddenly, they've hijacked 5 continents, and then our own African continent, North Africans are in control of half of it. And North Africans, every time, North Africans are classified as Europoid. They have sub-Saharan base African DNA, but it's only about 30 to 35%. The rest of it is Eurasian DNA from back migrations. And if you look at a lot of those Amazigh groups, they have long, narrow faces like Europeans and all that. Some of them might be dark, but not black like sub-Saharan Africans. Some of them might be similar in complexion to Khoisan, but you can still tell, if you look properly, you can tell that it's not the same shade. It's not the same composition of melanin or configuration of melanin. And and then you look at the broader features. Those two groups are different. So now we're living through this third great displacement period, where the aim now is to China is trying to get market share on colonization, her own slice of Africa. So she's moved in her military, built a base, or she's moved in her shadow military, built a base. The Americans are openly building bases and using their companies. The Arabs have renewed hostilities, now openly killing across the whole of the Sahel. Come on, look at all the countries. I listed them earlier. Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, Ghana, Togo, Benin Republic, Nigeria, Chad, Central African Republic, Cameroon, Darfur in Sudan, and then Northern Congo as well. And then I've heard reports of Northern Kenya, Northwest Kenya, and Northern Gabon. And then there's also Islamist terrorist activity in Mozambique. Yeah, and this is all where that Islam meets Christianity. So basically, these 3 groups. So the Arabs their attack has been going on for 1,300 years. The Europeans, their own attack has been going on for 600 years, even though, they kind of slowed down, as in with the blatant killing for 150 years. during which they too slowed the Arabs down for that period, that 150-year period when they were colonizing. Now, the Chinese today have now launched their own attack from the east. So if you look at it, sub-Saharan Africans, we're hemmed in, we're boxed in from all sides. The Chinese from the east, the Europeans from the west, the Arabs from the north. It's like we're being squeezed slowly. Now that we're even clinging to survive on half a continent, they are squeezing us slowly out of existence. And let me tell you how this works, how this squeeze works. Is now Europeans and Arabs are pretty much in partnership. Or let me not say in partnership. They were partners during the slave trade, they were partners during colonialism. But I won't even really say partners. It's more like the Europeans use the Arabs or the Muslims. They use the Muslims. So basically, the Europeans are seeing China now about to take over Africa. They are not liking it. So they've launched, it's almost as they've launched every single type of attack in their book. Number one, they're now getting the Arabs to kill us off, or the Muslims to kill us off. And if the Muslims succeed, the European plan, knowing Europeans, how they work, they just jump in. Hey, after the Muslims have killed, genocided most of us, so we can barely now survive. Europeans will just jump in. Hey, you guys are terrorists, genocide, you're committing genocide, and then kill the Muslims, the Fulani, and take over the land. That's exactly what's going to happen. Fulani might be thinking they are still in our land now. But if they actually succeed, the Europeans will come for that land. I mean, what? Do you think they're building the Eco-Atlantic for fun? And then like I said, the Arabs want the land. The Europeans want us gone so that they can take the land and the resources and possibly kick the Arabs out. I mean, why do you think they don't bother the Arabs? I mean, no one ever pulls these Arabs and Muslims up for any war crimes, human rights abuse. No, just like when the Europeans are colonizing, especially Nigeria, Fulani will commit all manner of crimes. Till today, nobody has been tried, nobody has been prosecuted. So why are we surprised that today they are still killing? Nobody is talking even about it in the UN because they are business partners. You know, so now we're under attack from three sides: the Chinese from the east, the Europeans from the west, the Arabs from the north. If you look at it from the map I'm drawing, we're literally being squeezed in. Now, the Europeans have made sure, now the Arabs have made sure to use terror to keep us as confused, fearful, docile as possible. Europeans have made sure to seize our agency to do anything for ourselves. They've made sure they've kept us deindustrialized. Our currency is devalued. I mean, it's so strange that the gold comes from your land, but the people buying the gold, their money is worth more than yours. And then they keep you deindustrialized so that when you sell them the iron ore, you don't have industry to add value to it because that's direct competition for them. So they have to keep it deindustrialized so that you sell them the iron ore, forcing your economy to just become dependent on selling iron ore, which is what they want anyway, the resources. So they use IMF, World Bank, all that stuff, force policies on you to keep it deindustrialized, to devalue your currency, and to keep you just supplying them resources. And then the resources, they will give you colored paper, their currency that is supposed to have more value than your own, which is just colored paper, the biggest scam on the planet. After they give you colored paper, they will take the resources, add value to it, turn it into a car, into a mobile phone, now sell it back to you. Remember, they've kept you deindustrialized so that you can't have industry to add value to those resources. Now sell it back to you. At this stage, you don't even have enough color or enough of their colored paper to pay back because they won't even take your own currency because your currency depends on theirs anyway. So you now have to now do more deals with your resources at ridiculous prices to their benefit. And they continue cycling this and cycling and accumulating wealth at your detriment. Now, the reason why they keep it industrialized is because of the risk of direct competition. If you have a factory that can turn iron ore into cars, and the iron ore comes from your land, they're out the market straight away, overnight, because that means you can produce those cars cheaper. There's no added cost of ferrying it to their land and then ferrying it back to sell it to you. And then the fact that they've bloated their own economies, the high labor costs there, they are out the market, out the game. They know this very well. This is why they don't even want us to be free, because of the direct competition. From the very fact that once we are free, we are going to start demanding those resources too. Now, in fact, let me break the game down. This is how it works. So let's say this is your piece of land. Under this piece of land, there's a massive oil well. They've used all their scanning equipment, they can see it. Now, under this land, there also happens to be deposits of hard rock. Yeah, all over the place. Now, from the way this is set up, they can drill, they've worked out maybe they can drill one pipe, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 pipes. Yeah. And let's say each of these pipes, one of them pumps 20,000 liters per day. So meaning that these 5 pipes will produce 100,000 liters per day of crude oil. Yeah. Now, part of this is the industrialization is also to make sure the African doesn't have companies mining those resources, which is why all the resource extraction going on in Africa is done by strictly their companies. As if indigenous Africans can't mine gold, diamond, or oil. So anyway, so now they've surveyed this oil field. They found out that by virtue of the geographical location, the rocks on the ground, the places where they can pass their pipes, we only let them pass 5 pipes, pumping at 20,000 liters per day, which 5 of them total 100,000 liters per day. Right. Now, European economies, they are so-called capitalist economies, are built, their foundation is growth, constant growth, 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 growth. In fact, when they don't grow, that's a recession. And the more they don't grow, that's a depression. And these two things mean very bad things for them. No job, food queues, hungry people, and possibly riots. Riots, destabilizing the order their elite have set up, which is what they don't want. Yeah? So now this economy is being built on growth and resource extraction, and the fact that they monopolize these resources. Now, the reason why they are hell-bent on controlling our resources is when they tally up all the petrol they need to run their transportation system, their factories, their power production, their like power plants, what else? Shipping, heating of houses. When they factor all these things in, yeah, let's say the West, America, France, UK together, they are, because their economies are heavily intertwined, especially with that growth mentality. Let's say together, to keep their economies running, out of this 100 liters of petrol pumped out a day, or crude oil pumped out a day, they need 80,000 liters of it. This is why they don't want you to industrialize, because as long as you are not industrialized and they monopolize the production on your land, they can guarantee themselves 80,000 liters of that petroleum, of that crude oil per day. Because if you begin to industrialize, by virtue of having industry, suddenly you too need a cut of that petroleum to fund your transport, factories, power stations, shipping, and heating. And because the oil comes from your land, you're going to want to control it. And if you control it, suddenly they're not guaranteed their 80,000 barrels or liters per day. So you suddenly now eat into it. You need 40,000 liters per day, meaning that they now have to get 60. Their economy will shrink. They know this. Recession. And this is why they don't want, they've become addicted to our resources like crackheads, that even we can no longer benefit from our resources because they will lose and they don't want to lose and they will rather kill us than to start losing over our resources. I wish you guys could see what I'm drawing here, just so that you know.
Can I add something to that for a second? This is why tribalism is a problem in Africa, and that people would say, oh, we will promote ethnism, which is, I don't know what's the difference between that and tribalism. When you're working in such a pocket, when you have division, because I think time and time again we see, because I'm talking prospectively, right, on the micro level. African has a mindset where when they get stuck in something, it's almost like they become so blinded by that particular thing. That idea of identity, instead of African first, right? I know people say Europe has tribal. Europeans are European first, before they are French, before they are, before they are Russian, before they are this. It took them harshness to get there, right? I will tell you this. I studied geopolitics, and I happen to sit in rooms with some of their elites. But one time I was having a discussion with a colonel. He was retiring 28 years in the U.S. Army, and he traveled the world. And when this man told me what he told me, that was the first time. That was 4.5 years ago. Actually, 5 years ago now. That's when I knew there was a war coming to Africa.
Mm.
These people are secretly studying the psychology of you. They have the very few people on the continent who are going as missionaries, who are going as friends, who are going as tourists, right?
Mm.
And sometimes going into these villages, they're studying the psychology because there's a war coming. I don't think they're going to fight proxy war. I think it's going to be a full-fledged war. There's so many things we're looking at right now that can start that quote-unquote instead of European Asia European Asia War 3, they're going to call it World War 3. Let's call it World War 3 for now. World War 3. We're looking at the South Pacific area where we know the South China Sea, where there is a conflict happening in there. We see what is happening in Russia and Ukraine. Also, the fight for Africa. Africa is the main land right now that people are struggling for, right? When you talk to African, this is when I see you in your rooms, and I'm going to be talking directly because I know these people's mindset. I sit among them. I sit among the ones who talk military, the ones who talk politics. I'm looking at you guys and I say, they had do a doozy on y'all with destroying your destruction of your mind and your mentality. That you're so blinded by self-hate against each other. I look into Nigeria. Nigeria has the biggest population. The big population on the continent of Africa. Yet it is one of the most divisive countries in Africa. How are we going to be able to defend ourselves? The country that has human resources that is supposed to be fighting for unification right now is fighting for so much division.
Arjuna, let me come in there. First of all, you make a very big mistake. You legitimize these countries that we're in by thinking if we stayed in these countries, that's when we're going to succeed. Now, you point out the fact that these people, right, are not doing anything for our interests. What makes you think that the countries they put us in are for our interests? There's no way in hell in Nigeria. There's no way Nigeria is ever going to work. And there's no such thing as divisive. That is just a word that means nothing in the context of us as African people. We were not meant to be together in the first place. Okay? We all had our nations before they came and put us together without any consideration for who we were, our different value systems. This is why there is chaos. It is not divisiveness. It is the fact that we weren't even meant to be together. So when some people have been incentivized to go around as the warrant chiefs over some other people, kill them, hurt them, so they can continue to exploit us. In every country, if you look at the colonial history, they left behind their people, a tribe, or I guess you would say a group of people, to lord over the rest and make sure they remain partners with them to exploit Africa. That is at the root of the issue. It's not upholding the nations that they stuck us in, or getting together as one Africa. We have never, even the idea of one Africa. There's no African identity. There's no African identity. It doesn't exist. We're not one.
You know what? For me, because I'm very militaristic and militaristic.
I come from a military family, and that makes no sense.
No,
you have to when you're
Guys.
strategizing for military. When you're strategizing for military, you have to take into account your reality, not a fantasy.
Guys.
Of utilitarianism. Okay? In order for you to be militaristic, you have to think of the generalized utilitarianism in the moment when the time presents itself. Okay?
Listen. In Africa, that is not our reality. So I cannot. Look at it right now. Earlier in the room, an East African came into this room. And was calling West African apes. How do you suppose, Arjili?
I agree with the.
How do you suppose that me and the East African who sees me, who is Arabized, who sees me and my people in sub-Saharan Africa as apes, quote unquote, how are we going to do it together to be this one Africa?
Like your mindset. Africans are going to die on the continent because of your mind.
No, guys, chill.
Your mind, you came on this stage and said Africa needs one dictator. Does that make any sense? What military sense is that?
Be among us. Period.
Okay, guys, wait, guys, let's.
Don't tell me to mute my mic. When you interrupt me, your mic.
Guys, let's chill. Come on. Ajili, Ama. No, guys. Let's not. Come on, let's not. Guys, let's not. Let's not start going back and forth like that. I mean, oof. Well, I haven't even finished what I was saying. There's still a lot to be said. It's it's a huge problem we're facing. So,
the huge problem comes from us, and I'm not going to even sit here and even make it seem like Europeans are the problem.
So we ignore our ethnic nationality for a fantasy of one dictator.
Right, but we are the fucking problem. We are the root to our fucking issue.
Wait. Guys, chill, guys, please. Okay. So, okay, now the Europeans have made sure to seize our agency as a people, our ability to conduct any form of activity that's fundamental to holding society together. So, number one, the Europeans have made sure that they control our food production. With all I just talked earlier about all the farmlands that countries have been buying up across Africa. And even though they produce food for themselves, then they import into Africa all this crap food canned beef, Indomie noodles, all this shitty food. You know, they control our information. Our information includes our media. We don't even have a media. Information includes our history and also includes our education system. That's why we have all these African professors that don't even have ordinary theories, let alone inventions. They've made sure to control our medication. So we don't produce our own medicines. We don't even produce our own vaccines. This is very critical here. Our own vaccines. We also what happened during COVID. You know, they won't even relax their patents for African countries to manufacture the vaccines themselves. It had to be them producing it for African countries. You know, and they control weapons. We don't manufacture our own weapons. We can't even defend ourselves. So if they don't give us guns, anyone can kill us. They can actually even give people guns to kill us. And if they don't give us guns, we're just going to die because we don't make guns. This is all part of them controlling our destiny, seizing our agency. This is all part of that whole grand strategy of making sure we don't industrialize. So, weapons, communicate information, medicine and vaccines and food. Let me say something about vaccines. Let me see. You guys think about this. Yeah, if you want to commit genocide, there are several things you could do. You could use war, or even nuclear war. You could use a virus, a super virus like COVID. Just make one deadlier. You could use what else could you use? Yeah, several things that you could use.
You could use gentrification.
Yes. I mean gentrification. You know, there's some. But the thing is, all these different things I've just listed, they're all actually hard work, messy, dirty. You know, even if you use nukes, you couldn't kill everybody. People will still run away, hide, dig holes and hide. You still have to put boots on ground to dig people out. So even that's messy. And also, if you use nukes, you know, you end up even destroying things that you could have used to pay for your war efforts. So if you nuke Paris, all the gold in Paris, all the expensive paintings, sculpture, and art is gone. So nukes are very messy, even though they are as threatening as they come, but it's still messy. You know, if you want to commit genocide. Now, if you want to use a super virus, still, they still, they probably will even work better than nukes. But the thing is, people will develop immunity, and some people will even catch the virus. You know, but then there's one way to commit a genocide efficiently, cheaply. In fact, the people will even run and hide. No, they will actually come and line up for you and give you their arm to pump them full of poison. Vaccination. If you want to commit a genocide, a vaccination program is as efficient as they come. And as a people on the African continent or peoples, we do not control our own vaccination. A lot of people don't understand how dangerous this is. And then when we hear about how AIDS, HIV, popped up in Africa, how did it pop up? Fucking polio vaccine. They brought us, we weren't making our own vaccines. They made the vaccine, brought it to us, used chimp kidneys and liver to grow the vaccine. And then SIV and HIV virus that were already in chimps, that they were already kind of immune to already, jumped into us because we don't make our own vaccines. We allowed other people to make it for us. People don't understand HIV. That's how HIV. The HIV jumped from the kidney culture of the chimps they were using, and all because they were giving us polio vaccine. In East Africa some years ago, yeah. In East Africa some years ago, some bogus charity turns up. Hey, everybody, free vaccine. I think it was it HPV or one of something like that. And all the women from this region, I think of Kenya, somewhere in East Kenya, come on, in a rural region, you tell them free. Of course, everybody's gonna go. And then about a decade later, 100,000 women sterilized. Why? Because we don't produce our own vaccine. In South Africa, I don't know, I'm sure you guys would have seen the video. The South African, I think it was an agent, an ex-agent, that confessed that they will go into the poor townships, set up a free bogus clinic, pretending to be vaccinating people, meanwhile pumping them full of HIV. And today, South Africa is the HIV capital of the world. And why did they do that? Why did the whites in South Africa do that? Because they wanted the land. They were trying to whittle down the population of the blacks. So they thought HIV would be a good, stealthy way of getting rid of them. Yeah. Yeah.
There's one thing we need to think about. The naivety of our people. That's the problem.
I agree. It's because of the religious indoctrination and the bullshit education system they gave us. You know. So, you know, we're really at a knife's edge where we're like they've turned us, we're like infants in their hands. They control everything around us. We have absolutely no agency, absolutely none. You know.
Hey, Starman, I got a question real quick.
Yeah.
What do you think's gonna happen to everybody who took the COVID vaccine?
Well, we've been seeing people dying. We've been seeing. I mean, I've seen all sorts of funny reports about people catching HIV from the vaccination. But you know, then again, yeah, there are reports. But then I've seen scientists, medical professionals come out or investigators as well, come out and say that, look, the whole thing was a hoax. Apparently, the vaccine, they spliced HIV into it. The virus itself was actually based on snake venom. Yeah, just crazy shit. I'm like, you know.
I can tell you COVID ain't a lie. I caught COVID. I'm gonna tell you on this platform, COVID ain't a lie. I caught it.
Yeah, but it's not a man-made. It wasn't man-made.
Yeah,
it wasn't
it's
man-made.
a created biological weapon. They made that in a laboratory.
It wasn't
I can tell
man-made.
you it's real. I almost lost a family member to COVID. I almost did.
But yeah,
It's not.
It's man-made. It's not natural. So, you know, this is the danger we're in as a people. And then on top of that, we don't have leaders. You know, I keep trying to tell Africans in a way that paints the picture vividly that, look, the best way to think of it is think of your country as a prison. Because that's what it is. I mean, those are not even African countries. Those are European countries in Africa. So they were created by other people during colonialism to actually enslave you. So think of your country as a prison. And then think of a president as the warder of that prison, keeping guard over it for the person that financed the building of the prison, which is white supremacy. Yeah, I think if you see it this way, then you begin to realize that our solution is not within the current political system. Our solution is popular Africa-wide uprising, revolution. Africa-wide. That's the only way out of this. Because I can guarantee you, in this embrace we're locked in white populations or European populations or Western civilization, one of us will go extinct. This black extinction theorem, yes, I won't say I invented it or I noticed it just from studying history in chronological order. Huh? But then again, it's not even a theory I'm proud of. But I have to say it for what it is. You know, I noticed it because I studied history in chronological order. I mean, all my life I've been hearing black people are going to go extinct, but then studying the history, I actually saw the pattern. If any of you saw the video or would take the time to see the video that streamed alongside the room, you know, you see how I describe the pattern, like from being all over 6 continents to suddenly being whittled down to half a continent, and now even struggling to survive on that continent, on that half a continent. You know, with other people actively squeezing you, trying to get rid of you, Chinese, Arabs, and Europeans. These 3 groups today, now the Arabs are going to work for the Europeans regardless, because if anything, even though they know they're doing European agenda, if anything, they're at least getting the guns from the Europeans. So they're just going to do what the Europeans tell them. The Chinese, they're doing it in competition against the Europeans. And I've been saying this now that China and America will come to a war. They will come to the Third World War. The two of them are now firmly locked in what's known as a Thucydides trap. Thucydides, a Greek philosopher and general he was an Athenian. He was alive during the time of Athens and Sparta, and he saw Thucydides, yeah. And he saw how the rise of Sparta during when Athens was already kind of like the regional superpower. Saw how it was inevitable the two were going to clash. He predicted the clash, and 2 of them clashed. And this situation has happened about 16 times in human history, and 12 of the times it came to a clash. One of the few that didn't come to a clash was the Cold War. But with China, I've been watching what's been going on with China and America, and it will come to that war. They are now effectively locked in this Thucydides trap with each other, and pretty much nothing can stop it now, except one thing. But before I even talk about what it is, all the shenanigans going on right now with Russia is just kind of like to secure America is trying to secure her flanks. So the fracas with Ukraine, America is, since the collapse of the Soviet Union, they've been slowly creeping eastwards, trying to take over. Forget all that Poland, Lithuania, Estonia. Nah, that wasn't the main target. The main target has always been Ukraine. Why? Because anybody alive today should know that invading Russia from the north, having to pass through Poland and then Lithuania, is just it's just a dead end. Napoleon, Hitler, everybody tried it and failed. But if you want to invade Russia, Russia actually has a soft underbelly, which is our border with Ukraine, which is why America has been slowly trying to creep there. And then critically, 3 main things why Russia will start the Third World War over this southern Ukraine region, southeast. In that region, Russia has her only warm water navy base, Sevastopol. This base gives her access through the Caspian Sea, through the Bosphorus Straits in Turkey, into the Mediterranean, through Spain and Morocco, and into the Atlantic, and she's in warm water oceans. And she has a second base in Syria, but the one in Sevastopol is the most important one. If America should successfully cut Russia off from this navy base, she's turned Russia into a toothless bear. Because all of Russia's other bases are in the Arctic. They're all cold, freezing waters, and so far away that if you were to sail into any action before you got there, the action was probably over anyways. You know, you either have to sail around Finland or okay, I'm not sure. Yeah, not even from around Finland or around Japan, basically, from the Arctic or from our navy bases in the Arctic. Uh, yeah, and then around Japan, basically. So this navy base Russia has in the Caspian Sea is very critical to her. If you take over that base from her, Russia is severely weakened. The second thing is Russia has a strategic industry in the southeastern part of Ukraine, which is a very advanced jet engine production plant that makes probably some of the most advanced jet engines on the planet today. So advanced that even China has tried to buy that uh, factory so that China can have access to the advanced technology. Because China is actually struggling with jet engines right now to make ones as complex as Russia or America, which is why she's constantly stealing designs. And then thirdly is the crude oil reserves. If you cut Russia off from there, any war you have with Russia gives you access to these crude oil reserves, meaning that you can now sail into the Caspian Sea, park your navy ships, land comfortably. There's enough oil to fuel your tanks and everything, and you take your time and invade Russia from the south, where you wouldn't even actually get bogged down by a harsh, marshy winter, because the south is a bit more of a stable land region than the northern border. Also considering the fact that the distance, having to cross Poland and then Lithuania, the Russians will see you before
Starman,
you. Yeah.
Starman, I
Yeah.
have a question to you and maybe anyone who can answer it.
Yeah.
Can I ask? Okay. I've been listening carefully and also taking notes at the same time.
Yeah.
And I know you went through the conversions and the admixing and the migrations and the religion, what Islam is doing.
Yeah.
I know it's not as subtle as you place it, where you just convert and they will leave you alone. I know that's not that's more brutal than what we're putting and what Christianity is doing with the language, the English language, and the naming and everything. But yet we're still us, right?
Yeah.
So, and the gun that we have, the bombings that is going to happen, the guns that they're giving, and the diseases, we're still us. So now, like the biggest the weapon of mass destruction that I'm also seeing, maybe I want you to highlight, or anyone here can really highlight, to really put a picture in our mind, because what is happening is some of it is not even part of us, and some of us really are really blinded by it, and we're not even like weaponizing ourselves to make sure we reject it. And that is because I want to know, what did the Europeans do to the Arabs to make them become the bulldog or the war dog that is going on, that is affecting their psychology to the point where they're cutting the belly of the pregnant woman and cutting the men private part, the rape, the burning of the houses, the killing of the children and turning them against us, the colorism that we're seeing coming. Because the Chinese, I mean, we see now, we even see the Chinese that are coming to us, they're not the same Chinese that we know, right? The Indians, they're not the same Indians. The Muslims, they're not. So, like, explain to me really the fuckery that is in this war for this black extinction theory and the white psychopathic, because the end result for this psychopathic people is just the whiteness. So what is it? Can you explain that part? And then what can we do as people to prepare ourselves? And I know we're going through this, the ethnic nation things that is going on, and then the Pan-Africans are going with their own way of handling things, and just so many things are going on. What can we do now to make sure at least we prepare something? I know the diseases are coming, the guns are coming, all these things are coming, but just that subtle colorism that is fucking us over. And I know this colonizer is on top of this fucking Arab, fucking their ass, and they're here. Now our people, because of the so long war that is happening, now we're internalizing it. Now we're raping our people. Now we're killing our women. We're cutting. This is not us. This is not what we know. Our culture and tradition do not practice that.
Okay.
What do we do?
Okay. Okay.
Can I touch on this really quickly?
Okay. Yeah.
Let me touch on this really quickly. Hi, Tutu. Nice to see you again. Arjili, in the chat, you say we should come together to fight. Who do you think Tutu is referring to when she says the people who are cutting children out of their bellies? It's not a white person doing this. These are the same people that you're saying that we should unite with, right? In Nigeria, you would say it's the Fulani herdsmen. In Rwanda, you could say, you look at the Hutu and the Tutsi. In this place, there's another group of people who are literally going around and murdering in cold blood, who have been incentivized by these white people to damage their own people. But we're all supposed to just hold hands, the same people who are killing you, hold hands and fight. Who? How?
Is there
How?
that fight against each other right now? Is it every single African?
No. That's not the question. You said all of us should come together. It's not a matter of every, right? All of us should come together. But how can I come together? Tutu, who is the tribe in your region? That is, because in the earlier room you mentioned how you guys are being killed. Who is the group? I'm talking to Tutu. Tutu, who is the group that is threatening you in your region?
They call themselves now the majority. It's the Dinka.
The Dinka, okay.
Right.
So it's the Dinka in her region. It's the Fulani in my region. It's many others in different regions, right?
Okay.
South said they're not of African origin, so I don't need to.
Well, they are on the continent in the same country,
When I said unite,
threatening the lives of the Yorubas and the Igbos in my country. Okay, my quote-unquote country.
Okay.
And how am I supposed to come together with them to fight who?
Okay.
They're literally killing us.
I'm about to get to solutions.
Here's the thing: you're very reactive. You never come on the stage to have conversation. You come in.
Who are you? I don't know you.
Guys, let's chill. I'm about to get to solutions. Let's chill. Let's chill out. Let's chill out. Let's chill out. Let's chill. Come on, guys. Let's chill out. Guys. Yeah. Ama. Agili. Guys, guys, wait, guys, let me even continue. Guys, chill. Wait, because I'm about to get to solutions.
Hold on. Right? So she is being threatened by the Dinka. In my country, the Fulani is threatening pretty much the entire country, right? In other regions in Africa. Arjili, let me finish.
See, in fact, for the solutions, yeah, I'll even like you guys to get onto the YouTube. Seriously. Because I have
I'm
maps.
actually watching the YouTube as we
Okay,
talk.
I have maps, and I'm gonna show
Yeah,
Okay, the way we guys are doing it, I don't know how we're gonna fix our country. Like nobody's respecting each other's opinion. Everybody's fighting in a different ways.
Okay, so
I was replying to this.
because
I was replying to give me a moment. I was replying to
geopolitics, and I understand for us.
Ardili, that's great. Let me finish with Tutu, please.
I normally sit among ex president. I sit among ambassador, and right now many of us are talking about solution because we see the issues. We see the issue. People has been coming up and saying, what Europeans do, and these people are talking about it because they are in the field, right? And it's time to pull themselves forward to find real solution. And we are saying, we never said you should forget your heritage to be yourself.
Your solution was
wait, guys.
Let me answer Tutu. Let me answer Tutu. You cut in. Let me answer Tutu.
No,
let me answer
before too. You cut me in before too. You did.
Let me answer Tutu. So Tutu asked, which is the solution, right? Tutu asked.
Okay.
Tutu asked, what do we do for now? The best we can do for now with the Dinka on her heels, it's for her to self-determine. Because in that country, the Dinka will continue to kill and ravage through the smaller groups because they own the military power, or at least most of it, right? If you look at the Fulani, it's the same thing, right? The financial power, they're monopolizing, they're taking power over the rest of the people. How else are they supposed to survive, right? This is what self-determination is about. It's not about hate. It's not about division. It's about survival. Because you cannot defend yourself against an outer force if you're being killed.
Okay, guys. Like I said, guys, like I said. Wait, guys.
If you were smart,
Agili.
with the other people.
Agili.
So you can subdue the Fulani.
See,
that's the first thing you're gonna do.
wait, let's not get into the back and forth, like, because we're not gonna go anywhere. We're just gonna.
You don't know any military.
How do you?
Wait. You see, this is what.
How do you subdue the Fulani when, let's say, for instance, in Yoruba land with all the recent attacks, because of our constitution, the military X, Y, and Z. But do you understand the layout of the nations you're talking about? In Nigeria, they cannot arm themselves to protect themselves from the attacks that are happening. And this is in the law. Before you speak on things, know about things. People are being murdered in cold blood all over that country.
Then you say you don't want to be.
Know about the countries you speak of.
Guys.
Before you speak about them, women are being killed.
Guys. Okay. Wait. Hold on. Guys. Let's continue because there's an audience as well. That's they're probably getting fed up of the back and forth now. Okay, so I was talking about Russia and the strategic importance of southeastern Ukraine to Russia. And I gave 3 critical reasons why Russia will start the Third World War if she sees herself going to lose that strategic region. And US is doing this because US wants to kind of like put Russia in a bottle. Yeah.
Sorry, Starman. Is your answer the same as Amma, as in self-determination, or because I really wanna, because this is really dirty, and what is happening is really what is hurting us as people in that continent. The damage and the detriment that we're going through with this colonizer mindset, as far as this, bullying, killing, raping, taking babies. I'm sure they have seen it. We said that, they got it from the Arabs, and then maybe the Arabs got it from the Europeans. But then, the dirty, needy, greedy, we really need to put it out there. I know you highlighted, it was really sweet and soft, and I was seeing it. I'm like, I wish it was like that in reality. Because if it was like that in realities, we will not turn against us again and now internalize that thing and start killing our own that way. Because now you can't turn around and go kill the enemy or go wipe out whoever caused that to you. Now you're turning it around on the innocent, marginalized minority who are in the country. And then,
can I give a military answer? Because I think, Stormy, please give me a second. Let me give a military answer.
Okay.
So here's the thing, right? I like to study military strategy. That's why I love studying it. You guys are saying there's a wrong sense of group of people, right? This is where you don't understand about psychopath. Psychopath only speak one language, and that is cruelty, right? And like Starman said, psychopath can be, actually sociopath can be created, psychopath are born, right? You guys are smaller groups, and you do understand that is your weakness in the first place, right? This is why this bigger group can do what it do to you guys, right? You don't have to be buddies, but you have to create what we call treaties, right? We call it defense treaty, right? If you feel that you cannot defend yourself because you're because you're homogenized society, you're very small, you're very tiny compared to the group that is attacking you guys. Then you guys to create treaty among yourselves, right? The smaller group, and say no more. Because people only do things to you that you would like them to do. This is what we're studying philosophy, right? A man will only do what you want him to do to you, or a woman would allow him to do. So what you want to do is you have to speak the same language. How do you speak the same language? You have to go to that size. There is a saying in philosophy, right? How you call it, injustice can never be done to the weak. And it's very truth. It's a perspective thing, right? If you don't want injustice to be done to you and you feel like it's injustice, then you stand up for yourself. However, if you don't stand up for yourself, it is not injustice, right? Because no one else can stand up for you. It takes strategy. It doesn't take picky pocket. It takes strategy. If I know I have an enemy who's bigger than me, right? And I know I have another enemy who's just my size, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a treaty with that enemy and say, listen, we are smaller than this motherfucker. We're going to take him down. After we take him down, because we're equal size now, then we can go at each other, right? And this is the mindset that Africans don't understand. You see that in even European countries, even within what he's talking about, there is treaties between these nations, right? In order for them to deter, this is why World War III hasn't happened yet.
Actually,
because of these treaties, they're being deterred.
Actually, the thing is, for you to have treaties in the first place, you need to control some sort of state apparatus. So this
understand there is this is what, here is the thing. There are different types of treaties, and that's not true. There are treaties we have different type of treaty in the geopolitics. However, you do have defense treaty. Defense treaty, how we would create a defense treaty. Defense treaty has nothing else behind it, right? It just means that you are equal enough to me for us to be able to defend each other on an equal level. Now, the two groups are small. They're on the same even plane.
No, but the Igbos and Yorubas are bigger than the Fulani. The Fulani are just about 20-25 million tops. The Igbos are minimum 55 million. The Yorubas are minimum 60-65 million.
Okay. Here's the thing about African people and that problem. We like to act like we're smart, but we never take action. For me, I'm the kind of person, let me tell you my story. When I was in school, I was discriminated against. I kept quiet for a very long time, and for that reason, they kept picking on me. And one day, it was 19 of them, and they gang up to raise that voice at me. The first time they heard me speak, when I told you they trembled to their knees, all of them, after that day, they're acting. For almost 3 years, this motherfucker was so cruel to me. But when I showed them who I was, let me tell you, when they see me, oh, hi, in my head, I'm like, I don't need you to fucking kiss up to me. I need you to understand that you respect me. And because I was quiet, so you dare think in your mind somehow in your twisted, sick mind, because I'm very manipulative, and I told him, I said, the reason why I was quiet is not because I'm afraid of you. It's because I know what I can do to you. So for me, my quietness and my layback was a control factor for myself. Because I know if I was to put my hands anywhere you guys say, I would never be in peace, because I swear to you, I would have broken one of your neck. I literally said that to them. So you got to understand, people only speak the language that they speak. You have to come up, bring them, and this is what you guys don't understand. Stop, and that's the mind of a psychopath. Psychopath will understand psychopathic language. If you're not militaristic and you just always want to be diplomatic, because to be
exactly. How are you talk about militaristic? Where are these people going to get the weapons from to defend themselves? When in the constitutions of their countries, they can't. They don't have state police. They don't have anything to protect them. These are the realities. It's nice to tell stories and fantasies and theories about books and strategies that we've read. But when we look at the realities on the ground, okay?
Let me tell you,
these people are not looking, let me finish. These people are not looking for diplomacy. Right? These people are looking to survive. They don't have state apparatus. They don't have any means to power to protect themselves.
And I try to defend you every time, but I see it. It's a problem. You're going ahead. You're killing each other.
Arjali. That's fine. Thank you very much.
Arjali, you know what? Let me continue so that we can take in the full scope of everything that I've been trying to say this evening again. And after that, we'll talk about solutions. And then, we can have a freer, banter session and back and forth with it as well. So, the reason why I was talking about Russia earlier is because, like I said, what's going on between America and Russia now using Ukraine as a proxy is just shenanigans, really. And that's because the main threat to America is not Russia. America is just trying to put Russia in a bottle by taking control of the southeastern part. So if Russia is in a bottle, she can now focus on China, who is the exact person America wants to focus on. And like I said, if you've been following what's been going on since 2001, you see how these two countries, America and China, got locked in this Thucydides trap that they're locked in today. It all started with the Hainan Island the plane crash, spy plane incident, where the Americans were flying a spy plane, hoovering up Chinese communications, and then a Chinese jet fighter tried to chase them away from, claimed they were intruding in Chinese airspace and tried to chase them away and was maneuvering aggressively, and then the two planes crashed. The Chinese pilot, China claimed they never found the pilot, but the American plane was so badly damaged, but still able to land, but it landed on a Chinese airstrip. And the Chinese seized the plane and arrested the crew. And it kicked off a diplomatic spark between America and China. That eventually the Chinese returned the plane. It was embarrassing for the two of them, both of America and China. Eventually, the Chinese returned the plane, but they returned it in bits after their scientists had combed through it, cleaned out all the valuable technological information from it. They returned it to the Americans in bits. And then the Americans themselves, after all the huffing and puffing, they were parading aircraft carriers. The Chinese, still did what they wanted to do, but even though they bullied the Chinese into returning the plane anyways. But this is when you begin to see the Chinese never again mentality being activated. Their never again mentality stemmed from the Opium Wars, when Britain and America strung half the Chinese population out on opium, turned them into druggies. And it was simply because Britain was buying so much tea, silk, China ware from China, and China didn't want anything Britain had. China just wanted silver, and the British treasury was running dry of silver, and they needed a way to stop British silver flow into China. So there was already an Chinese people already the opium was already something they used recreationally, leisurely. And then Britain went to India, their colony, started mass production of opium, shipped it to China, used gunboat diplomacy to force the Chinese to sell it anyways on their lands, and strung out the population. The emperor spent the time, instead of rallying his people to kick out these foreigners, but trying to stop his people, just or his society devolving into a society of opium heads. Anyway, so that's what this whole thing, I think, started from 1839, the century of humiliation. 1839 to 1949, I think. Yes. Because as the Western powers were humiliating China, Japan jumped in, colonized Manchuria. Second World War started, invaded, rape, pillage the Chinese, as in the Japanese, were committing all sorts of atrocities against the Chinese. So it was really humiliating for them. This is why Chinese and Japanese don't like each other. So after this incident, Americans parading their aircraft carriers in South China Seas, threatening and bullying them, he activated that never again mentality they had at the end of the well, it started towards the end of the century of humiliation itself, when they began to recover their situation and they tried to, in taking stock of the history, they said never again. But they never really, like, uh, lived by that never again until 2001, during the premiership of Hu Jintao. He, at the time, they started opening up to the capitalist markets, thanks to Nixon's 1971 trip, and they began to see that Americans were just there to use them. So uh, they started pouring significant investments into their military. Well, they developed a military industrial complex and started pouring significant investments into it. I mean, well, their military industrial complex started around the 80s, when they started stealing nuclear secrets from the Americans. But it wasn't on the scale of the Americans. It wasn't a military industrial complex on the scale of what America had. But when they began to rival America on scale of their military industrial complex, was from after that 2001 Hainan jet spy plane crash incident. So they swore that the Americans will not humiliate them like that anymore. And knowing fully well that the Americans were well ahead of them at this time, America had about I think 11 aircraft carriers. China had zero. I mean, how do you catch up with that? An aircraft carrier takes years to develop, thousands of people to develop. And while you're developing it, you have to guard all the secrets as well, you know, and then billions of dollars to develop. I mean, an American aircraft carrier costs approximately $15 billion, and that's just the aircraft carrier, minus the jet fighters, the helicopters, and the crew of at least 5,000 people. So the Chinese were well aware of this, and they began to they decided to take a whole new or adopt a whole new military doctrine. Um, what's it called now? Asymmetrical warfare. Yeah, kind of like guerrilla. Yeah, I mean guerrilla warfare, but not on that low level of guerrilla warfare, but asymmetrical, which is a situation where you're trying to use something called force multiplier weapons to defeat greater force weapons. So they began to develop things called carrier killer missiles. which is a missile that can actually take out an entire carrier. Now, a carrier killer missile costs about $10 million. A carrier costs 15. So if you take out $15 billion with just $10 million, that's over. That's what you call force multipliers. You know, and the Americans, distracted by Iraq, Iran, war on terror, they didn't see all this coming. Next thing they know, the Chinese launched hypersonic missiles, which no current missile defense systems can counter today, and have the same kind of psychological devastating effect as nukes, because you can't defend against them. I mean, nukes, you can still shoot them down, but the way nukes are designed these days, you know, I mean, one nuclear missile alone carries at least 16 warheads, plus another maybe like 24 dummy warheads. So how many nuclear anti-ballistic missiles are you going to shoot at them? And, you know, how many can you hit even? Considering it's like trying to hit a bullet with a bullet in space, you know. So nukes are pretty hard to defend against. Hypersonic missiles just even escalate the whole thing. And then also China started developing, they've developed their own stealth bomber, strategic stealth bomber like the B-2. I remember when I saw that, when I saw spy pictures uncovered by, I guess, the CIA from about 10 years ago when they started, but now it's operational. They've increased their stockpile of nukes from 350 to now 500. Spy pictures revealed in the Gobi Desert about 100 nuclear missile silos being built. You know, so China is clearly on the up, and their military doctrine has revealed that their aim is to push the Americans off the first island chain, which is Taiwan and all the islands that string around China for connecting to Taiwan. And, you know, to push the Americans off the first island chain is going to involve conflict, because the Americans are not going to have it. But China feels it's disrespectful that they should be a regional power, and America can just come and bully them, patrol in front of their aircraft carrier, doing anyhow, when they don't even patrol American waters with aircraft carrier. Meanwhile, as we speak, they have 3 aircraft carriers. I think they're about to launch the 3rd. Their first aircraft carrier they bought from Russia, reverse engineered it, studied it, used it to train an aircraft carrier crew, and then built their first one. And then now they're talking about building aircraft carrier. Now, the Americans were thinking that the Chinese were pretty behind because their aircraft carriers didn't have steam catapults to launch the jets. But now the Chinese are talking about building electromagnetic catapults, like railgun catapults, to launch their jets, which is pretty advanced. And also, the Chinese, part of their asymmetrical warfare program, developed carrier killer technologies and capabilities. So they have missiles that can launch at satellites to destroy satellites. And the American army or military is so digitized that if you take out their satellites, they are blind. They are so dependent on their telecommunications now. And also, they have lasers they can shoot from ground that will blind the satellites and render them inoperational as long as the laser is blinding them. And then, critically, the one that scared everyone was kidnapper satellites. Satellites that will maneuver to the position of your own satellite and kidnap it. Kidnap it, move it somewhere else, disable it, just, you know. So China is really planning for a clash. And it's not, I mean, anyone watching what's going on is so crystal clear. And the Americans, When this became serious for them came with Obama's speech in 2015, the pivot to Asia, the US and NATO pivot to Asia. It became clear that, yes, these two hegemons are now locked in what can only end in a clash. And since then, America has been refocusing our military, has been trying to put Russia in a bottle, cap Russia, kind of because she knows Russia is in alliance with China. So this war against Ukraine, apart from trying to seize the southeastern part, it's clear now that what America is also doing is trying to use force multiplier weapons like those shoulder launcher anti-tank weapons to deplete Russia of her armory. Because Russia has, I think Russia has about 6,000 tanks. That's a lot. That's a lot of tanks. So she's trying to just, whittle down the number of Russia's tanks. So if anything eventually happens, the Europeans can at least hold Russia off. So I estimate this war, based on current military buildup, is going to kick off within the next 5, 6, 7 years, no later than 2030. So by 2027, 2028. The Americans is in their interest to kick it off now before the Chinese economy overtakes theirs, which is estimated at 2025. But they can't, because the Chinese have far more hypersonic missiles than them. It's almost as if the Chinese are ready. So what both sides are doing now is that they're trying to equalize each other in the parts of the military where the other is more advanced than the other. So the Americans, I think last week, tested their they hailed it as very successful hypersonic missile test. So they're trying to catch up now. But they're even still focused on just one type of hypersonic missile, the ones with the scramjets. The Chinese are mastering not just the ones with the scramjets, but also the glider ones. And then the Russians are mastering the glider ones, the scramjets, and even ones you can launch from underwater. So Americans are behind still. So I think they understand that it would be futile for them to just kick it off now before at least they have their two things ready: the hypersonic missiles program ready, and their high-powered laser program ready as well. Because that's the only thing that can defend against hypersonic missiles, high-powered lasers. You just aim the laser at them long enough, you burn through, and then burn through the electronics and hopefully cause it to malfunction. But if you're trying to launch missiles at them, your missiles are just too slow. You only be lucky if maybe it's coming from left to right, your missile is coming from right to left, and they're exactly on the same trajectory. And this will mean you having so many anti-missile batteries along your coastline, whether by ship or by land. It's just impossible to cover everywhere. So I think the Americans are waiting for laser technology and their own hypersonic missiles before they go after China. Now, where do the Africans come in all this? Now, the reason why this war is going to happen is because the Africans don't have control of their agency and destiny. And the fact that these two hegemons are about to war control the resources of the Africans. And if you think that the First World War cost $280 million from 1914, 4 years, 1914 to 1918, and then the Second World War, 1939 to 1945, 6 years, cost $4 trillion then. A Third World War will cost at least $100 trillion. China and America cannot even risk going into a third world war unless they control the resources of Africa. Before I continue, I'll say this. When you look at the world map, for those of you who are still watching on YouTube, when you look at the world map, when you look at where Africa is, you can see clearly that it's not that the other continents don't have resources, but the thing with mining resources on your own land is that you destroy your own land, environmental damage, and they would rather not do that. Because of Africa's position, you can clearly see that it's easy for all the other continents to gang up on Africa and center her for purely resource extraction, which is what's happening today. Everybody using the UN has ganged up on Africa to center Africa for resource extraction. And especially because Africa pretty much has almost all the resources. So it's like a central point where you can get almost everything. So they've ganged up on us to hold us down so that they can keep getting resources. Now, I was going to say something. Dependency theory. I'm going to talk about dependency theory. Right. So now, for China and Russia and America to persecute the Third World War, that's why they are scrambling for Africa today, scrambling to make sure they control. China is on full force, mining, trying to control, buy this, buy that. And then there's all the smaller regional powers like Turkey, Iran, also vying for their own influence on the African continent, for their preferred regional hegemons. India, Pakistan, all of them. Anywhere Muslims want to kill people, the Pakistani army is there training the Muslim military soldiers. So for them to persecute this war, without access to resources, you will run out of. If one side has more resources than the other, the side that runs out of resources first will lose. Before they even think of invading each other, before America thinks of sailing ships, amphibious landing ships to land on China coast to invade, or China thinks of sending her own ships to land in California and invade, the front line of the Third World War will be on the African continent over the resources, to secure the resources first. And the irony is that they will not only use the Africans to mine those resources, they will also use us to fight to defend those mines and kill each other. They'll just have African frontline soldiers with Chinese commanders, or fighting against African frontline soldiers with American commanders. That's just how it's going to play out. And like I said, we're facing extinction from the people that lived on 6 continents without endemic warfare. We're now struggling against endemic warfare to survive on half a continent. If Africa is destroyed, if the peoples of Africa are wiped out or reduced to nothing, it's over for the rest of the black race. Everywhere they are, in America, the Caribbean, South America, everywhere, Australia, India, we're gone. How many are there in the Caribbean? 40 million in America. There's sub-Saharan Africans, 1 billion of us. If they destroy us, the rest is just a matter of time. And white supremacy will rather black peoples of the planet be off the face of this planet. Because now that the true extent of their crimes against humanity, against us, is coming out, think about it. It will be hard for them to constantly keep looking us in the face, and they will rather not. That's why as soon as you kick off a debate about racism, they'll run away. So it would be better for them if we were actually gone, so that they'll feel less they won't even have to feel guilty, or talk less of feeling less guilty about what they did. We'll go extinct, and the history books will just, oops, sorry, yeah, they went, yeah, they went extinct. In fact, you know how we talk about Neanderthals today? You know, we humans, we say, oh, long ago there was Neanderthals, but before they died out, But before they died out, we interbred. So there's 2 to 4% of the DNA in modern humans today. In the future, if we don't galvanize ourselves and secure ourselves within the next 10 years, and I'm saying 10 years, I've been saying this now for about 2 years, so 8 years, we'll be extinct within the next 100 years. And white people will be talking about us in the same breath as the Neanderthals. They will say that long ago, there was black people on this planet, but they went extinct. But before they went extinct, we interbred. And today, 2 to 4% of black people's DNA survives in white people. That's exactly what's going to happen. The only reason our 2 to 4% DNA will even survive will probably because of the diaspora, and because we're in proximity to them and admixing. That's it. But like I said, when you consider all the bogus immunization programs going on in Africa, the instigated wars, CIA sponsoring ISIS, and now ISIS is turned up in West Africa drawing map, killing people. If anyone thinks we can't, we can't go extinct, please come and tell me how. Like, why? What's happening that's making you think, oh, we just can't, nothing can push us into extinction? Look, ethnic groups have gone extinct. Even other hominid species that cover the entire continents, Denisovans, Asia, Neanderthals, Europe, went extinct. What more a group that doesn't even have agency of their own destiny? So the irony is they will use us to fight on the front line of this Third World War, just as they used us to fight in the First and Second World War. My grandfather went to Asia during the First World War, apparently Burma, and there was also fighting again in Burma during the Second World War. And a lot of Nigerians went to that war in Burma. A lot of Nigerians, Germans saw their first black people in front line of France. So yes, they will still use us, unless the only thing that can not only stop this Third World War, but will actually first solve the planet's 3 biggest problems. So, number one of these problems, the planet's 3 biggest problems. Number one, white supremacy and racism. Because without white supremacy, without a group of people thinking themselves superior to others and acting it out to be superior to others, you will not have racism. And that's the biggest problem of this planet. And racism today is still perpetuated by the racist history that writes white people as the default of world history, even though they are the youngest. I mean, there was no white people 15,000 years ago. But we've been around, if you go with the Khoisan, 220,000 years. If you go with the Pygmies, 150,000 years. We've been around 10 times longer than them. And now they're pushing us all into extinction. So, the only thing that can solve the planet's 3 biggest problems, number one, white supremacy and racism. Number two, capitalism and the inequality capitalism breeds, which is actually an instrument white supremacy uses to subtly subjugate everyone else. I mean, I say subtle, but that's not to say it's not insidious. Because capitalism is the greatest scam in human history. I used to think it was religion. But now that I understand capitalism for what it is, It is the greatest scam in human history. Religion, yes, they steal your agency for yourself. But your agency is still abstract, it's not tangible. I mean, it's as real as it is, you know, but with capitalism, they steal your land, your resources, even your organs. If someone pays, someone will go kill someone for organs. Someone's paying. They would even sell you as a slave under capitalism. You know, so capitalism is the second biggest problem of the planet. And capitalism now leads to the third biggest problem of the planet, which is the climate catastrophe. You know, you see white people all the time bragging about how they started the Industrial Revolution. Oh, yes, you know, we're technologically this, that, this, you know. Okay. When it comes to climate change, oh, it's all of us. It's all our. Oh, hold on. But I'm a sub-Saharan African. I don't manufacture shit. How did I cause how did I cause climate change? I mean, I don't even manufacture cars. So if you shove gasoline cars down my throat, did I even have a choice? And now you're now telling me I caused it. Meanwhile, you've been so-called, industrialized for your 200 years, polluting the atmosphere. And they knew they were destroying the environment as early as the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. Because they even saw species of things like moths get extinct in Britain because of the soot. Basically, they had gray and black moths. The I think because of the soot, the black moths used to blend into the trees, and they were nocturnal. They used to fly at night. But because of how much soot there was, the trees became grayed out. I think it was the other way around. The soot was black, and it was the gray moth. So at night, the gray moth would try and the black moth the gray moth would try and blend in with the black moth trying to blend in with the tree, but because the tree was now covered in a different color that just left it exposed, and its predators just came, picked it off to extinction. So they've seen the environmental destruction, but they can't stop themselves. This is why I say psychopathy. A psychopath, you're destroying your own community, but it makes you feel good, so you carry on. Hey, profits. Yeah, I'm living large with my profits. We have electricity 24/7. So, hey, why stop? Everyone else is suffering. Yeah, they say the planet is being destroyed. Well, I guess if it, at least we're still, even if it gets destroyed, we'll still be more comfortable. So, why stop? That is psychopathic behavior. So, the three big problems: white supremacy and racism. Number two, capitalism and inequality. And then number three, the climate catastrophe and plastic delhi. Do you know they found microplastics in human blood, in human lung, in human brain? There's microplastics everywhere. We fucked up the planet. Sorry, not we. White people have fucked up the planet. They fucked up the whole. Apart from the ones in the sea, for every fish you eat, you're swallowing at least 100 bits of microplastics. So fuck it. Basically, if it's in our lungs, brain, and blood, it's everywhere now. We fucked up the planet. Oh, sorry, white people have fucked up the planet. And they still can't stop themselves. So the only and then so I said the three biggest problems of the planet, and this solution I'm talking about will also will stop the Third World War and save black people from extinction. And this solution is the total 100% decolonization of Africa and the African minds, which boils back down to self-determination. That's the only way. If the African people take charge of their resources by virtue of self-determination, anyone planning a third world war will have to think of also making war against all these African nations that are now self-determining. It will not be straightforward anymore. I've said this before, I keep saying it. The Europeans, they will not, they understand this very well already, which is why France is still doing all the shenanigans she's doing on the continent today. Britain, I don't know, I keep talking about this. Gavin Williamson, they were planning to use non-state actors to destabilize the African continent as a pretext so that they could send in soldiers to reinvade Africa. It got leaked, and Gavin Williamson, the defense minister, UK defense minister at the time, got thrown under the bus. As if the UK government wants us to believe that one man can commandeer the whole British army and go and invade Africa. Like what? The government wasn't involved. Really? So, the only thing that can save us is self-determination. Now, the problem is they don't want to give it to us. And they're also using certain agents. Now, our enemies. Let's understand our enemies. We have 4 tiers of enemies. So, tier number 1, they are our external enemies, which is white supremacy itself. Tier number 2, 3, and 4 are internal enemies, enemies within. But let's look at them from tier 2, 3, and 4 down. So tier 2 are ethnic groups within the African continent, yeah, that don't have an African agenda and or have a history of being prone to being European agenda agents. Example, Fulani, Dinka, Almara. Clear examples, as in no one can even dispute this. It's clear now. They are acting it out now. You know, of our imperialist mindset. Now, it will be, if for those of you that heard when I was talking about pastoralism, the Fulanis are pastoralists. They already have a violent mindset. You have to understand they don't see the world the way many of us see it. When it comes to things like land, violence, revenge, honor, they don't see it how we see it. Totally different value systems. This is not about sending them to Western education school to change. No. This is systems they've been practicing for almost 1,000 years, just like we've been practicing our own system for even longer, to a point where they become epigenetically ingrained in how we function. Just like endemic warfare, violence, slavery, genocide, and conquest has become epigenetically ingrained in white populations, including the Chinese, because they have the same history of genociding each other. You know, imagine this, talking about kings being psychopaths. So every day you behead someone in the public square to use fear to put everybody in line, to the point where everybody becomes acculturated to it. Nobody complains anymore. It becomes the norm. They even start laughing at the person about to be killed, throwing tomatoes and bananas at him, whatever. Yeah, children start going to watch it. The next generation follows suit. It becomes normal, generation after generation. That's why white people, you know, when they read history books and they see conquest, to them it's a great thing. We conquered you. We're great conquerors. But we, the victims of the conquest. It just means genocide, rape, pillage, murder, slavery. But violence has become so normal to them, so normalized within their cultures, that they actually glorify violence and inhumane behavior, which is why I call it psychopathy, using conquest as a sensitized version or word for that behavior of violence and inhumane behavior. You know, so these 5 things I've listed, the only thing that can save the planet from white supremacy and racism, because without white supremacy there'll be no racism. If one group doesn't think, oh, we're superior to you, and then actually put it into practice to show the other group that they are superior, there'll be no racism. And then number 2, capitalism, which white supremacy uses to disenfranchise everybody else on the planet so that they can seize their economic power base, so that they can't even fight back, and white supremacy is maintained, which creates massive inequality. And then the climate catastrophe caused by capitalism and that consumerism culture. Consume, consume, consume. In fact, very few people recycle because there's no profit in recycling. So basically, if there's no profit in saving the planet, fuck it. They'll capitalize till the end. You know? So, and then these 3 things, capitalism, the climate catastrophe, the plastic deluge, so that's the 3 biggest problems of the planet. And then the extra 2 things that self-determination would do is prevent World War III. In fact, there'll be no hopes of these crazy groups ever planning World War III again. And anyone that embarked on it will fail. And then finally, 5th, the only thing that can save the black populations of the planet is a free, totally decolonized, whether it's imperialism, neocolonialism, 100% gone from the African continent. Now, as for the African continent itself, self-determination, we're lucky we're living through a period where there's about 8 different movements going on actively. More will follow. If you look at this map I have here, you can see the original European African countries, and you can see all the fragments is breaking up into already. As we speak, there's a history of 47 separatist movements on the African continent. About 20 of them are still active. So there's Western Togoland. There's even where's K? In Ghana itself, Ashanti land. Okay. Ashanti. So there's Ashanti land, Western Togoland. There's Oduduwa Republic. There's Niger Delta or Bendel. There's Biafra, Ambazonia. That's in West Africa alone. That's 6. And then in Senegal, Gambia, there's another one. There's what's this one called? Casamance, yeah, Casamance. So that's 7 alone in West Africa, separatist or self-determination movements. Yes, some of them we might hear about more than others. In East Africa, there's, okay, let me even just count. East Africa, 1, 2. So there's Tigray, Oromio, another group west of the Oromio. There's another group east of the Tigray. Let me see. The one's T. Let me see what's Gambela. The Gambela. Then Afar. There's now in Somalia. There's Somaliland. Apparently, I even heard the South want to break away. Apparently, the South, they're more They have a lot of Bantu admixture compared to the other Somalis in the middle and in the north. And then, there's Oromia. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9 in the east. And then in Central Africa, there's one. Sorry?
Then we have 1, 2 now coming up in my region where they want to separate away from this.
Oh, yes. Oh, in fact, my map is even a bit outdated. There's South Sudan. South Sudan, even Darfur wants to break away from Sudan itself. Then South Sudan is breaking into at least 3. Huh?
I have a question. Group in Congo.
Oh, Katanda. Katanda. Yes.
Do you think that all these separate movement, do you think it would make Africa any stronger?
Yes. Yes. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. Because what you have on the African continent today are. Sorry?
According to politics, that's not really. According to politics, that's not how we read it. So self-determination. Eventually, you can sort of integrate to each other, determined by each other to understand strengths lies in numbers. But go ahead.
Okay. Now, like I said, the root cause of Africa's problems was the Arab invasion. But to begin to undo Africa's problems, you have to start with undoing Berlin, the Berlin Conference. And what does it take to undo the Berlin Conference? What happened in Berlin in the first place? 54 European countries were created in Africa. Even with no Africans present, there was no Africans anywhere near Berlin when those 54 European countries were being created in Africa. Now, these countries were created such that some ethnic groups were split into 2 by these borders carved by Europeans. In all,
was split into actually 4. Mine was split into 4, and I don't even give a crap my ethnic group in the sense that because it's not about them right now. It's about saving Africa. But some of them was split into 4.
See, saving Africa is like trying to run before you can even crawl. If your people are not in a strong position, then what can you even do?
I ain't even careful to be in a strong position. I'm trying to see if we can be able to create our own boundaries where we know that strength lies. That's it.
Okay. So what they did was in these European contraptions on the African continent, a place like Nigeria, they trapped 51 different major ethnic groups. I'm not talking of when you break them into dialects, then you now get 250 different. No, 51 major different ethnic groups. Yeah? That's minus the further breaking in those groups into further dialects. According to the Willing Commission, they counted 51. All this, when they keep telling us today, there's 200, 300 different ethnic groups, is just to scare us into thinking the whole thing will be a mess. No. A lot of these groups are actually very similar. But not that they're all similar, no. But a lot of them, especially if you share boundaries, yes, there would have been historical and cultural, mixing. So in Nigeria alone, about 51 ethnic groups. In Ethiopia, I think there's about 20 different groups trapped in there. Just in Congo. In Congo, there's about 6 or 7 major groups trapped in there. In all over the place, different. In Ghana, the same thing. And they did this knowing fully well that these ethnic groups, a lot of them being rival, bad blood from slave trade, are not going to get along. So while they are squabbling, there's a saying, when 2 brothers are fighting, the stranger steals their wealth, which is what's happening to us. Now, like I said, a lot of people think Pan-Africanism is the whole of Africa united. First things first, these people fail to think of the North Africans, who see themselves as more on a Pan-Arabism tip. How many times do you see them in Pan-Africanist rooms talking with us? And when they're there, it's able to cause more chaos. You know, Gaddafi, before he turned Pan-African, he was a Pan-Arab. The only reason he became Pan-African was because the Arabs weren't paying him no mind. They didn't give a shit what he had to say. Besides, he was just a lowly Berber. Fuck it hell. Well, a Berber coming to tell Arabs what to do. One of the most racist people on the planet, Arabs. Probably, if not the most racist even. So they weren't going to listen to Gaddafi. And when he saw this, the more the West isolated them, even he realized, okay, let me even try and get the Africans together. So when we're talking Pan-African, is that really how North Africa, what's in their own mind? It's all well and good us thinking about them. How about them? Are they thinking about us?
They're not part of the Pan-African movement. They're not.
Right.
I think people don't understand the Pan-African movement is they're not.
Right.
They're actually one of the enemy in Pan-African movement.
Right. So now, this self-determination, how is it going to work? Now, I was going to say something, but it kind of skipped my mind. I said I was going to talk about dependency theory. Now, according to dependency theory, you can actually see how racist capitalism is. All the white supremacist nations are in what was called Tier 1, the center of the center. And then their allies are in Tier 2, the periphery of the center. And then the allies of the workers of their allies are in Tier 3, the center of the periphery. And then in Tier 4, the periphery of the periphery are the nations being subjugated for resource extraction, where most African countries lie, and so-called third world countries. So in Tier 1, center of the center, you have USA, France, Britain. Yeah. In Tier 2, periphery of the center, you have Canada, Singapore, countries like that. And then in Tier 3, the center of the periphery, you now have countries like India, manufacturing for them and all that. China. Well, China is probably in Tier 2 now. I'll put China in Tier 2. So you have countries like India, Indonesia, maybe even Ukraine. Just put that there. And then in periphery of the periphery, Tier 4, you have all African countries. Now, the way it works is that the countries in Tier 2, the periphery of the center, they provide resource and services for those at the center of the center in Tier 1. The countries in Tier 3 provide resources and services for Tier 2 and Tier 1. Yeah, I wish you guys could see the video. you understand how this shit works. Now, Tier 4 now, the periphery of the periphery with all African countries and third world countries, they supply goods and services, resources, and everything else to countries in Tier 3, countries in Tier 2, and countries in Tier 1. And when you look at the arrows, the way they point, there's nothing trickling back to countries in Tier 4, the periphery of the periphery, African countries. It's like we're locked in a system we almost cannot break out of. And this is the global capitalist system. It's called dependency theory. And then when you add world systems development theory into there, which now even goes further to explain how using the elite, the rest of us are controlled. So in Tier 1, they have their elite. In Tier 2, the periphery of the center, they also have their elite. In Tier 3, the center of the periphery, they also have their elite. In Tier 4, the periphery of the periphery, they also have their elite. These groups of elite work together to maintain the status quo. Because if they don't, they're going to be the biggest losers. And this is how they've managed. So when we talk about African leaders, they're not working in our interests. This is why I describe them as prison warders for our prison nations or our prison countries built by Europeans. Europeans have just employed them to be the prison warders, making sure that we're locked well into prison. You know, so self-determination. Now, why is self-determination necessary? I'm going to use a simple model. So I'm going to just even pick Chad. So this is the country of Chad on this map I have here. So let's say there's only 2 ethnic groups in Chad. One in the north, one in the south. Now, the ones in the south happen to have oil. And maybe even, let's throw in diamonds for good measure. The ones in the north, because they're in the Sahara, they have no resources. Now, these 2 ethnic groups locked in one country, one state, and by virtue of being locked in one state, they are sharing one state apparatus. So this means that one of these groups will control state apparatus while the others is not. Now, it suddenly becomes very easy for one group to subjugate, maltreat, and even genocide the other group that's not in control of state apparatus with impunity. State apparatus involves police, army, so that involves the tanks, jets, guns, embassies, banks, economy, means of production. That's what controlling state apparatus. You control all these things. So now the northerners are controlling state apparatus and they are maltreating the southerners. They have the police, the army, they can do what they want. They are locked in the same country. They control the embassies as well. So even when the southern population tries to make noise to the international community, hey, please save us, they are killing us, they are killing us, the northerners can use the embassies to counter with their own propaganda and say, hey, it's just rioters, rebels, terrorists. And the international community would just say, hey, well, it's within your national sovereign borders. We can't do anything. And suddenly, the group being maltreated is left to their own devices. You're on your own. The other group can continue subjugating you using state apparatus with impunity. Now, let's say this Chad was actually now split into 2 countries with 2 different ethnic groups, one in one country, the other in the other country. So that means you have 2 countries, 2 ethnic groups, and 2 state apparatus, which means 2 armies, 2 police forces, 2 embassies. Yeah. If the northerners wanted to suppress the southerners because of their oil and diamonds, like they were in the nation where they were sharing one nation, now the southerners can fight back because they now have an army of their own. They now have their own police to maintain security. They now have their own banks to fund their army. They now have their own embassy. So much so that the other population in the north, in the other country, can't even say, oh, they're just rebels. Oh, they're just terrorists. How can you accuse a whole country as just being terrorists or rebels? No. This is the power of having your own embassy. They put their narrative and propaganda out there. You put yours, you counter it. So this is even a case where you have 2 African populations that don't like each other without external influence. Now, let's even bring in external influence. So in the first scenario where two groups shared one country, white supremacists want the oil and diamonds in the south. And they know that these southerners, if they let them control it, they'll start setting the prices and it will upset the Western capitalist market. Nah. So let's give the northerners guns and get them to use their force to control it for us, which is how they always operate. So they give the northerners guns and northerners come, hey, the northerners are getting paid as well. I mean, for every 9 mines or oil wells the Europeans control, the northerners control 1. As long as you control none anyways. So they come, they kill you with impunity, knowing fully well that no matter how much you cry, you don't control the embassy or your own embassy. And the white supremacists that you're going to cry to are on their side anyways. So all they need to do, in fact, is the white supremacists that even brand you rebels or terrorists for the northerners to continue killing. Because they control the media. You don't control any embassy. You're pretty much on your own. They want your oil, they want your diamonds, and they don't want you to control it. So they use their allies in the north and they will kill you off. All you can do is cry till you finish being killed off. If you have money to get access to guns, you start fighting, which is a whole new dimension on its own. But now, let's apply it to the second scenario as well, the external influence to 2 countries, 2 populations, 2 state apparatus. So the Europeans, they try to negotiate, the white supremacists, they try to negotiate for the oil and diamonds. You control your prices. You say, no, fuck that. We ain't selling it for peanuts. They don't like that. So they go give the northerners guns and they say, hey, fuck them over for us. Again, you have your army. You have an embassy. And the very fact that you have resources, there's going to be people that want it and won't mind paying whatever you're charging for it. With this, you can buy more weapons for your army. With your embassy, you can bring other international allies on your side against this enemy and her own international allies. As opposed to just being an isolated group on your own. All the other countries are saying, oh, no, it's an internal sovereign issue. We can't intervene. Oh, go to the UN. And then the UN is even rigged against you. Come on. Can't people see this? That self-determination on the African continent is the only way to guarantee that. Do you know how many African languages and populations have gone extinct already since colonialism and slavery? To guarantee that more don't go extinct, self-determination is the only way. Now, people always say, oh, but you're going to break up into smaller units. You become easier to pick off. And oh, man, that's one of the most asinine arguments ever. Look at Nigeria, so-called giant of Africa. Look at the people invading Nigeria today, a ragtag bunch of terrorists. Not even a proper professional, not even an army. A ragtag bunch of terrorists, 16-year-olds, 15-year-olds with AK-47 and cattle are taking over Nigeria today. Killing even Nigerian soldiers. So where's the benefit of being big? What's the point of being big and good for nothing? As if being big just gives you some sort of automatic strength. Look at Nigeria. Nigeria's turned into the ant of Africa. See, I had a debate with my brother.
Do you believe self-determination in that sense is the only answer? Do you think so?
It is the only answer. It is the only answer.
I don't believe so. I think this is what Nigerians are thinking, right? I believe that's what Nigerians are thinking. However, because I come from a different colonial country, self-determination is not the only way for us because we are small. A small number. And so self-determination...
What is self-determination? Self-determination is a revolution at its core. And
that's the type of self-determination you're talking about. We have to find our own self-determination.
Okay. In fact, I've said this before. Is I just haven't got around to saying it. What is needed on the African continent? In fact, this is how I imagine it playing out. The countries that have multiple ethnic nations trapped in them will have to break up. New alliances will be formed, and in some cases, no alliance. Everybody will go their separate ways. Yeah. Now, not every country is going to need to break up. Some countries have pretty much, in a way, found some sort of homogeneity amongst themselves. But even then, a lot of it, when you look at it, yeah, it still looks paper thin. So, for those countries like that feel, sorry.
Liberia suffer ethnic war, so the Ivory Coast, and they learn from that shit very quick. And for that reason, they don't really. The tribalism is much more minuscule now among them. When I even interact with them, they're much more very unified.
Yeah, I mean, I can say the same thing about Rwanda, but I can also tell you that as soon as Kagame goes, Rwanda is going to heat up again.
Liberia has no real president. So if Liberia was tribalist, be doing tribal war. Liberia has no real president. Liberia right now are unified based on the fact that.
But still, a revolution needs to happen there.
Liberia is a unique situation. Liberia is a unique free slaves that moved back there. Oh, it's a unique situation. I need you to stop it. Liberia, where slaves are moved back from the US. I mean, that's a unique situation. You cannot answer. I mean, in the rest of Africa, there are indigenous nations that have been cut out separately. Come on. So shut up. You done.
Wait. Oh God, guys, come on, guys. Can we just? I mean, come on. Why do we need to get heated up like this? Wait. No, guys, come on. Let's chill out now, man. Come on. See, okay. Let me finish what I was saying. Wait, oh God, guys, come on, guys. I don't want to have to mute people. I don't want to have to mute people. Wait. Okay. Okay. Now, oh man, come on. Look, I don't want to start muting people, let alone gulagging people. Come on. I mean, what's the point in? Okay, guys. Think. Chill. Enough, guys. Come on. I don't want this to break down into it back and forth. Come on, man, guys. Oh man. Oh no. Nobody said that. Nobody said that. Whoa. Oh. Okay, wait, guys. Wait. Think. Enough. Think. Chill. Come on. Think. Chill. Think. Come on. Oh man. Look. Come on, man. Look, for me, self-determination is the ultimate form of revolution because it's down to you to determine what you want. And yes, I know the popular understanding of self-determination is breaking up the current African nations or African countries as they are into constituent ethnic nations, which is how they pretty much operated before all the amalgamations. But self-determination for me also involves popular uprising. Like I said earlier, not all African nations will need to be broken up. Some of them that have found some sort of homogeneity will not need to break up, but they will still need a popular uprising, a popular revolution, where the youth will have to rise up and sweep away the old guard every single remnant of them, sweep away the old guard, draw a new constitution for themselves that doesn't, leave them open to exploitation like before. And that is self-determination. That is the only thing that can save sub-Saharan Africa. Sweep out every single old guard. Come on, the African continent, okay, today is dropped. It's about 65% now. 65%. But about 5 years ago, no, yeah, about 7 years ago, it was about 85% of African presidents were all older than the countries they were ruling. Meanwhile, the African continent has the youngest population everywhere in the world. This is why another reason China is targeting us is because, hey, okay, China implemented one-child policy. It backfired epically. They ended up having more sons. And also, critically, because of one-child policy, you have two parents, one child. Now, as these parents age, you need at least two working children to pay their pensions. But because they didn't think it through, one child cannot pay the pension for two parents. Which is why now they are targeting the African youth to pay those pensions for them. And also the rest of the world is aging. Everywhere else apart from Africa, they have at least 55% of their populations over 50. The African continent has 60% of our population under 40. Sorry, 75% of our population under 40. 60% under 25. That's why China is targeting us to use us as the new manufacturing hub to pay the pensions of our old people, because they are going to hit a demographic time bomb, a pension explosion. Like when they don't have enough young population to pay the pensions of the rapidly aging population they have, that's more than their young population today. If you see their population triangle, on the African continent, it looks almost like a triangle with young people at the bottom and then aging people at the top. But China's looks something like this. It looks so lopsided. Like one of those, those Chinese lanterns, literally. So young people at the bottom, not enough. And then a huge aging population in the middle, and then towards the top. So self-determination means that, well, first of all, self-determination, all the forces on the planet are against it, apart from us. Now, another way I like to break down the planet for analysis is, now, not all white people are psychos. Their elites clearly are. All their elite are psychopaths because their systems are designed that the elite rise to the top. Huh?
I have to disagree on that. On that. You have to interact with them on every level, every facet of life. You need to understand that the mindset. So I have to disagree with you.
Well, there are populations that never enslaved anyone. In fact, that they were wholly victims of their own brothers, constantly being enslaved, raided, murdered by their own fellow white people, like the Sami in Finland.
No, you have to know the history to understand that overall history in Europe. No, that's not true. And also, all of them benefited from the raiding of Africa. So, for me, again, when you work together or when you are bearing from something and you say nothing, you are just as guilty as the person.
Yes, them all being guilty is different from them all being psychopaths.
no, that's it. That's what it is. It takes a psychopathic individual to be able to disconnect yourself while someone else is doing the killing. When there is two psychopaths, there is always the submissive and there's always the dominant. The dominant is the one who commit the act. The submissive stay there and sort of watch, and therefore they're both psychopaths. So I cannot accept that knowledge.
Oh, fine. I mean, fair enough. Fair enough. Well, it's easy to and tempting to kind of paint it black and white as well. But the way I like to describe it is now white societies are led by psychopaths, and their systems are designed that psychopaths rise to the top. So white societies are the way they are structured in their, say, like a pyramid or whatever. You have the psychopaths at the top, and then you have a few, and the psychopaths include the soldiers as all the way from the king, the lords, down to the soldiers that actually do the killing. But then there's a few at the bottom, the slaves, serfs, who they're pretty much the traumatized population. Even though there's a sizable amount of them because they're at the bottom, it's a pyramid anyway. But they are the traumatized population. They've internalized all the psychopathy and the trauma that comes with, the kind of things kings do, the wars, But you still find some of them, if not for some of them, and what they've actually done, the struggle of black people will still be maybe a few decades back. Some of them have exposed things to us that they really shouldn't have. Things that some of them have even been killed for exposing it, even. So it's just like the scientists that did the research about nucleotide polymorphism, something to do with intelligence in the brain. I mean, they could have lied and said, well, Africans have fewer nucleotide sites of nucleotide polymorphisms. But they came out with the truth and said, what? Africans actually have, how many more? So there's a base 15 polymorphisms that everybody on the planet has. And then Africans have an extra 13. And then non-Africans have an extra 13 that's unique to just them. And then non-Africans have an extra 5 that's just unique to them. So we have about 8 more polymorphisms, nucleotide polymorphisms to do with intelligence or whatever that occurs in Africans than them. They could have lied about that. So, it's just, some of them are maybe now that they are becoming decadent in their society, some of them are now beginning to break out of the trauma. But you can still clearly see their psychopaths at work, like the soldiers that jump to go and fight in Iraq, like the serial killers, school shooters, who are always mostly men, and who, when you analyze their murders, they're all premeditated on some supremacist, I can kill because I'm superior and get away with it type of thinking. Now, Africans, on the other hand, we largely had, not very well, pretty non-violent coexistence with each other. And like I was describing earlier, we had ways of keeping our psychopaths in check because we too have psychopaths. But what's happening today is because we are also being forced to live under this psychopathic system of capitalism, where it's about the survival of the strongest and fittest and richest. So we are beginning to also act like psychos, which is why you have gang warfare in places like America, South America, the even amongst like the Igbos, kidnapping each other, killing your own brother because he has more money than you, all that bullshit, because he has more money than you. When the first explorers came to Igbo land, they said there was no overtly rich people, there was no police, no prison, no king, no army, no poor people, no poor people, no homeless people. But today, we're killing each other over money. So we too, yes, we the Africans, were largely traumatized. But there's a chunk of us that's also, taking in this psychopathy and now beginning to act it out as well. Because that's the system we'll be forced to live under that encourages that kind of behavior. I mean, look at Islam, look at Christianity, the kind of things they advocate. Today, we look at those things with clear eyes, and we know only mad people, psychopaths, who advocate that shit. But yet we carry on worshipping Islam, Christianity continuously. Because we try and just close our eyes to it. That's why we too were behaving like psych. So that's why I don't like to put it black and white, like, oh, all white people are blanket psych. Yes, in fact, I'll say most of them are psychopaths. But the few of them that are traumatized, yes, there's a chunk of them that's just traumatized, because not all of them actually carry on mad. Even though, yes, by virtue of benefiting from the crimes of the psychos, yes, they're all complicit, yes, guilty as well. Which is why I also don't say they're all psychopaths, because you get some of them actually fighting it. I mean, it's not like I adore William Wilberforce, but hey, he did what he did. If he didn't speak, Britain will probably still just be killing black people revolting against slavery to keep them in line. It took a white person to speak for white people to, okay, human is speaking. Oh yeah, what is actually saying? Okay, maybe. Apart from that, yeah, they had their own change of agenda as well. Yes, from slavery to colonialism, which is still slavery. But so I was saying something, but I can't remember now. So yeah, anyway, so like I said, with the way things are lined up, there has to be a fight, because they've managed to get, those are cycles we managed to keep in check for thousands of years. They've managed to put them in power now against us, which means we're just gonna have to do what the only thing cycles understand, which is violence. Because yes, we can protest, we can march, some of us can vote, but remember, they control all these systems. They control the media that's people are going to see your protest from. They control the election system they're going to vote from. Which is why I keep saying the only way out of this is to sweep away the old guard, either by popular uprising and revolution in whatever country that maybe doesn't need to break up, or by actually breaking up, which effectively breaks up the structure. Because the way they do it is, in a country like Nigeria, where there's 51 ethnic groups, and then they empower only one ethnic group, that means the remaining 50, their voices are effectively silenced. So when you have all these African countries, 54 of them, okay, let's even take sub-Saharan Africa, and we all know many of them have at least 3, 4, 5, 6 different ethnic groups locked in. Nigeria, 51, Ethiopia, about 20, locked in them. But then each of them only have one voice from one ethnic group representing them. So when they go to meetings in their country club, that senile old men's country club, the African Union, you can effectively see that on the continent where there's at least 1,000 different ethnic groups, only the voices of 54 are being heard. Because the Fulani, they're not going to go there and push Igbo interest. No, they're just going to go there and push only Fulani interest, which most of the time clashes with Igbo interest or Yoruba interest. So part of these structures of European countries in Africa is how they manage to silence a lot of the other ethnic groups by empowering one above the others. That's the first strategy. And then I was talking about enemies within, our enemies within. So the first strategy, they empower certain African groups above the others. And then they the second tier of the third tier of enemies, which is the second tier of enemies within. They use glorified warrant chiefs. So they find someone from your tribe who is corruptible. So in the first scenario, they use another tribe to subjugate your tribe or your ethnic group. In the second scenario, they actually find someone from a tribe or ethnic group who's corruptible and use him against you. That's another enemy within. The third enemy within is actually amongst us, the people, those that refuse to actually use their brains, think properly, analyze everything properly, and wake up and keep pushing the narratives that are not going to get us anywhere. You see, this Pan-African narrative of let's unite. See, Pan-Africanism has been infiltrated by white supremacy. That's why today, as they are killing Africans, all Pan-Africans talk about is uniting without even facing the particular problems that's leading to certain African groups being killed. Some of them don't even know who's killing who. And then when they find out, they're like, well, why can't you all just unite? As if somehow unity creates this overarching strength that just starts out muscling everything. Forgetting that if you unite with enemies within, I mean, see, whatever war you create a force uniting with enemies within is as good as lost. Because the most dangerous weapon in any war, forget nukes, forget tanks, jets, nah, the most dangerous weapon in any war is the enemy within. The one that will actually sell secrets, secret information, strategic coordinates, strategic locations. The enemy within, the spy. That's the most dangerous, most destructive weapon in any war.
But Starman, you haven't talked about the lack of knowledge too. I think for me, I think there is a bit of a myopic sort of driving factor here, right? So when we talk about the enemy within, the enemy within is everybody and anybody on the continent, right? Because the lack, and I've been pushing to break colonial boundaries. So, and I'm not a Pan-African. So there are other ways we can reunite without you having to be one Africa, one country. That's not what I'm talking about. But I'm asking you the question this is, right? Do you think, and this is where, because we saw it before colonial time, right? What destroyed, how you call this, even if you look at the Zinga story, what destroyed her empire? What destroyed the Zinga empire? It wasn't other ethnic group. It was the very same ethnic group fighting for rights to be found within the ethnic group when the Portuguese saw that and took advantage of that. So what makes you think, because this is the thing, you never solved that problem first, right? That problem before, you never solved it. Because it wasn't just betrayal from other ethnic group to other ethnic group. It was betrayal within ethnic group, happening, right, with the Europeans. So what do you think the problem was? Because I think one of the biggest problems we haven't looked at on the continent of Africa is the fact that the rest of the world has some level of access to information, right? And Africa, especially in many countries in Africa, that is still minuscule. People have almost zero access to information. So are you thinking on this level, you are not going to put education as part of your solution? It's just going to be just self-determination, but you're not giving people education what knowledge of self-empower, but you're going to believe that they're just determined to be self.
We don't have enough time. We don't have enough time to send people to schools to go and emancipate their minds at this stage. We need two types of revolutions on the African continent: a political and a psychological revolution. Ideally, the political revolution will be best. Everything will be best. So if the the best scenario will be if the psychological revolution could happen first. So I've been talking so long, my throat muscles are beginning to cramp up. Yeah, if the psychological revolution could happen first, that would be the ideal situation. But the psychological situation is going to take hundreds or it's going to take generations because it's going to involve the education you're talking about, and it's going to involve decolonizing the brain, like getting rid of things like religion, European religion, from the brain of Africans.
Some will not even wake up, man. Like
sorry?
Some are just gone completely. We just need to get ready of them.
So imagine if you decided to start by waking up everybody up first from religion. 100 years we haven't even started because people 100 years should be arguing why Christ came to save Africans. So the only way we can effectively carry out a psychological revolution is with control of state apparatus. Then we can do it industrially. Right now, without control of anything, we'll just be trying to wake each other up one by one, and that will take 100 years. So what we need now is political. For people to just realize that, look, this is the political situation which everybody is on some level aware of, and this is what could be, or what should be, or what happened, and what could be. And this is what needs to happen, what needs to be done, and then we can begin to build a future towards this psychological revolution. See, the African population, as young as we are, we're also the most miseducated and also has the least access to media. Very few African countries have any sort of television infrastructure that's affordable enough for the people. They're all on some sort of digital cable, whatever. And how many Africans can afford that? So, if you analyze it, the easiest way to reach as many Africans as possible is actually WhatsApp. If you can, you have to actually not just post a video, but do something that can go viral. So our media or the means to reach Africans is so decentralized because we don't control it. So there's not enough time, scope, or resources or infrastructure to wake the African people up, as in to the psychological level that's required. Politically, yes, because politically they live it out every day, which is what we need to focus on. And then it's not all going to happen at the same time. It's going to start with, little individual countries. And luckily for us, these individual countries are not so isolated. It's actually happening regionally and in blocks. So you have Ambazonia in Cameroon. Right next to them is Biafra. Right next to them is Niger Delta or Ijo. I'm not sure what they want to do. Right next to them is Oduduwa. Right next to them is the Ewe people, as they've started now with Togoland, Western Togoland. That's four. Imagine, see, Nigeria today is 210 million people, right? The populations of these four countries four new potential countries I've just listed, on its own, is already at least 180 million people. That's already an economic power block on its own. It's just to create the conditions for the people to refocus their paradigm towards it, which starts with self-determination. See, the thing with the political revolution is that, yes, there's still some education required, but not much, just historical and political, and I guess geopolitical as well. Well, political. But for the psychological revolution, you need not just the education, but the infrastructure for the education. Because, apart from the history, you're going to have to give people a purpose in life as they are getting rid of the false purpose they already had with religion. It's not something you just do over the phone in a clubhouse room or YouTube broadcast. You know, the clubhouse room or YouTube broadcast is only there to help you wake up the critical 5% that's necessary, because that's all we need. A critical 5% of a billion people across the African continent, that's 50 million people. That's like the whole of Yoruba nation or the whole of Biafra nation on its own. That's more than many African nations. You know, so yeah. But it's down to us, those of us that actually really want to do something. We need to understand that yes, unity sounds good, but unity is not automatic. Just because people want it or think that that's what is going to be good, it's not automatic, because these groups we all have internal rivalries that have been instigated by others. It's just like the Hutus and the Tutsis in Rwanda. You know, look at them today. There's some sort of pretend peace.
It was the same thing in Liberia. It was the same thing, but they went for 14 years. It was the crying and kill, the Dam and the Kwa.
Right.
So it's not just but they learned that lesson. 14 years to kill each other. 14 years.
Well, okay. Well, what I'm trying to say is that, you know, now the Hutus and Tutsis lived amongst each other for about 300 years. Now the Tutsis came in as pastoralists, subjugated the sedentary people. But subjugation is not good. But from what I read of the way the Hutus handled it, it seems they didn't even really understand the full magnitude of it. So it kind of just happened, and they still kind of got along. There wasn't excessive violence to begin with. But then suddenly the Europeans came and then started twisting their minds, told the Tutsis, oh, you guys must be European. Tall, narrow face, narrow nose. Oh, you're more intelligent than the other bunch. You know, I think it was the Germans first, then the Belgians. Belgians came, twisted up the other people's heads. You know, even dangled power in front of them. Oh, you know, when we go, you guys take over. And he sowed the seeds for what eventually happened. Suddenly, as soon as these people left after twisting their heads, they started killing each other. Something they'd never really done before. You know, so there's a lot of this that has to be sifted through. And it just...
Because there's the same thing that happened in Liberia, right? So I need to clarify something. I think nobody here knows Liberian history, right? And they are here in the group chat saying that we're Miracle Liberia. I'm 100% native, 100%. My grandparents couldn't even speak English, right? They were not even allowed to hold Liberian passport because they were indigenous. They were not allowed to until my grandmother was about 30 years old, right? So I need you guys to cut that off. Only 4% of Liberian population are American Liberian. They were the one who enslaved the native on the land. They were working in the rubber farms. Children as young as 5 years old, working for 10 cents a day to mine rubber so they can send it to America, so they can become the rich class in Liberia. While they took children from the village as well and enslaved them in their home, beat them, kill them. So let's not, if you don't know history, don't speak. Ask before you say something about somebody's land. But with that said, it was two groups of people. It was the Don, right? They call them the Sudanese of West Africa, and it was the Kwa. That was my people, right? That went against each other. Now, let me tell you the history here. These people had a common enemy, and that common enemy was the Miracle Liberians. When they stood together, they all worked together to actually put Duo in power, and they did. They succeeded. However, the Miracle Liberian ran to the white man and said, we need help. And guess what the white man did? The white man called Duo in the corner and said, basically what happened was the guy was in power, he was a Miracle Liberian. But he saw what was going on, right? Let me give you this history. He saw what was going on. And he knew that if he doesn't start doing something for the country, that the white people are going to continuously steal from Liberia until Liberia was clean dry. So what he started doing is he started implementing things that actually started becoming successful to the people. When the white people saw that, they were like, oh, this is a problem. So what happened is because they knew that the native had a grudge against, because they came on these people's land and they pushed them more and more into the forest land, and these people kept backing up and saying, we don't want to fight, and taking these people land. They went to these people and said, you know what, we're going to make you guys work together, right? And already the native people were actually gathering, and the people who were really responsible for that gather were my society. They were actually gathering all the native. It doesn't matter what tribe you're from, what society you're from. They were gathering because they had one common enemy, and we had to get rid of this enemy off our land. However, they worked together. They took that guy out, right? Unfortunately, it wasn't them. It was the white people who took him out. And then Doe came into power. You got to read the history on Doe. Doe wasn't educated in the Western ways. But however, when he got into power, he saw what Tubbo were doing. And he started doing it. Guess what happened? At that point, the native people were so, so united that they couldn't take anyone off the land. So they went to America. They came to America, a drug lord who was in prison, Charles Stiller, who was basically a white man, mainly white in his DNA. They came to get him because one of his parents was American-Liberian of origin. So they came to get him out of the prison and said, if you go take out that guy, we will make sure you get all the power you want. Right? So this is the history, and I believe maybe because Liberia is small, because my society, I don't call tribe, has been split into, I think, 4 or 5. Right? They're in Ivory Coast, they're in Sierra Leone. Some of them you can find in Gambia, they're in Mali, they're in Burkina Faso. But at the same time, for some reason, I think maybe it's just in my blood. It's about saving the land, because even in Liberia, the people who got together to save the land, it was us. It was us who gathered the other people and said, it's time that we take our land back. So I understand. No one said you cannot be autonomous. We're not saying that. We're saying we have a common enemy. You clean house inside first. When you start to work together, you clean house inside first. You clean inside. You sit to the table and say, which ethnic group are the issue here? How can we go after them in numbers and get rid of them first? Right? No one said colonial boundaries. I always tell people that you call yourself Nigerian, you call yourself Ghanaian, you call yourself Liberian. You will never hear me call myself Liberian. I never do. I am a woman from Liberia. I'm a native African woman from Liberia, unfortunately, because it's a colonial boundary. However, there is a strategy to war. You clean in-house first. Everybody, because right now we have a common enemy coming on the ground. We have a common enemy coming on the ground. Listen, when they notice that you start to split up quick, they're going to move faster. They're going to move faster. What do? You clean house first. You go for the society who are bothersome within the African continent. You start to wipe them out first. If we have to, listen, I'm going to just keep my mouth because I'm very militaristic and I'm very brutal in the way I think, right? But at the same time, you have to be strategic. Even when you look at the Greek and how you call it war, right? If you look at how did the Greek won against the Romans, right? They had to pair up with other ethnic groups, the Athens. These are things that we don't look at. It doesn't
actually, the Greeks lost to the Romans. Why? Because they saw themselves as greater enemies than the Romans, which is what's happening to a lot of the West Africans in the forest region. They can't understand why the some of them want to break away from their northern neighbors, and it's when I watch Greek history, I just see it playing out on the African continent today. So they can't understand why, and then we start squabbling. Meanwhile, while we're squabbling, the people invading us, aka the Romans or the Fulani, they are still invading, doing what they're doing, getting away with it. And see, the thing with self-determination is that's the fundamental, that's the ultimate cleaning house. Like I keep saying, the ultimate revolution. And what is going to happen is the West will not give us self-determination because they understand that will be the beginning of the downfall of their economies. They understand that all too well. So they will not give us self-determination. They will rather will fight for it. And they want us to fight for it, so they will take that opportunity to try and keep us destabilized. So they will pump weapons to their agents to make sure the fight is prolonged for at least a generation, like happened in South Sudan. And after that, obviously, it's going to take us at least another generation to recover. While all this is going on, they're still looting us. So that's very clear. But like I said earlier, luckily for us, we're actually breaking up in blocks next to each other, like the Oromo, then the same region with about four other secessionist movements, the ones in southern Nigeria and southern Cameroon, all the way to Ghana. You know, so we're actually breaking up in blocks, which I think is a very good thing, because on this breakup, we will have to actually ally and work together, because not just the West will be against us, but their current contraption nations on the African continent will also be against us. I mean, look at after what happened in Mali, ECOWAS started trying to sanction Mali. That was the West prodding ECOWAS. Come on, sanction them. Come on, look at what they're doing to us. You know, squeeze on them, and that's what's going to happen. So, like I said, luckily for us, we're breaking up pretty much in blocks next to each other, which gives us scope. You know, even within us, even if they embargoed us to high heaven, the fact that within us, we actually need to start rebuilding, and a kind of rebuilding, pretty much rebuilding from the slave era, because all of us in the forest region haven't progressed pretty much an inch from where we were during the slave era. You know, so that in itself can sustain us. The fact that we'll begin to, which is what needs to happen first anyway, build our internal economy, and then start reaching out to countries that are against the West, like China, Russia. But at least now we have our own sovereignty, that they can't just bully us around like that. You know, especially if we're in a block. So and also these blocks, especially like what you see happening on Clubhouse, that where you know a lot of the people from Ethiopia, people from South Sudan will all, you know, link up in each other's platforms, invite each other, talk. So what I imagine is going to happen is, with the first country that breaks away, the rest will start begin to break away like dominoes. And then initially you have the three of them from southern Nigeria, one from southern Cameroon, plus at least two in Ethiopia, or three, or maybe even four in Ethiopia, and at least three in South Sudan. Now, one of them in South Sudan, Dinka. Yeah. The Amara. Yeah. You know, so those two, they're not in my agenda, or shouldn't be in our agenda for now. They'll have to come. Anyone that wants to join the new union we're going to need to create is going to have to be on our code. Now, this union will entail the new nations, because they're all going to be facing backlash of white supremacy. So they're going to all have to create some sort of alternate African Union that runs parallel to the already existing African Union. And then, working together, they will have to ferment revolution across sub-Saharan Africa on the other countries. Any country that wants to needs revolution, the young people there trying to revolt can at least seek some sort of solace or assistance from these new African nations. Will serve as a platform, a launching pad for them to get rid of their old guards. Bearing in mind that they will already be working with white supremacy against us anyways, so it's in our interest to change their old guards. And we really have to develop quick, because our development will help us in turning the populations of these white supremacy agents in their nations or the countries against their elite. When they find themselves suddenly seeing how Oduduwa, Biafra, Tigray is developing, as much as they can, as free as the people are, and even some of them start applying for visas to go to these places, they'll begin to realize that nah, on the African continent we can get better, and our leaders are the problem. And they'll, I imagine you help ferment some sort of domino effect, revolution across sub-Saharan Africa. And these new nations will coalesce in their own parallel African Union organization. And critical to all this, I think we have to practice. We don't even need to invent a new political system. We just need to resurrect the old political system we practiced, our ancestors practiced for thousands of years before the mere meager 300 years white people have been practicing capitalism. So, well, we all know Ubuntu. And I think Ubuntu is the most underrated political system in human history, thanks to white supremacy and Euro eccentricity. They've demonized Ubuntu, even refused to elevate it to the status of being some sort of political economic system. They dance around it, calling it egalitarianism. But it's so ironic that when you watch Star Trek, where these same white people are looking at their society of the future, supposedly an egalitarian society, which is what Africans already had before they came with their capitalism and Christianism and Islamism.
All that futurism actually about Africa. All that futurism actually is like if you watch what do you call the Boba Fett. That is absolutely based on. It's literally if you watch the Boba Fett, even the architectural, the setting, the desert, everything, it looks just like Mali. Even when there's a sand from the dunes, right? Between the Arab people and the Berber people and the Luba people. So yeah, everything they do in those movies, yes, it is based on African. Yes, I literally say all the time, I'm like, these people literally the very thing that demonize in order for us to run away from ourselves is the very thing that were used in that movie to say this is the future of the white race. Yes.
Exactly. So, they're literally now trying to copy what we've been doing for thousands of years because they know that capitalism will not make it into the 23rd or 24th century of Star Trek because they know capitalism is primitive, is actually savage, is a psychopathic system based on feudalism. Capitalism is just feudalism on steroids. If you look at the way two of them are structured, it's essentially the same thing. So, which is why I said the history of kings, presidents, and CEOs is a history of psychopaths. So, in a feudal society, you have the king. In a capitalist society, you have the CEO. Now, below the king, you have the lords. In a capitalist society, below the CEO, you have the managers or stockholders or shareholders or whatever. And then below the lords, you have the knights. Below the stockholders, I guess, yeah, you have the supervisors. And then below the knights, you have the soldiers. Below the supervisors, you have the workers. And then below the soldiers, you have the peasants. Below the workers, well, you have the peasants and the slaves. Below the workers in a capitalist society, you have the sweatshop workers, the wage slaves. It's the same thing. It's all a pyramid, very undemocratic, ultra centralized, hyper hierarchical. You know, and Europeans, they seem to have just acculturated to hierarchical systems. In fact, they now believe hierarchy ultra hierarchical systems are just part of human nature, which if you well, some of their biologists actually know that that's not true because nature is the ultimate decentralizer, you know. So yeah, we just have to go back to Ubuntu, obviously, modernize it, yeah, just adapt, keep the core principles what it is, adapt some modern principles to it carefully. Um, and with Ubuntu, what's going to happen is we're going to go back to that recognition that the land is owned in common by the people, unlike a capitalist society where the land does not belong to the commons. The land belongs to private property owning individuals. So they come out, a land that's supposed to belong to everybody. A few private property or a few private individuals come out, carve it up, protect it for themselves with private property rights, and then the rest of the population is disenfranchised. Anytime I debate with capitalists in their rooms, especially those Kool-Aid drunken American capitalists, there's one example I always use to destroy them all the time, and it's a simple, straightforward scenario. So, a man buys up a lake, an entire lake, because he imagines that industry is going to move close to that lake soon and a boom town is going to emerge. And just as he speculates, it happens. Industry moves there, a rail line crosses through, industry emerges, people follow. So this guy, by virtue of controlling the lake, he controls all the water supply to this new town. Everybody is at his mercy. He owns the monopoly on water. Yeah? And then suddenly, a recession hits. Maybe it was a gold rush and the area is now being completely stripped of all the gold. So a recession hits. Is what will a capitalist do? So a recession hits, people are being laid off, they can't afford the water anymore. Now people are beginning to die of thirst. According to capitalist principles, does the capitalist continue selling the water even though the people can't afford it? Or does he now distribute the water freely? And if he does, that's no longer capitalist, that's socialist. And when you hear some of the arguments this capitalist corporate, oh God, that's why I call it American Kool-Aid capitalism. You know, it's Kool-Aid. It's just like religion. In fact, capitalism has a propaganda machine that pushes it to the world. It's very undemocratic, very anti-competition. In fact, if you want to practice another system that's not capitalist, capitalism will gang up against you. Oh, rebel, terrorists, bomb them, kill them, assassinate them. You must practice capitalism. Why? So that the Western capitalists who've had half a millennia of accumulating capital before everybody else, so you can't out-capital them. Once they have you practicing capitalism by force with their capital, they can just come and cherry pick all your resources. That's why on the African continent today, and indeed all over the world, especially in the global south, the indigenous people do not control their own gold mining, oil mining, diamond, coltan, lithium, anything, whatever it is all Western companies who, remember I said earlier, have the same legal rights as a person and can carry out action as a person. Those are colonizers. Those companies are colonizers. But we don't see it because we look and we see bricks, mortar, and a logo. We don't realize those companies are actually acting as persons with colonizer mindsets. We look at white people and we think, oh, they stopped colonizing, but their companies still are. As if indigenous people can't mine their own resources. How did they mine the brass and iron ore they smelted before even Eurasians started smelting iron? You know, so so yeah, these new nations will have to coalesce into their own union and protect each other. Protect each other by practicing anything other than capitalism. If you practice capitalism with them, remember, like I said, they have half a millennium, 500 years of accumulated capital ahead of you. You cannot out capital them. Within a generation or two, they reduce you back to where you started from. So I think what we need to do is, which they do anyway, protectionism. So, but we're not even. It's not going to be blatant protectionism, which is what they do. We're just going to say, hey, according to Ubuntu, the land is owned in common by the people. So once the people themselves cannot sell land, especially to foreigners, then foreigners cannot come and exploit it, buy up areas where, for our own farming or because there's a diamond mine there. All those contracts will have to be revoked, especially if we have to fight and shed blood for this. Once you start shedding blood, all those contracts are null and void that they were using to exploit us. They're all null and void. So, our oil, basically, we'll look at our resources like this. There are two types of resources: non-renewable resources like crude oil, diamonds, gold. Once you dig them out, it's gone. Those things take millions of years to replenish, and nothing says because you've dug out all the gold here, come back in a million years, there will be gold here again. No, it replenishes and it gets discovered in different areas from volcanic eruptions, lava flow, earthquakes, all that stuff. Just the earth churning around. So our non-renewable resources will have to be owned nationally. If you notice, they took their time to destroy all our national industries with IMF and World Bank. We'll have to re-own all our non-renewable resources nationally. The renewable ones like agriculture, um, manufacturing, any sort of value adding, any stuff like that. That within ourselves, we have to find social ways of making sure that we minimize as inequality as much as possible within our societies. But with them, we can practice that their capitalism with them, like how China does. And I'm very keen that in our new nations, we must abolish rent. I think rent is a kind of modern slavery where you hijack a man's destiny into now working for your destiny. Because, for a man to be working to pay rent, meaning that his life revolves around putting a roof over his head. Can you imagine another scenario? Can you imagine a society where people didn't have to worry about rent? That's number one. Then they were well educated. That's number two. Well educated in the sciences, philosophy, arts. Can you imagine the productivity that will come out of such a society? Especially if their primary worry wasn't, rent. Oh, man. Because look, I'm an artist. The painting on my profile, I made it. And I know when I lose my creative spark, I lose it when, rent time, bills, fuck. And I start worrying about all that shit. It's gone.
I'm an architect, and I know what it's like that. I know it.
Right.
Like everything. Yes.
Right. And it will take me 2 to 4, maybe even 6 weeks to recover again, to get back into that flow. That's how distracting it is. And when you hear capitalists say, oh, but without monetary incentive, people become lazy, that's a lie. It's like saying, if they didn't pay prehistoric man to invent bow and arrow to make hunting more efficient and safer for himself, he wouldn't have done it. You know, if they didn't pay prehistoric man to do cave paintings, he wouldn't have done it. Innovation is just what humans do. It's not about money. We've been innovating before they started claiming, oh, industrial revolution. We started technology. Bollocks! Technology started with Homo erectus. When Homo erectus managed to learn how to create fire at will, either by knocking two stones, well, which was the first technique before friction of rubbing dry twigs or sticks, you know. So that was the very even before that, manipulating bones into tools, stones, that was already technology. But ultimately, the technological revolution kicked off with the control of fire, which Homo erectus was doing long before humans or even Neanderthals came on the scene. So innovation is what, advanced species do. If Homo erectus did not, Homo erectus, thinking man, that's what it's called. Thinking upright man. If he didn't use his brain, humans will not be here. So why do you try and make it look like, oh, before them, everybody was just swinging around trees, uh, you know, just swinging around, not knowing what they were doing. Meanwhile, I just described earlier how, sub-Saharan Africans were the first people to build a furnace and smelt iron 700 years before it was done outside Africa. And to me, for the fact that sub-Saharan Africans were able to design that furnace in the Stone Age and control energy like that to do work for them to extract and smelt iron, to me, that was the Stone Age equivalent of a nuclear reactor. The abstract thinking that, remember, these guys, they were making these furnaces and smelting iron 4,500 years ago with no thermometers. So how are they even measuring the heat? And bearing in mind, I also said that to smelt iron, 50 degrees plus or minus, you ruin it. So, our ancestors weren't dumb. I said earlier as well, the first machine invented by humans, the bow and arrow, by the Khoisan, 70,000 years ago. A lever, a moving part, the bow, the lever, the string, the moving part, and then another component moving part, the arrow. And then the Australian Aborigines. Now, these guys, they didn't even get to a metal age per se. Maybe a rudimentary copper age, but they didn't get to bronze or iron age. But they became expert makers of boomerangs. Now, you cannot make boomerangs unless even now, these people, they didn't have modern physics, but somehow, almost as if they had a sense of physics, of angular momentum, velocity and all that, angular velocity, angular momentum. They almost a center of gravity, almost as if they had some sort of abstract understanding of it. And they could even make different types of boomerangs, the ones that will come back to you, the ones they use for hunting, So these people weren't stupid, as white supremacist Eurocentric history always tries to make us look. So yeah.
Can I add something? I think there's one thing that we need to look into, because sometimes I know we say we don't want to copy what other people do. But there's some techniques that Africa needs to take from America and needs to take from China. There's a practice, we call it isolation. Forget about it.
Isolationism.
Yeah, what am I thinking? That is something that African needs to practice, because we have said it time and time again. Africa needs nobody. It needs nobody. If Africa practiced that particular type of politics, this is what France is saying. France, within 5 to 10 years, will become poorer than what Africa is today. The Western world will become poorer than what Africa is today.
Well,
that strategy,
the way I see it is they will force us into it anyways. The fact that once we start self-determining, they'll come after us, which will actually force us into, isolationism. And like I said, there'll be two parallel African organizations, and they'll be subverting each other. The new African organization with self-determined nations and the old Union of European African countries. Europeans will be using them, trying to get them to subvert this new union. But I think at this stage, once self-determination happens, for the first time, the odds will be in the favor of the Africans. Right now, all the chips are against us. But once it happens, for the first time, the odds will be in our favor, because we will be pushed into isolationism, which is at least we have resources to build up our internal economies, which, like I said earlier as well, will set an example to the populations of the European African countries, further, adding to the domino effects of popular uprising. And like I said, we'll be there to serve as a platform to support them when their time comes. And this is the only way we can begin to build anything that anyone can even begin to remotely describe as Pan-Africanism, because we're going to have to work together, because all the forces of the world that need us there for extraction be against us. Eventually, if we can liberate the rest of Africa, we don't even need to fight a war to become the number one global economy and reverse this current power arrangement, where we now become, we don't even need a war. Just by virtue of controlling our own economies and resources. If you heard what I was saying earlier about when I was trying to break down mining and the percentage the West needs to keep the economy running, and why they don't want other people eating into those percentages, because it will lead to the economies not growing, shrinking, which is a recession or depression, which means potential for riots, revolts, which is what they don't want. So by virtue of us just controlling our resources, you would even see uprising in the West, and they'll begin to overturn their capitalist governments. Now, yeah, something else I wanted to say. Now, I was going to say this earlier. I like to look at the planet just from another angle of analysis. So you have the global South, which is the black peoples of the planet, the global North, which is the white peoples of the planet, but amongst them, they have their elites. Now, you can look at it this way. The elites of the white societies are the slave plantation masters and owners. The white societies themselves, because even their capitalist system, a lot of them are not benefiting from it like the others. Some are benefiting far more than others, clearly. So some of them, which is why you find them groaning. Now, Their white populations, their white poor populations are the house Negroes of the planet. They are there from their expectancy to rise in the white class of white supremacy, hoping that one day they'll be like the elite. So they inadvertently uphold the structure. Now, the black populations of the planet are the field Negroes of the planet. Now, in as much as the house Negroes, the white poor population, and the field Negroes, the black people of the planet, want revolution, it's important to understand that the nature of their revolutions are very different. The white populations want a revolution where their elite are gone, but not one that overturns the system where they begin to lose, which is actually what the Africans want. The Africans want one that overturns the system, which means the white people are going to lose. So
yeah,
huh?
Either way they lose, and either way African win. So if they overturn that government, Africa will win, because Africa didn't have the chance to
if they overturn their governments, they can still put in a socialist government that carries on exploiting. As long as their deep state is still rooted to that notion that, we need resources, expand, growth, they could still exploit.
But you do know coup, because if you overturn your couping, so coup is actually a very bad thing, which happen whenever it happens, it sets a country back, sometimes 10, 20 years, right? So if they're overturning, unless they're doing a much more strategic way, unless there is sort of a plan, right? There's a transition plan. If there is no transition plan, and it happens in what we see in during the French Revolution. I don't know why did I laugh at that when I said that? During the French Revolution, right, where the peasant overtook the bourgeois class, right, where it actually set France back quite, even though it was still a shitty place and it was the stinkiest place in the world, still is stinkiest. We still saw that how it actually, destroy a French economy for quite a very long time. So unless
I think the destruction of the French economy after that revolution was just as a result of their own zealot excess, and because they actually got rid of the class of people that were experts at maintaining that economy and filled it in with lower ranked riffraff, and what even fucked it up more was they tried to recalibrate everything. So they tried to change from a 7-day system to a 10-day system. All sorts of things. They tried to recalibrate so many things that, you could see that there were people that didn't really know what going on, and they were creating more problems than they were actually trying to solve.
But that's the same thing in America here, right? Especially in America, like 99% of American people are dumb as, like, they're dumb as fuck. I'm sorry, when you talking, you're like, oh my God, I can't believe it. You're in a country that gives education, but you don't even take. But then the education system failed them, right? Because again, in order for you to carry this capitalist system, like you're saying, you have to make sure the majority of the population are unaware, right? So one of my political teachers used to say is, when you control information, right, you hold power, right? And this is one thing that you do in the capitalist system, is that access to control information. They enjoy that, because if you can control information, right, then you literally control the population. You give them what you feed them what you want them to hear. That is the Machiavellism of this is where you are right? The psychopathic aspect of them. You feed them with little bit of what what the mind want to hear, so you can calm them down, right? But you keep 99.999% of the information to yourself, and feed them when they start to rise up a little bit. You feed them just a little bit, just to get them down. That's the Machiavellism. I don't know if you know about the Machiavellism skill or psychopathy, right? So I believe that if they are to overthrow, they would not do it in in a much more delicate way because they're not educated in this country to know how to do it, right? So this is why the U.S. government has built, let me tell you, the power, when we talk about military power, is in the U.S. and outside the U.S. We're looking at our police system. Our police system is really not built to protect the people. It is built to protect the government. That is really what this police system in this country is really for, not to protect the people. Is to protect it just in case. And then we also have reserve within the country. In the US, we have reserve, right? And those reserve, yeah, they say, well, when hurricane happened to go there. But no, that's not where they fall. They'll fall in case a war was to break out in the country. The reserve is on the ground quicker to be able to make sure that they can put that shit right in check. So yes, if they were to actually overthrow, if they were to succeed, it will really crash America for a long time. And for me, I think that's a win for Africa because the people here, not so much. When you're controlling so much information towards the people and control what they can have, you're going to have dump of people who, when they overpower you, just like France, they're going to try to do a lot of dumb shit, right? Which will hold the country back for quite a long time.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Obviously, they control the media, they control the narrative. If someone controls your narrative, it's just like imagine waking up from a coma and then you've lost all your memory. You don't remember absolutely anything apart from your language. You don't even remember your name. And then this is what not knowing your history is like, waking up in a coma or from a coma and not having no prior memory. And that's what's happened to the African people largely. We've a lot of us don't realize it, but we've been, as a people, black peoples of the planet, especially Africans, we've been in a 500-year slow motion war. And unfortunately, we've never really fought this war with a war. We've just been reacting with little isolated battles. Meanwhile, the more we react, the white people have had 500 years to plan, perfect the plan, sharpen the plan, tweak the plan, constant. Their plans being cohesive for 500 years. And this is why I said if we don't organize ourselves within the next 8 to 10 years, we'll be extinct within the next 100. Because we cannot survive this kind of pressure. I mean, we survived it for 500 years already. But bearing in mind that in the next 100 years, the kinds of killer technologies these people are coming up with, apart from all the super bugs, super viruses that they can actually even target. Ebola is a drug, is an experiment. They're just using Africans as guinea pigs. Ebola. Look, I remember the first time I spoke to a friend of mine who's a pharmacologist when Ebola struck Nigeria, because I was in Nigeria at the time. And I was actually near that hospital that Liberian guy that caught it from Liberia came to. So there was panic. And I remember me and this friend of mine were talking about it. And as soon as I mentioned Ebola, she was like, oh, so it's a drug trial. They're using us for experiments. And if you know the history of HIV, there was supposed to be a vaccination program. And before you knew it, 1 million people got infected. In the 1950s, 58, or well, by 61, it began to manifest that, like, how much damage they've done. So, and then if you understand that, they want our resources, and also the history, the horrible history, the crimes they committed against us will never go away. The only way to actually make it go away is to get rid of us. So you understand that, yes, if people want to push you into extinction and you're not doing anything, you can go into extinction. If they're using vaccination programs to kill you, instigating wars to kill you, strangling you economically so you're actually dying of hunger as well, causing climate change that's adding to or making farming difficult. Come on. And then these people, they're so industrialized, they've stored everything for years. That, okay, maybe apart from things like gas, that's just months, but they even store for months, you know. So we don't, a lot of us, we don't understand how precarious our position is, how easy it would be to push us. I mean, the next generation of weapons they're coming up with, AI, the bioweapons alone, come on, you don't even want to think about that. And also, yes, I was talking about mosquitoes earlier, how the mosquitoes saved Africa from going the way of the Native Americans and the two American continents. The mosquitoes saved us. We don't realize that. But yeah, I said as well that there's actually a mosquito fraternity in West Africa where they worship the mosquito. Those people understand that the mosquito saved us. So every year they have this ceremony where they gather in a room with their kids and they let themselves be bitten by mosquitoes. They say they believe it builds the immunity or whatever. So now, to show you how insidious Europeans are, Europeans are very, very vindictive. They hate losing a battle. In fact, they will surrender just so that they can fight another day when they are sure they can win. So I said the mosquito was the reason why they didn't turn, because the original plan was to turn Africa to South America or North America, because they were already moving people to Kenya, Tanzania, South Africa, Namibia, pumping their people there. Anyway, thanks to the mosquito, until they discovered quinine, lifespan was less than 2 years. So, and it didn't mean you stay for 2 years. You could get there 2 weeks later, you're dead. You know. So, to show you how vindictive they are, do you know 150 years later, they've not forgotten the fact that they lost to mosquitoes. Today, they are still waging war against mosquitoes. Oh God! Oh man, look, we're in serious shit. We're in serious danger. We need to wake up. This is not child's play. This is not something to leave to other people to do for you. Like I said, we're on our own. We have no leaders. Our leaders are decreasing warders there to hold us down. We're a leaderless people. We need to rally ourselves, organize ourselves, critically organize ourselves to save ourselves. Look, this mosquito thing. So I'm sure you've all heard about Bill Gates working on genetically modified mosquitoes. And guess where they're trialing them again? South South America and West Africa.
Yeah, that's what he said. I watched that video.
That's where they're trialing them. Now, what's this all about? Okay, so they've genetically engineered these mosquitoes where their genes have been tampered with so that if they mate with real mosquitoes, the offspring will be sterile.
I agree. Yeah.
Yeah? So the plan is by the time these genetically modified ones mate with all the natural ones, within about 2, 3, maybe 4 generations, the mosquitoes will go extinct because all the offspring will be sterile. So they can bang all they want, there'll be no children. Yeah? That's the plan. Luckily, again, the trials haven't actually gone well. The trials, I was reading up on them the other day, they went out of control. You know, they found out that the genetically modified ones were actually still able to have kids somehow. So that's clearly out of control.
We are African. Just like us, our animal I know we can go into extinction, but there is something different about DNA. I don't care what nobody gotta say. There is something absolutely different about DNA.
Well,
and that's same DNA is in our animals.
Well, now the trials went wrong, but now let's think about this. Let's think about this properly. So there are these genetically mosquitoes that their genes, meaning every single gene in every single cell of their body, well, every single cell of their body has genes that have been tampered with. Yeah? Okay. And this mosquito has been designed in such a way that the genes are designed that they induce sterility in whatever they mate with. Now, if anybody knows anything about gene therapy, which is a way of modifying or interacting with genes, that is actually a practice that they do. They even use it for certain treatments. You begin to wonder. So, okay, so this mosquito is genetically modified. So, is mated with a natural mosquito, produces a sterile offspring, still carrying this genetically modified gene that induces sterility. Okay. Now, sterility doesn't mean as soon as it's born, it dies. No. It'll still live out its life cycle. It's just that it can bang all the mosquitoes it wants. It's not going to impregnate any of them or get pregnant by any of them. So it's still going to live out its life cycle. And the life cycle of the mosquito is about 25, 26, 28 days. Yeah? While it's alive, it's going to still get hungry. I mean, it's a living thing still, albeit genetically modified. Meaning that it's still going to go feed. It's going to go bite people. Okay. Now, if you understand how mosquitoes feed, they they look for your arteries. They land on it, they pierce. As soon as they pierce your artery, they inject their saliva in it. Their saliva has these numbing agents that stops you from feeling the pain immediately so that you don't swat them, giving them enough time to at least feed before the anesthetic in their saliva begins to wear off. And then, So this mosquito bites you, injects its saliva in you, genetically modified saliva. Okay. And it's going to keep biting people for the 28 days it's alive. And many of us, if you lived in Africa, you know that in a day, every night, especially when there is no power supply, you will get bitten at least 5 times. In a week, let's call it 30 times. You've got 30 bites, mosquitoes injecting this genetically modified saliva in you. And that's just a week. How about a month? So it's accumulating, circulating in your blood, this genetically modified material that induces sterility. Because when the mosquitoes finish sucking the blood, they don't suck back their saliva. The saliva is just there to numb you. And this is what they're planning for us.
So you believe that the mosquito is actually also to sterilize the people on the land?
Huh?
Do you believe that the mosquito is also to sterilize the people on the land?
Yeah. It's not just to sterilize the mosquitoes. It's to sterilize the people themselves. Yeah. I mean, come on. let's think. See, the thing is, they'll do it, get away with it, and they'll just say, oops, just like they did with HIV. Nobody's been tried. In fact, they had a debate. In fact, if you Google it, the history of AIDS on YouTube.
Yeah, I watched
right.
a documentary.
Remember how they even had the debate and they subverted the whole thing?
Yeah, nobody got blamed. People were talking about how they were injecting people with HIV.
Yeah, and some of these scientists are still alive, walking around today.
Yeah, and they probably on the documentary talking about how they were in the lab manufacturing. And this is as I tell Black people all the time. You understand psychopathy behavior, right? These people can literally say, "Listen, I fucking kill you. I kill your mom. I kill your dad. I kill your." But listen, whatever. Literally, like they're looking. That's the site. Like this is why when you said not all of them, I have to disagree because that 1% comes from the majority of them, right? I went to school with them. I work with them. I'm gonna tell you, majority of them have that. The only thing is they're not smart enough to be up in that 1%. That's the difference. Right? I think time and time again we think psychopaths are smart. No, actually psychologists say they're not smarter than you. However, they understand how to manipulate you because they do not have emotion. So what happens is they actually what they do is because they cannot connect. So what happens is they sort of read social cue very well, and not in a sense of through emotion, but they read social cue in a way in which they want to understand you so they can manipulate you. So I literally think majority of them do have that gene because it's a genetic thing. I don't think it's something psychopaths are born; they're naturally born, right? So I don't think this is something that was learned. I think majority of them are psychopathic. So the fact that it got
yeah, majority. Like I said, psychopathy exists in all human populations. It's just that in African populations, I believe that the percentage is much, much less because, well, prior to European or the arrival of Arabs and Europeans, much, much less because we had ways of keeping them in check. But we still had them. I mean, people like Zulu, Chaka the Zulu, he still popped out at some stage when it was needed. Um, even though he's been painted largely in bad light by Eurocentrists. I think Zulu saw the danger coming and was trying to reorganize his people. He saw the danger of the Arab slave raids and subsequently heard about the Europeans. So yeah, he did what was necessary. But Europeans, they have a higher percentage than us because number one, if you were here when I was talking earlier about Neanderthals, and I don't even say that just to disparage them for disparaging sake. Also said anywhere there was hominins, modern humans were admixing with them. Even we in West Africa, we have a ghost hominin admixture. They haven't isolated it yet, so so we're just admixing.
I ain't got no white people in me.
Sorry.
I said I ain't got white people in me.
Ain't that? Sorry, say that again.
I don't have any white people DNA in me, please.
Oh
no.
well, well, even Neanderthals apparently they discovered that thanks to back migration, especially back migrations from around 40,000 years ago, there's like less than 0.1% Neanderthal DNA in quite a few African groups. Just from back migration and those people back migrating, admixing with Africans. Now, the Australians, they also have a little bit of Neanderthal. They have a lot of Denisovan, but I think Denisovans probably weren't as crazy as Neanderthals. Probably, yeah, maybe to a certain degree. The Neanderthals, I think they just got used to that crazy mode of hunting, drive hunting, and then hunting with. Imagine poking a mammoth with a stake, trying to kill it. Something that's 3 times the size of an elephant. I think to a human watching a Neanderthal do that, then the human would have thought, this guy is crazy. Especially when the humans had long range weapons, bow and arrow, and throwing spears. But yeah, I think things like that contributed, and then the practice of pastoralism, and then the fact that those pastoralists went around killing most of the men and boys across Europe and inseminating all the women. And then from that, the rise of kings and kingdoms. That was still psychopaths seizing power, which has been the pretty much, culture of Eurasia since the dawn of light skinned people 15,000 years ago. And since this arrival of them as well, it's clear that everywhere they go and there's darker skinned people there, the darker skinned people get displaced. I've not seen any instance where it's happened the other way around, where dark skinned people move in and the light skinned people get displaced. And
isn't there a science behind that? There is a understanding that those who are of African descent have much more developed brain than those of European descent. They have larger brain, but it's not fully like if you hold is lighter than an African person brain. The African person brain is smaller, but it's much.
I
It's
mean,
much denser.
I won't really consider brain sizes because that really varies, to be honest. I mean, in terms of intelligence, the only research I've seen that I guess I'll consider is, and it's because it was done by Yale University as well. It was the research into nucleotide polymorphisms to do with intelligence, which I spoke about earlier. So that's about the only thing I'll consider, not brain size or um, anything like that. I mean, there are other things I could look at. To be honest, I'll say even complexity of language. You know, the fact that African languages are much more complex than European or Indo-European languages. Um, in terms of even just the broad range of sounds made, clicks, whistles. Some African languages have whistles even. But yeah, sorry, carry on.
Also, is in there like melanin. Also, there is a strong component um, to sort of this advanced evolution in Africans because of that aspect of melanin as well within our DNA in our skin. Because I watched a special on melanin, and this is the new thing now. They're harvesting melanin. If nobody knows this is real. There's a white guy on TikTok who talks about this. He actually takes melanin pill in order for him to be able to go in the sun without burning. So I know that it also spoke about that there is some level in of how you call it of advanced evolution when they look at melanin as well to determine a certain factor of not mutation but evolution, because mutation is quite different from evolution, right? Mutation is a mistake within the DNA. Evolution is something that repeats itself over and over, and therefore it sort of encodes itself into the DNA and become part of the DNA seamlessly, right? So I don't know if you've ever read something like that as well.
I mean, yeah, I've read a lot of all that stuff, but to be honest, when I think about melanin, okay, I'll just tell you how I see it. Now, melanin, there's two types of melanin. In fact, there's three types, but primarily two types. There's eumelanin, phosphomelanin. Eumelanin is the darker, like brown to very dark brown, or maybe even black type. It comes in, various shades of very dark brown. And then there's a phosphomelanin, which is the pinkish to red type. Now, melanin existed in nature even before the arrival of humans or hominins. Melanin is what nature uses to protect animals generally from sunburn and all sorts of you know risks from UV radiation. And in nature, it comes up with all sorts of colors even. But I don't know if you were in the room earlier when I start, because I started from 2.6 million years ago, and I started from Homo erectus because I consider them the first humans. And I broke down why I did, because they were the first hominins to become fully hairless, fully upright, and with real evidence of modern behavior and cognizance. Um, and rudimentary culture as well. So that's why I consider Neanderthals as the first humans. So I talked about how Neanderthal was originally actually a black man, because now, like I said, melanin exists across the animal kingdom, and a lot of times they don't even exist exclusively. you find two of them in some form or another, in the same organism. Um, Full melanin, for some reason, I think it's just used to give some sort of like a light protection, especially areas that are not exposed to the sun. So places like inside the mouth, inside the private parts, um, those areas are kind of like pinkish or reddish. Yes, the blood vessels contribute to the color, but even if you took out the blood vessels, they'll still be kind of pinkish and reddish. That's full melanin. Um, Now, in the parts of the body that need to be protected from UV light, you tend to get eumelanin, the dark type. And that there's eumelanin in your hair, there's eumelanin in your skin. Um, Now, Homo erectus, when the species he evolved from had hair all over his body, and Australopithecine had hair all over his body, and all that hair had melanin in it, eumelanin, dark melanin, to protect them from the hot African sun-baked region and all the UV light. But around the time of the emergence of Homo erectus, the African, the Sahara was even much bigger than it is today. It was really extreme. So the area was really hot, even though there was an ice age going on in the northern and southern hemispheres. So he began to shed his hair over a period of about, from I think 2.3 to 1.2 million years, over about a million years. He began to shed his hair, and this was done just to help with thermal regulation, and also he started migrating into the forest regions as well. So he didn't even need the hair that much to protect from UV, since it was under a lot of vegetation. So over about a million years, he would gradually lose most of his body hair. But as he was losing the body hair, an adaptation was happening where the melanin in the hair was kind of like either depositing itself or somehow being deposited in the skin as a new type of protection. He had to lose the hair so that if he had to hunt, chase down animals, he didn't overheat, because that's what hair does to you. If you look at dogs, lions, they sprint for, even deers, they sprint for a bit and start panting. They're almost overheating. So hair in the animal kingdom, it protects you from the cold and all, but you can't do too much hard work because you overheat. So I think somehow nature worked out that, hairless skin, as long as it was protected with melanin, will be just fine. In fact, ideal, and which was what happened. So basically because of this, Homo erectus, by the time he'd shed most of his hair, he was black. Otherwise, before the deposition of melanin under the skin, his skin was pinkish, like monkeys and gorillas today. If you shave their skin, is white, it's pinkish red. But on losing his hair, he adapted dark melanin to the skin and became black, and then began to migrate out of Africa. But with these migrations, due to the ice age going on, the tilt of the Earth, the North Pole was tilted away from the sun, so there was very little sunlight getting to Europe or the northern hemisphere. And at different latitudes, as it migrated into Europe, the ones close to regions like the Levant, Israel, they lost, because those regions were pretty cold. The ice sheets were close to those regions. So the ones close to those places lost a bit of their melanin pigmentation to help them, better or best synthesize vitamin D. Um, then the ones further up north, right up close and personal to the ice sheets that covered most of Germany, most of Russia, huge chunks of France, and most of UK. Those ones were the most demyelinated, like lost most of their dark melanin, but their skin still had full melanin was already there even before the adaptation of eumelanin. Now, I've read a scientific paper that said that melanin is actually a very good electricity conductor. They were talking about how they could use it to make bio uh, biointegratable technologies and electronics. So, and I know some white people take it to try and melanate their skin because they want to be black. But and then I've heard about all sorts of exotic uses for it by all these secret societies but yeah, I mean, I guess it is what it is. But um, I've heard about it in the brain as well, and for some reason, I think only black people have bits of dark hue melanin in their brain, as opposed to white people not having it. Some people have posited that it adds to the sensitivity of your pineal gland, even though some people debate, if the pineal gland is a real thing or not. But hey, I mean, these things on. If I have a lab, then yeah, I can do my own experiments. I mean, but
No, the melanin. So the reason why many of them are actually taking it, they're actually linking it to some medical. There's some strong medical research being done to it. They're also looking at it at some level of cancer treatment. Melanin right now in the market is pretty expensive. I think it's like $45 for like a gram of it. So
yeah.
it's more expensive than diamonds now, right? So there's a lot of how you call it to you melanin. There's a lot of medical benefit, and there have been research really looking into it as an alternative for cancer. Yeah, for and obviously they don't call it the healing or but treatment within cancer, within the realm of cancer. Because
you see, this is why we need to control our own destiny, because I can guarantee you this: if white people realize, oh shit, melanin can cure cancer, can cure this, cure that, they'll start farming us for melanin. It's as simple as that. That's just what they're gonna do. Um, yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, white people they consume crazy shit. Some of it superstitiously, some of it. I mean, look at when what's that thing apparently they get from the blood of young children? What they call it again? There's this serum apparently. I can't remember what it's called, but
it's for skin. Yeah, it helps. So people like Beyonce go and get treatment for it.
right,
with it.
right.
Yes, yeah.
And
even doing that with melanin. Yeah.
Right. In ancient times, they used to eat. In ancient times, there was actually a big market selling bits of Egyptian mummies. Because I can't remember what they believed they cured again. Some crazy bullshit. But yeah, they used to eat bits of Egyptian mummies to cure some bullshit.
But they practice cannibalism. Actually, they were the one who actually really practiced cannibalism in Europe. Yeah, it was practiced.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It was
yeah,
something
yeah.
that was.
There's more evidence for it than in Africa, even though most people think Africans have been eating each other from the dawn of time. There is little or no evidence for cannibalism in Africa, especially pre-European arrival.
It was the
Islamic
sharpening
arrival.
of the teeth, and you see it because I know my people used to do it too. Because my mother had her teeth sharpened. It was like a beauty thing, and you see the pygmy people actually do that well. And that was the only evidence they had that linked, quote unquote, the African was cannibalist because they sharpened that teeth.
Well,
that was the only reason.
The irony there is that the pygmy people are the most peaceful people on the planet. They've literally never warred anybody. They've never enslaved anybody. Them and the Khoisan. Okay, the Khoisan had to fight the Germans. But the pygmies, they've literally never made war against anybody. That's the irony. Now, and suddenly they are the cannibals.
Let me ask this.
Yeah.
We talk about Black extinction. Now we can muse, and we can talk about their use of melanin and all of these things, right? Let's talk about how that extinction, right, the Black Extinction Theorem, how it's taking place in today's society in Africa. This big agenda to destroying us, how are we going extinct? How do we see it in application in real Africa? Right?
I talked about that.
Language.
You're right.
Right.
Okay, yeah.
Right. Our language, our culture, our spiritual systems, right? And we can talk about, you mentioned a vaccine program. You mentioned, but
war,
the thing is, how are they able, what is the mechanism through which they're able to come in and implement these things?
Control of our information.
The nation, right? And the government.
Right.
Right, that they put in place, that they pretty much sanction. We talk about, we vote. If you look at Nigeria, Buhari and his cohorts before he was elected was, I think here in the U.S. and in London, with very high up
Chatham
individuals
House.
in both countries.
In Chatham House.
Huh?
In Chatham House.
Exactly. Right?
Watch this 2023. If Tinubu goes to Chatham House, he's going to be the next president. Whoever goes there is going to be the next president.
These are the mechanisms by which they're able to, whether it's, for instance, a big part of Africans' problem is our education, our miseducation, right? So there's this saying, right? If you know yourself and you know your enemy, you win 100% of the time. If you know yourself but don't know the enemy, you win about 50% of the time. If you don't know yourself and you don't know the enemy, you will lose every battle. That's Africa's situation. Through our miseducation, we don't know ourselves. We don't pay attention to our realities, who we are, and then we don't even understand the game that they're playing for the most part, right? And then you have others who know the enemy but don't know themselves. You can't win all the wars that way. You have to know yourself. And this is where self-determination comes in and coming up with new nations. These people have a pipeline through the nations that we currently have.
Self-determination.
There's no way the African consciousness can be awoken in these constructs that we have.
Exactly.
There's another saying, you cannot use the tool of the master or the oppressor to defeat the oppressor. You
Pragmatism. The reactionaries. Versus revolutionaries.
You want to use their well-designed countries and put them in this idea of one Africa to defeat. This is a thing that they sat together at the Berlin Conference in 1884 and put together for it to work for them. And we want to take this same tool to defeat them. It's never going to work, right? So we have to start, even from look at young people in Africa, right? They don't even have a true knowledge of who they are because they're aspiring for a different identity that they've been told is better than their own, right? They don't know themselves. So how are they ever, or how are we ever, right, going to find that, place where Africa rises and Africa becomes all of this? And it's not going to happen if we don't go back to the fundamentals and meet at those junctions where we're getting extinct. Language, identity, culture, spiritual systems, right? Where we're being wiped out. We're being made into bootleg white people, basically, right? Getting us primed for our exploitation. For instance, you go to a country, let's say Yoruba nation springs up, a newer nation springs up. These are people who are more in touch with themselves, right? And all Equatoria, all of these nations spring up. These are people who are going to be more in touch with themselves, controlling their resources, breaking out of these constructs. If you even look at, if we are even going to face anyone, our resources are going to be key.
Yep.
Right? To fighting or buying weapons or whatever it is that we need to do, building infrastructure, our resources are going to be key. Therefore, control of those resources is key. Right now, in the current structures that we have, it's more than just banding these 54 countries together and saying, no, we're one. The resources that we need to empower us are being controlled outside of our shores. By creating these new nations and, Yoruba land takes control of their resources. Igbo nation, the Ijaw people, newer people, take control of their resources. Now we can stand and build. We actually have stuff to face the world with.
Yep.
Not just a fantasy of just everybody get together and what are we getting together with? When even the things under your feet don't belong to you. Right? So it's more than just theorizing. It's more than just fantasizing. The realities on the ground. And, not just this big extinction theory. We can actually see the ways it's happening. Once we stop being for me, Ijaw, you Starman, you stop being Igbo, we're pretty much finished. Right? Because they can come in, look at a lot of, we interact with people here on this app. A lot of people don't even understand why that is necessary.
Yep.
Right? But think that we're going to prosper as a people. We're not. Absolutely not. Because those current constructs are not for us. We talk about we have diamonds. Africans always talk, we have diamonds, we're rich, we're this, we're that. Are you in control of those things for it to make a difference?
Exactly.
So we need to go back again. When you know yourself and you know your enemy, you win 100% of the time. It's not about just knowing them and not just knowing us based on what they've told us we are, that we're African, that we're more than that. For someone like Tutu, if I go to her land, I'm going somewhere new. I cannot impose what I know about my people on her. The way that when they talk about Africa and they reduce Africa to a country, we do it to ourselves and we don't even realize. We think all of our problems in Africa is the same. It's not. It's not until we understand the intricacies of that place we call home that we will be able to face these people. Okay, and their proxies who look just like us on the continent.
We need to understand the enemies within. That's critical. If you don't know your enemies, you've lost the battle.
Fundamental. It's fundamental. It's not just the white man out there. His proxies are right beside you. They're your neighbor. They've been glued to you.
Well, I break them down as best as I can. So, tier 2, the enemies within. One group, other ethnic groups that don't have an African agenda. That's one group. The next group are people amongst your own people that have been handpicked by white supremacists to be your leaders, to act as agents for white supremacy and hold you down. That's another group of enemies. And those ones are amongst our own people. Then there's those of us, the everyday people like me and you, who is just too lazy in the head to wake up. Yes, we all know. You see, and this is what I know is laziness. It's like in Nigeria, we all know we've been miseducated. We all know this got history out of our curriculum for a reason. But then again, we're in the 21st century, everybody has a mobile phone. has a laptop, internet connection, your history was taken from you, find it. But no, no. A lot of us, yeah, we're just, hey, this is our history, this is our history. But okay. That's why many of us don't even know what to do. You know, the thing is, as a people, we're under so much pressure that, oh man.
But didn't we talk this earlier, Starman, about, strategy? Like, who, for me, this is the funny thing. I think, which, I was talking to my friend the other day, and me and him, that word Pan-African is really a bothersome. We, first of all, I always make this, and I make it clear again. Anyone who called himself Nigerian, anyone who called himself Ghanaian, anyone who called himself Liberian or Ivorian, you're just taking the identity the white man gave you, right? And I don't even call myself Liberian. You would never, ever hear me. I don't even rag the flag. I don't even, on the holidays or whatever days they say they got independence, some imaginary independence, you would never see me on social media say happy independence, right? Nor do I do it to any of the other colonial countries, and I always refer to them as colonial countries. So I don't know. This is why I say, when you're talking, you gotta listen to people, because sometimes when you're talking, some people like to interject, and if you interrupt me, I will get rude with you. That's how I am, because it's rudeness to interject me. No, I don't. I think those colonial boundaries are becoming now a problematic issue, right? You have people who are family related in Sierra Leone, in Liberia, right? They're from the same society and they're blood related, close blood related, and yet they don't even know each other. They speak. One speak French, one speak American Southern dialect, one speak, Pidgin, and so they now believe that they're different people, right?
Yeah.
So for me, I don't know, when the Pan Africans say everybody continue becoming to hold a colonial identity, because I'm not a Pan African, but however I know that how you call it, right? The only thing the so-called father of Pan African, who was very colonial in his mindset, was Nkrumah, right? He married a Arab woman, and he took her as his wife. Instead of going to Africa, it doesn't matter what African country he went to Dubai. He didn't do that. He went for an Arab woman, and he considered these people African, right? But however, the father of Pan African, right, came from Jamaica. And he wasn't talking about the Arabs. He didn't know the Arabs at that time was on the land, because he didn't have that much understanding information. He was saying all blood natives of the land, right? So where the Africans, the people should get together and not relinquish that colonial boundary. However, Marcus Garvey absolutely talked about breaking those colonial boundaries and removing them, and stop calling yourself those things. Because those support, when you create, when someone gives an identity, it is a cognitive dissonance, right? Because you didn't choose that identity. You didn't ask yourself for that. However, you don't even know what identity is, so you are confused. You are holding on to something that has nothing to do with you. So it's going to actually create cognitive dissonance, and therefore you're going to see psychological damage of that result. So I don't know what we're talking about yet. When we talk about, and I think Starman, you finally came to the end of what I was talking about. When we talk about collectivism, I never said you shouldn't be in your own space and be yourself. I never said that, right? However, I said, you band together, you look within, right? You look within the societies that are not good. Those societies will clean house. When you go into war, you have to clean house within. It doesn't take one person to clean house. There's an African parable. If you want to get somewhere faster, but you don't want to get there, go alone. If you want to get somewhere, if you want to get somewhere faster, but you're not going to get there, go alone. If you want to get somewhere and you want to reach that destination ultimately, but it's going to take time, you go with people, right? So there's that collectivism, right? We haven't practiced it. This is why colonization happened in the first place, because we were so divided, right? It is time, even if you want to be in your Igbo land, you want to be in your Yoruba land, what's the difference for you to look at your brothers and sisters and say, ultimately, we're going to be allies? We never had that, to the point that Africans were going out to find allies, Portuguese allies. They were going outside to fight each other, going to Europe for allies. This is what Africa is damaged today. We don't know the history. We want to romanticize everything. This is what was damaged today.
Which is why I have these rooms, because about 9 years ago, and when I was a kid, I've always been interested in science, history. So I used to study as much history as I could, because I thought it was interesting, just understanding what happened in the world before I was born. But a lot of the history I was exposed to was European history or general world history. African history was very scant on the ground. And then about 9 years ago, for some reason, actually, it was as a result of a medical accident at the hands of a quack doctor. So I was bedridden for about 8 months. In the beginning, yeah, I was just on a bed watching football, box sets, movies. But somewhere along the line, I just got bored of everything. I don't even watch football anymore. Otherwise, I used to be not only a mad football fan, but a player as well. But I don't even watch football anymore. Anyway, I got bored. And I think I saw one history documentary, and it was about Africa. And that just set me off. And then I started digging into more and more and more African history. And then at some point, I thought, you know what? Let me go back in history and try and understand what happened to the African continent, how we got here. So I thought, okay, yeah, 600 years, the beginning of slavery. But when I started studying that, I found out, wait, hold on, what? So what? Trans-Saharan, transatlantic, Arabs, Fulani, what? Slave raiding. Okay, slave raiding who? So I thought, okay. You know what? Let me even go back. Now, when did this trans-Saharan slave trade start? So I got into that one. And I thought, okay. So it all started from trans-Saharan slave trade. But then, because I wanted to get a clearer picture, I wanted to understand what the lives of the sub-Saharan Africans was like. And subsequently, as well, what slavery was even like around the world. Because this was around the time when all these white line narrative, white Eurocentric narratives were very dominant. Like you often hear them. In fact, this is their biggest lie. But for some reason, everybody on the planet has fallen for it. You often hear them say something along the lines of, all human societies throughout human history have always engaged in these four things: warfare, slavery, colonization, and genocide. As if all of us have been doing it to each other from the beginning of time. So I thought, okay, let me even understand how the world was. How savage for it to lead to slavery. So I thought, okay, the Romans, yeah, it was the Romans just before the Arabs. So what was slavery like in Roman time? I realized, okay, it was chattel, but it wasn't racialized. So what? The Arabs started racialized slavery. Okay. So I started doing, but when did slavery even start? It took me all the way back to the Spartans, the Arcadians, and I thought, okay. When did? It was when I now left slavery and started to find out when violence started. I discovered the genocide between Sudan and Egypt, Jebel Sabaha and then Nataruk. I thought, okay. You know what? Just start from the beginning. Start from when the original man. So I went back 300,000 years before the arrival of Homo sapiens. But then I quickly realized, okay, what? Neanderthals, admixture. Denisovans. Oh, okay. So I thought, okay, you know what? Go back. So I found myself going back to Homo sapiens. But then I realized, okay, there was a lot of climatic events going on. So I thought, okay, you know what? Find out. I realized there was an ice age going on. So I thought, okay, find out the beginning of that ice age and then start from there. So I started from 2.6 million years ago, the beginning of the Pleistocene ice age epoch, and started systematically following it from there chronologically according to timeline, following it in order. Okay, so there was Homo sapiens. What was going on in Africa at the time? There was other hominins running around, admixture as always, their stone technology, their culture, because what made me begin to pay attention to their culture was I watched a few documentaries about Neanderthals and I thought, wow, these guys, their life was really on the edge. So I began to pay attention to, the culture, not just reading about them, but, what was their life actually like anthropologically. So, just followed it through Neanderthals. I started understanding all the admixtures, even the different percentages, you know. So so you can say there's Europeans or the Europoid populations. They have only Neanderthal admixture, 2 to 4% Neanderthal DNA. The Asioid or formerly known as Mongoloid populations, they have also 2 to 4% Neanderthal DNA, but 0.3% extra Denisovan DNA. So they have admixture from the two hominins in Asia. And then the Africans, they don't have, well, theirs is so minuscule, and that was just from much later back migration. Otherwise, originally they have 0% Neanderthal admixture or Denisovan. But then the very first group of Africans that left, the ones that made it to Australia, from the coastal route they followed, avoiding most of the Neanderthal populations, they only managed to take in about 0.3 or 0.5% Denisovan admixture. But on their way to Australia, they had to pass through the Denisovan territory and they took in 4 to 6% Denisovan DNA. So you have European populations with just Neanderthals, Asian populations with Neanderthals and Denisovans, and then Australian populations with Denisovans primarily, but very little Neanderthal, a reverse of Europe. Europe was mainly Neanderthal, but then very little Denisovan. Well, sorry, Europe was no Denisovan, even but Asia, the reverse of Asia. And Africa was just, in fact, Africa is four different populations. The haplogroup L0 Khoisan people, haplogroup L1 Pygmies, haplogroup L2 West Africans, haplogroup L3 East Africans. That's four populations that are even more genetically complex than, as in, the European and Asian groups are more genetically similar to say Khoisan and Pygmies. They are more genetically diverse, you know. So, which clearly explains why Africa is regarded as the most genetically diverse continent. You already have four different populations, as opposed to everywhere else that just has one population, and then subgroups. But Africa, you have four main populations, and then their subgroups. And these populations from time have always pretty much stuck to their regions. The Khoisan in the south, the Kalahari area, the Pygmies in Central Africa, the forests, the West Africans in West Africa, the Nilo-Saharans in East Africa. And then with the Bantu expansion, when you study that, you see that, because some people have tried to claim that the Bantus wiped out and genocided the Pygmies. But no, that's a lie. When you study that and study how the pattern, you can tell that the Pygmies were well in the forest. The Bantus migrated around them. Now, in places like, what's this country? In places like, I can't remember the name of this country, but just south of Cameroon, where south of Cameroon and Gabon, those two countries, they were a bit more mixed in between themselves. But otherwise, the Bantu expansion just happened along the borders of Pygmy territory, which is why you don't get that genetic overwashing like you had in Europe with the Natufian expansion, the Yamnaya expansion. You know, they weren't genociding the Pygmies, they were just interbreeding. And all the archaeological evidence found of the Bantu expansion, there's been no evidence found for warfare. Yeah, they had weapons for hunting, they found a lot of pottery, but nothing to suggest that they were systematically killing people. So the way I see it is, I don't know if any of you is still watching my YouTube thing. I have a map here. There's a map that was released years ago by, I think it was Harvard, where they carved Africa up into like 3,000 different groups. And a lot of people, when they look at that map, they get scared. They're like, whoa, it must have been a mess to administer. But the thing is, when you think about it and you know the history, you realize, but they were like that before the Europeans came. And they didn't have endemic warfare, they didn't have endemic slavery, they didn't have endemic genocide or conquest. So it must have worked. You know, if you look at it now, you see it with the current map of Africa and then current countries highlighted in red, and then all the different ethnic subdivisions in those countries. Now, I'm not scared of this map. If anything, this map even gives me a much clearer picture. The first time I saw it, it took me a while to recognize the significance of it. Now, like I said, now this fracturing is not actually accurate, but I'll try and do the best I can with it. So over here you have Biafra, you have the Ambazonians over here. This is their common border, Nigeria and Cameroon. Over here you have Niger Delta, and then you have Oduduwa, like that. Then you have the Ewe people, like that, stretching all the way into Western Togoland in Ghana. Now, this block here on its own is an economic powerhouse. That's at least 180 million people. This doesn't even need to become a country. The Biafrans will retain their identity or whatever. Even in Biafra, there were at least 10 or 11 different, homogeneous nations. The Igbos and the Efik, if they want to join, it's not by force. In Ambazonia, we imagine the same thing. In Niger Delta, hopefully the same thing. Or Ijo, I don't know what they want to do there. In Yoruba land, they are even their language in a way unifies them even more than maybe the Biafrans. Because pretty much Yoruba is a more homogeneous language than the Igboid and the related Igboid languages. Ewe. I heard there's about 4 different Ewe groups. But still, they understand each other. So we don't have to form one country. It will be a confederation of, so you have Ambazonia, Biafra, Niger Delta, Yoruba or Oduduwa Republic, the Ewe Confederation. So it will be about 8 nations in that block acting in a confederation. In South Sudan, we're going to get the same thing. Well, maybe minus the Dinka. So you have I hope I get the map right. Sorry. I hope he's near my dad before she kills me. It's in 3 parts, but yeah. So you have the Noah, the equatorial people to the south. In Ethiopia, you have the same thing. The what are they called now? What's their name? Hold on, where is it? The what's it called now? Gambela. You have the Gambela. I mean, I'm I'm not trying to speak for these people. I'm just preferring a solution. Ideas for people to explore. So you have them with the Oromo. Now the Tigray are kind of behind their Afar, so they're a bit isolated, but that doesn't mean we still can't work together. Um, but you kind of can see how this whole thing can be reorganized. It doesn't have to be each of these small division forming its own country. When you look at it, a lot of these small divisions, they're actually related ethnic groups by genealogy, by language as well. you know so it doesn't have to be very tiny, to fragmented states like that. It's just a reorganization to cut out the cancerous groups you know and also, I always hear this argument that, oh, if you break up into these smaller groups, okay, so over here now you have like how many different confederations, it'll be easy for us to be picked off. And I say again, look at how big Nigeria is, and a ragtag bunch of terrorists is invading Nigeria, literally taking over, renaming villages. This is the weakness of having huge, weak chunks. If you have smaller chunks, each controlling their own state apparatus, say there was 100 African countries as opposed to the 54 useless big countries, it just means fighting 54 wars or 100 wars. It's not about how small they are. If anything, against 100 state apparatus, it's a bigger uphill struggle. They're harder to infiltrate. If you infiltrate them, you infiltrate small units, not huge units. And the other units can easily, exercise that small unit and carry on. It's just more flexible. I don't know why this is so hard for people to just fathom and understand. I have another map here showing countries that are ethnically diverse and countries that are ethnically homogeneous. You can clearly see the problem of ethnic diversity, in as much as America and UK and France, multiculturalism, bollocks, that shit don't work. What? Why is it that you come to London, the Turks have their own area, the Pakistanis have their own area, the Chinese have Chinatown, the Jamaicans, the West Africa, lump them in one poor area. Come on, that's bullshit. Even some of these Muslim areas, there was a Muslim area of London that declared Sharia and went as far as chopping up someone's hand that stole. A black guy went into a shop to rob it. They caught him, chopped off his hand in London because they declared Sharia. Multiculturalism is bullshit. Don't be watching America and Britain and France and be fooled. If you look at this map, you see that they are homogeneous nations as much as possible. Okay, yeah, Scotland, Wales, Ireland, yes, but they are pretty much, because the one particular ethnic group is in control. Even America, with the so-called multiculturalism, has been portrayed as kind of like in the middle. Same thing with Canada, with all the immigrants. They recently, Canada, yeah, is actually green, is ethnically diverse, while kind of reddish or brown is or orange is homogeneous. So you can see European countries very, very homogeneous. Russia, even though they have groups trapped in there like the Tatars, the is it Kazakh? No, not Kazakhs. Those guys are very good at horse riding. I can't remember, but yeah, China, the same thing. Even though they have the Uyghurs, right. These groups are classified as homogeneous. China, even though they're suppressing Uyghur Muslims who are Turkic in origin, they just took over the land. Do you know there's actually a tiny population of Jews in China that have been there for over, I think since Roman times. There's about 2,500 of them, and now they're being suppressed as well. You know, there are all these small groups in China. There are even the very dark-skinned Chinese people in the south. No one hears about. You know, those were the original indigenous. Yeah.
I included a link when you're talking about ethnic homogeneity and heterogeneity.
Yeah.
I posted a link in the chat where you can actually see the world map and how it shows the
Right.
ethnic quote-unquote diversity
Yeah.
in the world.
I think that, yeah, that's the map I'm even looking at. Now you come to Africa. Hey, everywhere is green, ethnically diverse from Libya. That's why the Libyan civil war, it was between three groups: the Tobu, the Tuareg, and hey, what's the third one now? I think the group that is originally mixed with the Arabs. Three different groups. Chad, the same thing. Nigeria, hey, whoa, Cameroon, Central Africa. I mean, just lumped us into groups, knowing that we'll just spend most of the time fighting with each other than worrying about actually running our countries. You know?
Man.
Yeah.
I just want to ask you something. You know, when you mentioned like Biafra and Amazonia,
yeah.
Don't you so you know, and you mentioned homogeneity of the nations. But when you look at these countries you just mentioned, including Russia, they are not really homogeneous. For instance, the Amazonia. One of the reasons why Amazonia is still having a deep crisis, even worse than what it used to be, is because they're not homogeneous. There are several ethnic groups there, you know, fighting against each other. Not even with the Cameroonian government, but among because they are not homogeneous. You know, like you have the Kenyans, you have the Anyans, you have the Bali people, you have the Bonzo, you have the Winduku. So these are different ethnic groups in Amazonia, and there is no working because they are not homogeneous. They have different cultures, different ethnic groups, and also different tradition, and that's why it's not working. And the same thing is actually the major problem we have about Biafra.
Yeah.
In as much as I would love Biafra to work, but I can assure you that it's not going to work because of this diversity and you know
the only
ethnic division.
The only way it can work, basically, I'm talking of a confederated economic bloc. But within that bloc, you have confederated nations even. So in Biafra, it will be well, going according to the original, plan from Mazi. He hoped it would be as long as our cousins and brothers followed us. He was hoping that everybody would even mind their own affairs. So of the 11 unique groups he identified, he said there'll be 11 nations within Biafra, each minding their own affairs, will only share a military and foreign policy and maybe a president as a spokesman or something.
Just like the way it is in Russia, they have about 17 different republics, autonomy.
Exactly.
You look at the Chechens, they have their own army separate. You look at the Dagestans, the Tatars, the Ingushians, the Jewish nation, they are the Balochistan, they are all semi-independent nations, different soldiers, different army formation.
Exactly.
They only contribute to come together to fight.
Exactly.
They have a challenge.
That's the only way it's going to work for us in Biafra and Amazonia. That's the only way it's going to work, and that would be the model for the larger economic bloc itself, huh?
No, and to add the notion of homogeneity, I think a lot of times when people say, "Oh, we need more homogenous nations," I think people always think it's just going to be one type of people. When it comes to nations, if you look at that map and you see Russia, and Russia looks, homogenous, it doesn't mean totally only one type of people. It's relative homogeneity, right? So even within, let's say, for instance, I'm Ijaw. Within the Ijaw people, we have a lot of different people. Our language has a similar root, but these different clans, you could call them clans within the nation, you could call them tribes within the nation, are different. Even when we speak to each other, we kind of hear each other, we kind of understand one another, but for me, I've heard some of our Ijaw languages, and it's like, it's a trip to listen to, because you understand it, but you don't have a grasp of the language, but it's very similar. It goes also to our cultural expression, right? Maybe the name of a god or a deity, maybe 2 letters off,
right?
Maybe I can't think of one right now, but let's say, for instance, the name is Pamela. Let's just use Pamela, right? In another group, it's Pamelu, right? So we have all of these similarities, but at the same time, we even have some people in the Ijaw that are from the Ijaw kingdom who are now on, they now have a distinct clan, and we have fights within where they say they're not Ijaw, right? We see that also with Igbo people, right? Where you have some Delta Igbos who say they're not Igbo, right? Because of location, because of the division with these, the state creation in terms of Nigeria that took some people to other places where they were encapsulated with other cultures that influenced and changed their language, their culture, their expression, right?
Yeah.
So if we create these countries, or I would say when we create these new nations, there will be diversity, right? A lot of times we're hit with the, oh no, like that's not diverse, it's like going against diversity. There is a lot of diversity within our ethnic groups, right? And it's not going to be totally homogenous, but it's going to be relatively so. And we can say relative to what Nigeria is. Another important thing about a nation is a nation has to have a soul, a national identity.
Yes.
A country like Nigeria, it doesn't have a soul.
Yes.
It doesn't have a national identity, right? The Fulani has their own identity and their own agenda. The Ijaw has their own identity and agenda. The Igbo has their own identity. So we keep
butting heads,
stepping on one another's feet.
Yeah.
Right? Where it's kind of back and forth. You know, the South runs it for a little bit, it goes up north, we go back. So when you have the more homogenous nations, for instance, you have the Ijaw people and a whole bunch of us who believe different things, but we're Ijaw, at least the fundamental soul we can agree on, right? That we do not want a Sharia nation as the North wants, right? Most of us are Christian, so there is that, where I'm not, but most of my people are. Where we're not having battles about child marriage and Sharia laws, and we're not having those conversations. We can move past that, right? We're also, what we see as progress for ourselves looks similar, right? So homogeneity, again, is not just one thing, right? It's not isolation like many people seem to think. It is actually, from even being on this journey of self-determination, I have collaborated more and learned more about other African peoples.
Yep.
Right? All the way to East Africa, because it's collaborative. People need to have their legs under them before they can come together. Right? They have to have a sense of self before they can reach across the table and say, I see you too, let's do something. We're working towards something. Let's get there together. And that's the first step. It's like the when you're on a plane, what they tell you to do when you lose cabin pressure. Put on your mask first and then help someone.
Yeah.
And that's what we're trying to do. Thank you.
But Amaya, I just want to let you know one thing, and there's the Starman. Like when you look at Russia, you have to understand, you mentioned about the homogeneity. Well, Russia, in every terms, is not really homogeneous. For instance, you see, all these splinter nations, you have any elections, they have never had any opportunity to appoint their own leader. All the leaders of all those splinter nations in Russia, they were actually being appointed by Putin. And if Putin goes today, there's going to be a serious problem because things will change. You don't know what are going to be the policies of the new leader. Is he going to impose new leaders in all those splinter nations? Because they will rise to fight again. They have, when you talk about there are so many things. For instance, the popular one, the Chechens, they have their language different from Russia. They have their belief, Islamic, different from Russia. They have culture, different from Russia. And so many things.
The Russian situation is not that simple because with the collapse of the Soviet Union, the West went in with capital and their economic guys to try and lure these guys to the side of the West so that they could use them to. Because even though, the Soviet Union had collapsed, it was just like a wounded bear. I mean, they still had their nukes. So the West was really trying to disarm Russia. Huh? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I fixed the money. You're going to.
Oh my, I can see it right back. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you were kind of your signal was going away. Yeah, no.
Right. Okay. So
Yes.
So America was trying to. If you notice, with the collapse of the Soviet Union, the Americans were maneuvering their people, trying to get these guys to capitalize, turn capitalists, and then the ones they could join NATO, constantly creeping towards Russia. And yes, everybody knows whatever is going on in Russia is not real democracy. It's just a case of a strong man that recognizes, by virtue of having served in state secret department, as in KGB, where a lot of state secrets were shared, he understands the danger Russia is under from America. So he's strong arming all those republics, and particularly because, especially the ones in Siberia, where those ones are not even considered Europeans, those ones are considered Asians even. Those lands are resource rich. Last thing Russia needs is those lands falling into the hands of the West. So similar situations, but kind of different dynamics still. As for our diversity, I think as much as we have some differences amongst us in the South, but what binds us, what makes us similar is greater. Comparing us in the South to the Northerners, what makes us different is greater than what makes us. In fact, very little brings us together. It's just the fact that we're in the same country and in proximity to each other, and I just have to at least try and get along. That's it, really. So I don't think it will be difficult forming confederations as many as, because I I'm so hardcore self-determination that if your village wants to determine, as long as you can work out your logistics, your embassy, fine, determine yourself. That's what I believe. All we need everybody to practice is that code of nationalizing all non-renewable resources. That's the only thing that can protect us from the capitalists. If we do not do that, they will come in with their accumulated capital, half a thousand years of accumulated capital, and return us back to square one. That's the only code we all have to stick to. Otherwise, if gold comes from your land, hey, enjoy the benefits of what comes from your land. You picked a lucky draw. If oil comes from your land, hey, enjoy. And if there's no oil or gold on your land, look, the greatest resource on this planet given to man is his brain. Singapore, they don't have any. Fuck, Singapore is just a city. a glorified city. But look at their GDP. If you don't have resource, build good schools, train your students in IT, programming, account, whatever, bioscience, whatever. Look at Cuba. They trained up. Cuba doesn't have much resources. They trained up doctors, and today they earn money from their doctors. They export doctors. So, if there's no resource on your land, it's not the end of the world. Just create a service that everybody else around is going to need. Look at Switzerland. No resources on a mountain. Yeah.
One problem is, for instance, the EU, they are sponsoring the oil pipeline via Morocco, Spain, then the rest of the Europe. So, and they are sponsoring it right from our corridors, our own homeland, Biafra, piping all this oil and gas down there. And, there's this fear among them that, all we need is all we are fighting for. Well, it's not really, it's not really fear. It's actually their own narrative trying to subdue us by using that narrative that all we are fighting for is because of our oil. And they've got the resources to subdue us at all costs, no matter how you try. They are fighting us very hard. The real fight is not really the Fulanists. We can't really deal with them. But these people are from the other side are actually sponsoring, a serious battle against us, making sure that whatever we are fighting for never come to daylight, but they never believe that we can actually survive with alternative way of life by human resources, and other, not just natural resources. We can actually, but they are also determined with this oil and gas of a thing and trying to use that as a beginning, to subdue us and make sure that whatever we are fighting for, doesn't come to.
Well, I don't know what time you came in the room, but there was this part, a part of the talk when I was breaking down their addiction to our resources and how they are dependent on our resources like crackheads are to crack. So much so that there are two things. They're addicted to their economy and growth of their economy. Growth. It's always about growth, profit, growth, more profit. Even if people are being laid off, as long as they are making a profit out of it, once there's no growth in their economy, to them, they begin to see all the dangers. They begin to see recession, depression, which could lead to riots, which would lead to food queues and food banks, which could lead to riots, which could lead to revolution. This is their big fear. This is why they are addicted to growth. Because as long as there is growth, their stolen assets are protected. That's the elite. And for their stolen assets to be protected, this is what I call the poor white people, the house Negroes of the planet. For their stolen assets to be protected, they need to give them a little bit of incentive, which is just as little as just keep the economy going, that, they can all pay their mortgages, pay their bills, travel once in a while, then they'll be happy. If any of you have seen that film about Taco Tuesdays, it's just something similar, So this is how they keep the white population in check, because they know that that's the muscle they need to keep the house Negroes of the planet, the black people, in check via the armies, via the people that push the policies through and actually make sure what the politicians say work. The economic hitmen, the businessmen, the corporate guys, keep them incentivized to make sure that they keep squeezing Africa for that profit. So so basically they are so dependent on our resources that they don't even want us to industrialize, whether as Nigeria or whether as Biafra. They don't want us to industrialize at all, because industry means suddenly there's now competition eating into their market share of those resources.
Consumer nations, yeah.
Okay, so I'll give you an example. So let's say Nigeria as it is mines 100,000 tons of iron ore every year. Yeah, and that's the maximum capacity based on how the mine is. You simply couldn't get more trucks in to mine more. The maximum capacity of that iron ore mine is 100,000 tons per year. There's no magic to get more. Yeah. So they've made sure that they've used groups like the IMF and World Bank to make sure African countries remain deindustrialized because industry demands resources. Now they have industry, they demand resources, which is why they're doing what they're doing anyways. So to keep their industries and economy afloat and growing, out of that 100,000 tons of iron ore you mine, to make sure that their skyscrapers are built, cars are built, this is built, phones are built, rail lines are built, whatever is built, yeah, and the economy is doing well out of all that activity. They already, because they've been doing this for years, they already know how much out of that 100,000 tons of iron ore they need. So let's even say they need 80,000 tons out of that 100,000 tons. Their aim is to using any means necessary, their military, subversion, their companies, their policies, IMF, whatever it takes to make sure that they are guaranteed that 80,000 tons out of your 100,000 tons iron ore. If it's oil, is the oil they need to run their transportation system, keep their military going, keep their people heating and well heated, run all their logistics, their power. Get it? It leads to a shrinking of the economy, negative growth, and then risk recession, depression, food banks, riots, revolution, overthrowing the capitalists who are gaining from it all. So, why they need us?
I think I believe you, Starman. I think I believe you because I was just wondering why they have all their military bases in Niger, in Chad, in Central Africa, and still these terrorists are running riot all over across.
Exactly.
So I have never heard that they actually bombed any of them.
Exactly.
So that's actually, as much as I know that even those people, they have missionaries from within these people you're calling,
So why they don't want you to industrialize? So they need 80,000 tons out of your 100,000 tons mined yearly. Now they understand that if you begin to industrialize, you too start building skyscrapers, you too start building cars, phones, rail lines, and you might just need more than the 20,000 tons they've left for you, which all you have to do now, because you have no industry, is to sell it to other countries even. But now you're industrializing. So you need these materials. You might begin to need more than that 20,000 tons. And because the resources actually comes from your land, you have control of it. That's if they let, obviously, which is why they don't want us to self-determine. So let's say you've actually self-determined that you have control of your land. They understand that with you industrializing, the fact that you're going to need a lot of these resources to build skyscrapers, rail lines, all that. You might need more than the remaining 20,000 tons. So their aim is, which is why they've kept us deindustrialized. So there's no need, we don't have that need for anything more than 20,000 tons, other than to sell and pay our debts or whatever. So once you begin to industrialize now, say you self-determine, from all your industrialization going on, because, and this is why they don't, this is why they're hell bent on, in fact, they will start war over this. Because they're now eating into their normal share, which they strive to maintain and even grow. If they need 85,000 tons next year, that's what they'll try and do, leaving you 15,000 tons. So the demand will begin to eat into their share, which will lead to the economy shrinking. Now, because the resources come from your land, you're self-determined, you can dictate, which leaves them at a loss. As in, there's almost nothing they can do unless invade, you know, because they need their economy growing. And remember, they've gone around the planet making so many different enemies: China, India, Pakistan, all Russia. Everybody's their enemy. They are so paranoid that they need your resources in case anyone attacks them. They can win that war, because without resources, you don't win wars. So they'll fight us tooth and nail. That's why, like you said, they see all the genocide going on. They have all their bases around, almost 100, at least 23 major bases. But they're doing fuck all. Drone base, they can see everything. They kidnapped an American. Suddenly, they entered Nigeria without even telling the Nigerian government and rescued the guy. You know, so it's this is why I said this conflict we're in, one of us will have to go extinct for the other. For them, they see it as once the economy shrinks, they go extinct. We, the position we're in now, once we don't control our resources, we will go extinct. You know, so you know, and also, yeah.
Coupled with now, Russia's sanctions affecting them severely. It's like a reverse.
Yeah. They thought they were sanctioning Russia. They didn't realize they were sanctioning themselves.
It has hit them even worse than Russia itself. So
and
now, so they're desperate about getting an alternative as quick as possible. That's why they are pushing very hard. They are all over Nigeria now, pushing very hard to make sure that this is being completed within now and next year.
And I just even remembered something. There's 4 points I always give why they want us extinct, just so that we know. 4 points. Now, number one is oh wait, hold on. Number one is I think reparation. Number 2 is resources. Yep. Number 3 is organs. And number 4 is system, economic system. Yeah. So there's 4 reasons why white people rather see black people gone, wiped off the face of the earth. And that's not to say they are not actually trying to do. They are doing it, but they're doing it in slow motion, in what you can describe as the boiling frog situation. So you have this frog. It's a cold-blooded animal. It needs heat from the external environment to warm its blood up so that it becomes active. So you get this frog, you get a pot of water, you boil the water a bit, and then you stop. So the water is a bit warm now. You put the frog in. So the frog thinks, warmth. Starts to adjust its body temperature. While it's doing that, you raise the temperature of the water a bit more, and then you stop. The frog keeps adjusting its body temperature, thinking, okay, I'm just adjusting. And then while it's adjusting, you raise it a bit, you stop. You raise it a bit, you stop. And it keeps adjusting. But all the time, the water is just getting hotter and hotter and hotter and hotter, till eventually the frog is boiled. That's what they're doing to us. Now, these 4 things, I've identified why they want us gone. Because that's when I think about the end game to all this. Like, why are they doing all this? How is it going to end? What exactly do they want? The only things I can identify is because Africa is the center, the epicenter of the black world, specifically West Africa, because this is where most of the population of Africans are, especially southern Nigeria. If they can destroy this, southern Nigeria, it becomes easier to destroy the rest of West Africa, and then everybody else is gone. The rest of East Africa, South Africa, I mean, they already have South Africa anyways. The Australian Aborigines are gone. The Papua New Guineans gone. They can now strangle the Black Americans, Caribbeans. How many of them in Caribbeans anyway? Latin Black American population as well. Squeeze them out. Now, these Australian Aborigines, when Britain got there were over 1.5 million of them. But today, when everybody else's population has grown, theirs has actually shrunk. There are now about 700,000 of them left. Can you not see they're being slowly squeezed into extinction? And today, Australia is described as a homogeneous society because the Australian Aborigines are not in power anymore. It's the white people now taking over. Papua New Guinea, another black population, ordinary white so-called fair-skinned Indonesians are trying to take the land over from them. That's another population under facing extinction. And they look like West Africans or even South Africans to a degree. You know, their skin complexion is quite similar, not as dark as Nilo-Saharans, but these reasons. Number one, they understand that if Africa gets its act together, it's game over for them, and they're gone.
Yes, I've heard Julius Malema claim them that they have a relation somehow. I don't know.
That they have
relation like South African that migrated there. Also.
Oh, exactly. There's some genetic spread getting all the way to Madagascar from that region of Papua New Guinea. So they understand that if Africa gets its act together somehow, Sub-Saharan Africa, it's game over for them. And part of this act includes controlling resources. So they need us where we are so that they can actually get access to those resources. That's number one. Number two is to avoid reparations claim. I mean, the Caribbeans have been suing. Jamaica has a $2 trillion claim. India has a $45 trillion claim. China, for the Opium Wars, has a $10 trillion claim. All against Britain, and that's just Britain. France has her own people claiming against her, even Holland. And they're all fighting it. They don't want to pay. The last thing they need is all these sub-Saharan African countries waking up and joining the queue for reparations claim, because it's just going to get louder and they'll have to do something. So that's two reasons. The second reason, I said earlier how they were now an aging population. Over 55% of their populations are over 50, as opposed to sub-Saharan Africa where 70 to 75% of the population is under 40, which is why they now need us for the third reason, organ harvesting. This spate of killings, especially in Nigeria, and organs being cut out. Yes, there's an internal market from, stupid people that think it actually does something. But there's a huge external market as well. Oh, did I go into... can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Can you all hear me?
Well, Sam, just a minute. Just a minute.
Okay.
I can hear you now. I know your voice was going muffled at some point.
Oh.
However, when you mention about this organ harvest, well, is it not, because I had a discussion with some friends, and I don't want to mention who they are, but they are high profile people, and there's an investigation going on because because that's the reason why Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped, because he mentioned that some elements are doing organ harvest in Nigeria.
The UK was instrumental in setting up SARS.
So that's why that's why I said I don't want to mention that because of some reasons, and that's why Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped, because he leaked a lot of secret about that, and he was kidnapped to shut him up. It was not Buhari, it was not even politicians. It was
MI6 that organized that kidnap. That was MI6. I've been saying it from day one. That was MI6. MI6 has been in Nigeria since the 1900s, early 1900s, operating as SOE, Special Operative Executives.
No, his kidnap has nothing to do with Biafra. No,
Huh?
His kidnap has nothing to do with Biafra. But because of the business, it's like a cabal. It's like a cabal doing the business, and because he interfered into their business, and that's why it came for him. It wasn't not because of Biafra.
Yeah, it was still because of Biafra, because, like I said, the coming of Biafra signifies, the end for their exploitation and domination. So basically, it was just an opportunity. They saw that he's in Africa. This is the only opportunity you have to snatch him and keep him quiet, and that's what they did. MI6 was behind that whole thing, man. Come on, from day one. As soon as it happened, I knew it was MI6, and I've been saying it from day one. I know they even fear. It's MI6. That was so clear. That was so clear. So the fourth reason organ harvesting, because they have an aging population. All the America, Europe, China, all of them aging population. I'm sure we all heard of the container that was carrying 7,221 penises. Oh God. Hey, we suffered. We suffered. That was stopped in China, even though yet now, obviously they control the media. Now they're saying it's a hoax, as in whatever. Last time I tried pulling it up, they were saying, oh, it wasn't true. Well, come on. I remember I read those articles when it was first published. It was stopped at the port, and they opened it, found out from Nigeria. So that's the third reason, organ harvesting. They are now using us to literally sustain themselves. And then the fourth reason is they know that we're not capitalists at heart, and they know that when we get our nations, we're not going to be capitalists, which jeopardizes their control of resources. So, and they also understand that our system will eventually overthrow theirs, because that's the thing with they won't. That's why they always fight any other system. Because I've read articles or studies where people have actually gone and studied communism and found out that people are actually happy under it. The reason why it fell apart was because the West kept meddling with it, fighting against it, trying to bring it down, because they can't tolerate competition. Even though they claim that without capitalism, everything will become stagnated because there'll be no competition. But capitalism can't stand competition. And I always tell people, look, capitalism is not even about capitalism. Has absolutely fuck all to do with competition. Fuck all. In fact, capitalism, their claims is that without capitalism, there'll be no democracy. Without capitalism, there'll be no free market. Without capitalism, there'll be no innovation through competition, which is a lie. Capitalism has nothing to do with these three things. It's like saying that capitalism invented democracy. Come on. Democracy is older than capitalism. But because they know people don't know history like that, that's why they get away when they make such claims. Capitalism is the arbiter of the free market. That's another lie. There's no free market under capitalism. When you have the state subsidizing, regulating, and all that, that's number one. Then two, you have the corporations themselves monopolizing, price fixing, even doing dirty things like planned redundancy. That's number two. Number three, you now enforce all that with military force. Come on, is that a free market? That is not a free market. That's a captive market. Captivated from all angles, state, corporation, and military. If anything, the closest thing to a free market ever is something that I know very well we used to practice in Igbo land, and I'm sure we practice in other parts of Africa until these crazy foreigners arrived. The concept of a trust market, where, say you're a palm wine tapper, you set out your stall in the village square where everybody has agreed to use as a market. But as a palm wine tapper, your time was best spent climbing trees, tapping wine, instead of sitting in front of a store trying to sell wine before you go climb the tree again. So, in Igbo land back then, you often find markets where people display their goods in the market, but there'll be few or no people in the market because everybody has gone back to do what they're good at, either weaving, tapping palm wine, whatever, smelting iron, whatever. But your goods will be in the market. So if I had, say, 2 kegs of palm wine, a big one and a small one, if the big one costs 10 calories, I'll put 10 stones next to it. If the small one costs 5 calories, I'll put 5 stones next to it. And then if you, from my village or another village, who, because we're all villages and we pretty much all knew each other. So if someone stole something, they'll be found out, even though we didn't have police, because villages went by the honor of their name. Well, families went by the honor of their name, their house, all that kind of stuff. So I have my store set up. I'm not there. You come to the market. You want to buy palm wine. But then you look, the big one, 10 stones. That's actually a good bargain. And then you put down 10 calories, take the big keg and go. If it didn't work, because maybe people will get there, put down 7 stones and go, you wouldn't have lasted till my childhood. Because when I was a kid, I saw the last remnants of it, where people will set out their stores in front of their house and then go back in, and nothing will be stolen. They'll get there, they'll see the money. Even when we're using Naira, after using calories. I saw the last vestiges of that in the East, in Igbo land. That's the true free market. There's no government regulating. There's no monopolies. At the end of the day, if I don't like your palm wine, or if you don't like my palm wine, there's someone else selling, you go there. There's no military force or police standing in the market and forcing anything. That was the original free market. And when I say this to the American Kool-Aid capitalists, they're like, oh, but the world can't get back to that. Yeah? Yeah? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we were losing you, but let me add this. So we know how we were, right? We didn't even, some of our houses, we didn't even have doors. Because our culture, we had we had systems in place, right, that regulated us, and where we did not even need to create,
police.
I'll put it this way, models to say, oh, you'll be punished in this place when you get, like, we didn't have to do,
deceiving ourselves.
All of those things. Right. But we had morality that these quote-unquote systems say that they give you by blah, blah, whatever, right? So now that I would say in some words, we've been corrupted, let's look at the market, right? And how somebody could open their stall, somebody could come buy a product and pay, even without the person being there, and take the right amount of product and leave, right? Now, let's say we get our our nations. And now with the corrupted sense of, the capitalist society that we're in right now, right? And how our sense of value has been deeply distorted. How do we reorient it? I'm sure we're not ever. I don't think we're ever going to go back to that because of that shift in what we hold to be valuable. But how do we, if we can kind of imagine for a second, if we can, with our knowledge and the things that we are fighting for, how do we create societies that can resemble that?
The right system.
In the new context.
The right system, which again I say is Ubuntu. Ubuntuism, the most tested, trusted, successful political system in human history, underrated by underrated by Eurocentrists. Ubuntuism. That's the only way. The right system and a generation or two of the right education, we can get back close to that, especially if we do not practice capitalism, because that's what gives people that sense of individualism and then consumerism, So yeah, it's we just need to refocus our people and make them understand that, look, money, what's money? Fucking hell. There's different types of wealth. There's knowledge. There's time. How you use your time, that's a fundamental wealth even. Everybody has time. It's just how you use it that determines are you successful or not. There's fame. For me, if we reorientate it to intellectualism, being actually productive. Like if you produce something that's actually useful to society, yes, you'll be recognized for it. Not just posting a video on TikTok, become famous, raking in thousands of dollars. That incentivizes people to. That's why in the West today, you go to their universities, there's more Indians, more Chinese doing physics, because the Westerners, they have all these apps that is selling them the dream of get rich quick. So those kind of things, that kind of attitude, they are in decadence now, but they are still fighting it, which is what happens anyway. The decadent hegemons will fight to the end. In fact, that's even when they're most dangerous.
And or people aspire to that, and this is why we have, I guess you would say, even if you look at our quote unquote leaders, quote unquote, and I use that term leaders very loosely. You look at them and you see the greed. Like, they steal money that will last 10 lifetimes, right? And siphon it off to European countries, which helps them build their countries, right? While it's sitting in their quote unquote banks. That's money that is working for them.
Yeah.
Right?
They're tax havens.
If you look at
they're tax havens.
Exactly, right? It's helping build their societies, but it's being siphoned and stolen out of our nation.
Yeah.
Right? If you go down to the individual level, there is that level of, there's the messaging that we as Africans are not already good enough. We have to aspire, whether, you hear somebody shame someone for speaking their language, another person from the same place, right? Or not speaking English properly, because the ideal is not us, even in our own minds, right? The ideal is what we attach, many of us, not all of us.
This is why
attach value to.
This is why I said my dream is that in Biafra and our new nations, we'll try and abolish renting. Every citizen should be provided a home. I think it will dissuade people from this, I must be rich, I must be a millionaire. If people have a home and they don't have to wake up and start worrying about, I have to pay rent, I have to pay bills, and then you have a good education system that, give them ample opportunities to develop along the lines of science, arts, creativity, design. Yes, you give people a purpose. Trust me, creativity is one of the most empowering states of mind humans can be in. Humans will be making prehistoric art from one of the oldest prehistoric painting, I think about 130,000 years ago. And that's the most concrete evidence that we'd attained a level of abstract thinking and behavioral modernity, you know. So it's just about reorientating people, give them a new focus in life. You already have a house in a country where there's electricity, you're not hungry. Why are you so hell bent of being a millionaire? And then if you don't give them the incentive of being able to buy non-renewable resources, which is what actually leads to most monopolies, then the people will find a new orientation. But it just takes a generation or two education. A lot of us today are already corrupted. Some of us even think, oh, capitalism is what must be practiced in Biafra, without realizing that that's exactly playing back into the hands of the people we run away from. you know so for us that already left uni, we're the hardest people to re-educate. At the end of the day, you've left uni, you collected a degree. So who is this person trying to tell you he knows more than you? It's an arrogance thing, even. So it's about actually weaving it into that education system. This is why I keep talking about seasoned state apparatus. We need to hijack our own country that we control, because you can now educate on an industrial scale. Huh? You say?
Is it just me? Or...
What? Could you hear me? I don't know what's going on with the my network. Jeez, it's just. Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, now we can't hear you.
Okay. Yeah. I think my Wi-Fi is crashed, so I need to go reboot it. But yeah, carry on. I'll just be less than a minute even.
Yeah. I think for us, I think it's an understanding of. If you talk about the West, we talk about the exploit, and it sounds dramatic to some people when you say things like exploit, but that's because if you look at it, they're not coming here to play fair with you. They're not looking at you as an equal. They're coming to exploit, take whatever resources that you have, and build their world. There's no accounting for you and what it does for you. And they're always willing people like us within us who would sell us out to the highest bidder, right? For this kind of they just follow the European vision for whatever it is that they want to do, whether it's from oil